Chapter 1. The room was empty. This was Li Xian's first feeling after waking up. He shook his slightly fuzzy head, and as his mind gradually became clear, Li Xian was also looking around. Now he was in a vast square space covered with white bricks. In the center of this space, there was a white ball suspended in the air. At the edge of the space, there were a series of fine wooden doors, a total of 20. There were 4 people lying around him, a beautiful female student in school uniform, a man with glasses in a suit, a bloated middle-aged fat man, and a beautiful woman in casual clothes. The 4 people were still in a coma and showed no signs of waking up. None of them were familiar. This was Li Xian's second feeling. Creaky. That was the sound of the wooden door opening. Li Xian turned his eyes to the door that was gradually opening. What would come out? Was it a person? His eyes were cold, and there was no trace of nervousness or fear on his face. A normal person who suddenly appeared in a strange place should be nervous, but Li Xian was different, and his heart was unusually calm. Li Xian didn't have to wait for long. The door slowly opened, and what emerged was not something deformed or weird, but a charming woman wearing a black hip skirt and bright red high heels. Her long black hair was draped around her waist, and her smoky makeup added a lot of worldly atmosphere, while the half-frame glasses hanging on her nose added more intellectual meaning. She held a cigarette between her bright red lips, and her eyes swept over the people next to the light ball. When she saw Li Xian awake, she seemed a little surprised, raised her eyebrows, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said slowly, You woke up so soon? Not bad. New here, Not bad looking. Li Xian has an average appearance, harmonious facial features, scattered black hair, cold temperament, delicate skin, and attractive eyes, which add a lot to his charm, and he can be called little handsome. Listening to her teasing words, Li Xian slowly sat up and asked the woman who was slowly approaching in front of him, Where is this place? And who are you? Let's talk about it together when they wake up, otherwise I have to explain it again. Unconsciously, the woman has come to Li Xian's side. After the woman approached, Li Xian's hair stood up all over his body, goosebumps fell all over the ground, and all his senses were trembling inexplicably. It was not because of the woman's beauty, but for another reason. Li Xian's face was calm, but his heart was surging. He knew the reason very well. The woman in front of him was so strong. Stronger than oneself, fighting with life can kill oneself. Li Xian is not an ordinary person. As an orphan, when he turned 18 and became an adult, a so-called sign-in system suddenly appeared in his mind. As long as you come into contact with people or things that can be signed in, you can sign in something related to it. For example, skills or items. The only limitation is that you can only sign in once a day. Li Xian is now over 20 years old. The 2 years of signing in the real world also allowed him to gain a lot of things. Introduction to boxing obtained by contacting boxers, introduction to fighting skills obtained by contacting soldiers, knowledge of anime obtained by contacting comics stores, intuition obtained by contacting a swordsman master. Multiple sign-ins for the same skill can upgrade the same skill under multiple stacking, so introduction to boxing, introduction to fighting skills, knowledge of anime and other upgradable skills have already been stacked to mastery, but intuition is an exception, and it is a skill that cannot be upgraded by multiple sign-ins and stacking. The function of intuition is simple and clear, which is to perceive things around you. And it was the intuition that made him feel that the woman was strong. If he risked his life, he would be killed. This was Li Xian's thought, which was caused by the most direct feeling brought to him by intuition. However, if he didn't risk his life, he could escape after being seriously injured. But the current environment was unknown. If there was a conflict, he could only escape to those rooms, but the situation in the room was unknown, and it was unclear whether the door could be opened, so he should not and could not conflict with her. This was Li Xian's judgment made rationally. It seemed that the woman felt that the unconscious people around her would not wake up so soon, and she also wanted to chat a little. She flicked the ash and asked Li Xian, "Soldier? Killer? Ordinary people?" Li Xian replied calmly. Puff. Hearing this answer, the woman was. Some couldn't help laughing. "Just kidding, normally the newcomers wake up at the same time, but now you wake up early, they don't show any signs of waking up, and they don't panic at all. You're telling me ordinary people, what a joke, brother." Li Xian frowned, he didn't like strangers calling him that. But the joke was obvious, so he didn't mind it that much. "Instead of joking with me here, why don't you explain to me what's going on now?" "Brother, you're so boring." The woman shook her head. "If you think it's troublesome to explain it again later, I'll explain it to them later." Li Xian proposed a compromise. He was really curious about the current situation. The woman stretched out her finger and shook it. "That won't work, brother. If I let you explain it, I'll lose." "Loss?" Li Xian's thoughts moved. Judging from her tone before, she seemed to have been in this place for quite a long time. What could she gain by explaining to us newcomers? Never mind, she will explain it after those people wake up. Half an hour later, the unconscious people finally showed signs of waking up. During this time, Li Xian stayed quietly in the same place. Even though he was very confused and curious about this place, he did not act rashly. Today's sign-in opportunity has not been used yet, but the ground system did not give a prompt to sign in, which means that the thing in the space where he is located cannot be signed in. The woman can sign in, but she needs to be touched, but it is not easy for him to contact her directly now, so he can only give up for now. The first one to wake up was the plain-clothes woman. She was confused when she woke up. After seeing the two people staring at her in front and the unconscious people around her, she reacted and said in a trembling voice, "You, what are you going to do?" "Kidnapping." The female student who woke up later also screamed in fear. "Is it kidnapping? Please don't hurt me. You can make any requests." The man in suits and glasses who woke up was quite calm. Finally, the fat man with a big belly woke up but was not panicked at all. He looked at the sexy woman as if she had seen a treasure, without hiding his lust, and shouted, "Tisk tisk tisk, this woman is really beautiful. In comparison, the ones in the store before are just garbage." Taking a full view of the reactions of the newcomers, the sexy woman's mouth curled up slightly, and said to Li Xian, "These newcomers don't look as good as my brother at all." Li Xian remained silent and did not respond. The sexy woman clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention. Then she pulled out a pistol from somewhere and casually fired a shot in the direction of the fat man. The fat man screamed miserably. The bullet carried huge kinetic energy and spun through his thigh, destroying muscle tissue and exploding a bright red blood flower. "I hate this kind of naked gaze." The woman said this vaguely while holding a cigarette, and the pistol was still turning in her hand. The woman looked so relaxed that it seemed as if she had not fired the shot. The female student had obviously never seen such a scene before, and she screamed in fear. The plain-clothes woman also covered her mouth and looked at the sexy woman with fear on her face. The man in suit and glasses, who had originally been slightly calm, turned a little pale because of the sexy woman's action, and cold sweat kept oozing from his forehead. Li Xian was also a little surprised, and looked at the sexy woman with a slightly surprised look. Where did she get her pistol from? Chapter 2. The only thing she could do was to move it. Her speed just now was not very fast, and she saw it clearly, but the pistol seemed to appear out of thin air, and she didn't look for it anywhere on her body. Space artifact? Li Xian suddenly remembered the setting in the cultivation novels he had read before, a kind of artifact with storage space, which could be taken out at any time after putting things in it. Of course, it could also be some kind of ability. Li Xian's thoughts were very divergent, and he didn't think there was anything strange about what he thought. After all, his original worldview was broken as early as the year when the system was activated when he was 18 years old, so he could accept any strange things now. The sexy woman noticed Li Xian's unexpected look. She had a certain liking for this unusual newcomer, so she raised the hand holding the gun and explained, "Space ring." Li Xian then noticed the black ring on her finger. "Okay, stop screaming." The woman fired a shot upwards, signaling the newcomers who were still screaming and wailing in pain to quiet down. The effect was obvious. Those who had just made harsh noises were now silent, not daring to breathe, and only dared to look at her with fear, just like a delicate sheep looking at a grey wolf. "Hello, newcomers, I am An Miao-I, a member of Zhongzhou Team 4. An Miao-I seemed to feel that it was a bit troublesome to speak like this, so she pinched out the cigarette in her mouth and threw it away casually. "Zhongzhou Team 4? Li Xian asked, noticing that there was something concerned in the words. "Yes, we are now in a place called the Lord God Space. The Lord God, that is, the big ball of light next to you, will select people from the real world to enter the Lord God Space and teleport them to the worlds to complete the tasks it has assigned. The selected places will be divided into many areas. Our area is in Zhongzhou, so we will be assigned to the Zhongzhou team. You will be assigned to our team, Zhongzhou Team 4. You are already very lucky to be in our gentle team." Gentle. The man with glasses looked at the fat man who had fallen into a coma again due to blood loss and pain, and couldn't help cursing in his heart, "What kind of gentleness? Don't doubt it, I'm not kidding when I say gentleness. Some teams don't care about the lives of newcomers, and let them be cannon fodder or piglets." And Miao-I chuckled and said, "Our team will still care about the newcomers a little bit out of humanitarianism. Didn't I send me to take care of you newcomers? Care?" Li Xian also looked at the fat man. "That man is almost dead. Of course, it's also to add new blood. If there are new people with good qualifications, we will still absorb them as new official members of our team." When saying this, and Miao-I glanced at Li Xian vaguely. "Now, I want you to introduce yourself first. It's best to tell me what your specialties and advantages are. This way, I can pay more attention to you when doing the task based on whether you are useful in the future. This is very good for you. After all, the task is not that simple. You will die if you are not careful." And Miao-I's tone carried an inexplicable teasing meaning. "Will die?" Several newcomers became more uneasy after hearing this news. And Miao-I first pointed to Li Xian, "You go first." Li Xian had no objection to An Miao-I's behavior of pointing himself first. Anyway, he had to introduce himself. After all, he might have to cooperate with these people in the future. Li Xian didn't want to stand up and speak, so he just sat on the ground and said calmly, "My name is Li Xian, I have learned some fighting skills, please teach me." He has not learned fighting skills, but the sign-in system has given him the skill of mastery of fighting skills, so there is nothing wrong with saying this. The young and pretty female student trembled and said, "My name is Lin Danwei, I am a student, and I can dance." After they finished introducing themselves, Li Xian also roughly understood the situation of the other newcomers. The female student's name is Lin Danwei, a student, and can dance. The man with glasses is named Huang Ming, an accountant, good at calculations. The casual woman is named Hu Yan, a writer, good at making up stories. The fat man was in a coma, so he didn't know what he looked like. However, judging from his previous performance, he should not be a capable person. After An Miao-I's explanation, Li Xian also understood that the situation he was going to face next was not safe and smooth, and the mission assigned by the gods must be full of dangers, so Li Xian is also considering the possibility of cooperating with others. Moreover, compared with old people like An Miao-I who have formed a circle, Li Xian is more willing to work with newcomers, because this will not be restricted. But, none of them are useful. Li Xian held his chin with his arm and thought to himself. Well, except for that Li Xian, everyone else is useless. Compared to Li Xian's inner complaints, and Miao Ai said it directly. Lin Danwei, Huang Ming, and Hu Yan were angry when they heard this, but they dared not say anything to this woman who shot and injured people at the slightest disagreement. Next, I will tell you in detail about the main god space. You must listen carefully. And Miao Ai reminded. Wait a minute. When An Miao Ai was about to continue, Li Xian spoke up. He pointed at the fat man who was no longer bleeding and said, "Is he just leaving it there?" And Miao Ai chuckled and said, "It's okay to leave it there. The Lord God won't let him die." Oh. And Miao Ai said a lot of details. Li Xian roughly summarized it in his mind. The Lord God space will put the selected reincarnationists into one world after another to complete the main tasks assigned by the Lord God. After completing the tasks, the Lord God will reward the reincarnationists with reincarnation points and plot rewards. If the main tasks are not completed, a certain amount of reincarnation points and plot rewards will be deducted. If the reincarnation points are negative after returning, they will be directly wiped out. Reincarnationists can use these reincarnation points and plot rewards to strengthen their physical fitness or exchange bloodline skill items at the Lord God. Moreover, each world has its own plot rules. Under normal circumstances, it will develop in a certain order. If the reincarnationist tries to influence the plot development rules, it will trigger the side quests. These side quests will have different rewards according to the plot changes made by the reincarnationist. New reincarnationists have an initial 500 reincarnation points. This is why some veterans of some teams treat newcomers as pigs. They will torture newcomers. Anyway, the Lord God will keep the newcomers alive and will not let them die. Although there will be punishment for killing newcomers, veterans rely on information gaps and physical torture to force newcomers to surrender. Reincarnation points cannot be forced to transfer to others, so veterans will let newcomers exchange for some things that veterans want, even if the things that can be exchanged for 500 reincarnation points are very rare and are no longer useful to veterans. Next, the seniors will have two choices. The first is to kill the newcomers with the help of other plot characters immediately after entering the reincarnation world to eliminate future troubles. After all, there are examples of people who are treated as pigs and then bury their resentment and fight back. The second choice is to be sustainable and treat the newcomers as pigs continuously, and then kill them before they develop to a certain extent. After listening to An Miao Ai's words, several newcomers understood what she meant by gentle before. Compared with them, it was indeed much gentler. The reason why Li Xian was not explained before was that there was a certain guidance reward for explaining everything about the main god space to the newcomers. As for how much the reward was, it was not detailed. Regarding the issue of returning to the real world that the newcomers were most concerned about, An Miao Ai gave a very surprising response. After the first task, you can leave the main god space at will and return to the space on the day the task is opened. This news really made several newcomers ecstatic. Finally, An Miao Ai told the newcomers, those 20 doors correspond to the private spaces of the 20 team members. You cannot enter without permission from others. The ones you cannot open are occupied. After you have exchanged them, just find an empty room to rest. Gather here at noon 2 days later. Then An Miao Ai left without caring about the newcomers' desire to continue asking questions. Chapter 3. The old man was very happy, but he was not happy. The oppressive female devil of fear left, and Lin Danwei and the others felt relieved. That woman is so scary. Lin Danwei patted her chest with palpitations. She was still a student and had never seen such a scene. Alas! I don't know why I came to this place, and I have to face the danger of dying at any time while doing the task. Hu Yan said with a sad face. Huang Ming's fear has gradually calmed down with the passage of time. Facing the facts that cannot be changed, he did not complain about the world, but showed a look of relief and said, I should say that I am very lucky. After all, if I hadn't entered this place, I would have been hit by a car and died. Hey? You too? Hu Yan exclaimed. You were almost hit by a car, too. That's not the case. Hu Yan said with a look of fear. I went to an abandoned mental hospital to find inspiration, and I slipped and fell from the upstairs. Ms. Hu, Mr. Huang. Lin Danwei said immediately, I was in a similar situation. I was in a car and had an accident. At this time, Li Xian, who was sitting aside and listening to them quietly, was stunned. They were all almost killed in an accident and were teleported to the main god space? But I didn't experience any accidents. I was still eating before I was teleported here. Ah? Did we all come here because of accidents? Lin Danwei was a little surprised. As they talked, several people turned their eyes to Li Xian, who had been silent and did not join the conversation, as if asking about his situation. I was almost the same. Li Xian lied casually. However, this also left a thought in Li Xian's mind that he seemed to be a little different from these reincarnations. Sure enough. Lin Danwei clapped her hands and smiled happily, so it was the Lord God who saved our lives. Then, the girl saluted the big light ball, as if to thank it for saving her life. So optimistic. Li Xian looked at the girl, a little speechless. She was crying just now, and you smiled after a while. Did you forget that the Lord God would throw you to perform the task next? Lin Danwei and the others seemed to think that they should be closer to the newcomers, so they chatted non-stop. There were also several times when the topic was directed to Li Xian, but Li Xian's many cold answers also made them understand that Li Xian didn't want to be close to them. So they didn't make trouble for themselves. Silently walking to the light ball, Li Xian tried to touch the light ball, but his hand passed through it. The system did not show a prompt to sign in. No entity? Just an illusory image medium. Touching the light ball is not a way to communicate with the Lord God. According to INVINCIBILITY, as long as you are in the Lord God space, with the thought of communicating with the Lord God, you can silently recite Lord God. Trying to touch the light ball is just Li Xian's attempt to check in. Since I can't check in, Lord God. Li Xian silently recited it with the thought of communicating with the Lord God. Suddenly, an illusory interface appeared in front of him, full of various items. Bloodline. Offensive skills. Defensive skills. Spirit skills. Medical items. Weapons. Armor. Equipment. Click on an item and there are many detailed items to choose from, and there is even the so-called hot exchange. Reincarnationists can also silently recite in their hearts to let the Lord God select things that meet their requirements. The upper left corner of the interface shows the pitiful 500 reincarnation points that Li Xian, a newcomer, has. Li Xian first clicked on Popular Exchange. He had no other thoughts, just wanted to take a look. Viscount Vampire Bloodline. Exchange requirements. 2000 reincarnation points. D-level plot reward X1. Note: low-level bloodline, with certain side effects. White zombie bloodline. Exchange requirements. 2500 reincarnation points. D-level plot reward X1. Note: low-level bloodline, with certain side effects. Single Megatama Sharingan. Exchange requirements. 4000 reincarnation points. D-level plot reward X1. Space accessories, 1 cubic meter. You can choose the type of accessories. 1000 reincarnation points, upgradable. You can click in to see detailed descriptions of each product, but Li Xian is just curious and doesn't have reincarnation points to exchange for these now, so there is no need to look at them in detail. These 500 points are to be exchanged. What? Li Xian thought. According to the recommended exchange items for new players given by INVINCIBILITY, a pistol is the best choice. Because even if a veteran who has experienced several worlds is hit by such a weapon in an important part, he will be disabled even if he does not die. It can also become an important countermeasure against some dangers in the plot world, and it is the only way for new players to defeat the strong with the weak in the early stage. It can also play an unexpected role in some worlds without firearms. Moreover, the price of the pistol is within the purchase range of new players. The pistol itself with some bullets only needs 400 reincarnation points, and there are 100 reincarnation points left to buy some medicines. However, if you want to buy a pistol, you can also match it with a skill. Getting started with pistol use, of course, it would be the best. After all, modern people have no experience in using pistols, but newcomers who bought pistols would not have extra reincarnation points to exchange for this skill worth 300 reincarnation points. Therefore, if you want to exchange for a pistol, you have to work hard and practice diligently in the next 2 days, otherwise how can you expect someone who has never touched a pistol to get started directly? If you don't want to be a sunset shooter, you have to study hard behind closed doors. You can generate consumables such as bullets for free in your room, so you don't have to worry about running out of bullets. Just don't think about taking them out, and you can also query the internet in the room and watch tutorials to learn. Without thinking too much, Li Xian exchanged for an ordinary pistol. A pistol and some bullets suddenly appeared in front of Li Xian, floating in the air waiting for Li Xian to take it. The pistol was a model that Li Xian had never seen before, and it was probably a bit unpopular, but the Lord God even thoughtfully included an instruction manual. Li Xian took the pistol and bullets, weighed them, and found them quite heavy. After 2 years of signing in the real world, Li Xian had learned the fighting skills from the entry level to the proficiency level. Of course, he had learned other skills from the soldier. Proficient in the use of pistol. This was also one of the results of the wool pulling. Although the model of this pistol was unknown, it was roughly the same as a common pistol. For Li Xian, who had the skill proficient in the use of pistol, it was not difficult to get started. And why only this important skill was mastered? Because after learning it, Li Xian found that the soldier's eyes looked at him a little strangely. After all, Li Xian ran into him every day, and had to touch him when he met him. It would be strange if he was not treated as a weirdo and kept away from him. Afterwards, Li Xian exchanged the remaining 100 points of reincarnation for cheaper healing supplies. Lin Danwei, Huang Ming, and Hu Yan had actually been paying attention to Li Xian's situation. They were also surprised to see something appear out of thin air in front of him. They stopped chatting and hurriedly communicated with the Lord God in their minds. Li Xian took the things and glanced at them. He didn't care too much and thought about finding a room to rest. Before leaving, Li Xian also paid attention to the fat man's situation and found that he was no longer bleeding. Although there were still bloodstains on the ground and he was still in a coma, his steady breathing and ruddy face also proved that this guy was still alive and well. It's none of my business. Li Xian found a room at random, and a mechanical voice appeared in his mind when he held the door handle. Please set the appearance of the room. This is the voice of the Lord God. Your own sign-in system is silent. In front of Li Xian, there appeared a variety of room styles with different styles. You can also choose to customize them. Li Xian tried to ask about the size of the room. The largest size you can get is the size of 2 football fields. If you want a larger space, you need to pay for the reincarnation points and plot rewards. A Chinese family-style room was set up, and a large open space was made, separated by a door, so that you don't need to make many changes when you need to do things like training and physical exercise. Chapter 4. The 2 days passed. In this way, 2 days passed. In 2 days, Li Xian tried to familiarize himself with the functions of the room and kept surfing the internet, and thus got an important information. The reality reflected by this network is obviously not the reality where he is. There are some provinces that have never been heard of, such as Zhongzhou Zinmin province, on the internet, and the celebrities and major events are also very different from his original world. Li Xian can probably guess that these newcomers and veterans are from the real world corresponding to the main god space, while he is from another world. The different ways of coming to the main god space may also be because of this. So Li Xian is a little curious. After the first mission, which world will he return to in the real world? And is it an exception or something else like himself who came from another world? Apart from doing this, Li Xian did nothing else. He did not practice any gun skills, but just got familiar with the operation of the pistol. As a skill signed in by the system, expert in the use of pistols is deeply engraved in the body and mind. Even if he practiced for 2 days, it would be useless, so he just did it. The other newcomers worked hard these days, practicing the use of pistols, and finally practiced to the point where they could barely hit one of 3 shots within 10 meters, and 1 shot within 5 meters without too much deviation. When the clock in the room approached 12 o'clock, Li Xian was ready. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, white loose sweatpants, and a small bag on his shoulder, with the pistol and medical supplies in it, but with such a simple appearance, it seemed as if he was going for an outing. When he opened the door, Li Xian saw that there were obviously more people than 2 days ago. In addition to the few people he had seen, there were 4 guys he had never seen before. They should be the remaining seniors. 3 men and 1 woman. The man has strong muscles and a strong and steady temperament. The man is skinny and looks like a terminally ill person. The young man has clear eyebrows and eyes, and looks like a handsome scholar. The girl is short and looks like a beautiful girl from a small family. In other words, there are 5 people in total, including the official members of the Zhongzhou 4 teams and an Miaoai. These 5 people really have their own characteristics. Li Xian walked towards them while thinking. When Li Xian approached, the muscular man glanced at Li Xian with a critical look, and said in a cold tone, "Li Xian, right? I hope you can play well in this plot world. If you are capable, we may let you act with us in the future. Maybe together in the future." Li Xian asked, "Does that mean we will be separated this time?" The petite girl jumped out and said, "Because you newcomers are participating in this mission, the main task will be relatively simple, so we will not act with you. We seniors will trigger some other side tasks." "Yes," the muscular man said in a deep voice, "you are too weak and will drag us down. But An Miaoai will take you," the thin man said. An Miaoai laughed after hearing this, holding a cigarette in his mouth and showing a disdainful look. "Haha, I won't take care of you newcomers too much, so take care of yourself. What if you are not accepted into the team because of your lack of ability?" Li Xian continued to ask. "Our team doesn't take in garbage," the young man said indifferently. "Even if we survive this plot world, we will no longer care about the incompetent newcomers, and we will let them fend for themselves in the future." Hearing this, the faces of several newcomers other than Li Xian changed. The fat man before was also among the newcomers. After he woke up, Lin Danwei and others also explained his current situation to him, so he is very honest now. Then, these unfamiliar seniors also introduced themselves politely. The muscular man is the captain of the Zhongzhou 4th team, named Wu Qing. The thin man is named Lu Li. The young man is named Wang Liuzi. The petite girl is named Luo Yaya. These people, like An Miaoai, only said a name, and did not say any other personal information. Each team member should have their own position in the team, but they only let the newcomers know that Wu Qing is the captain. Maybe they think it is useless to say it. Li Xian was quite curious about what bloodline skills these seniors had exchanged. After all, each of these people could make their senses feel powerful from the inside out. But if they don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. It's not that I have to listen. Listen, Wu Qing said with a serious face, from the captain. The world we are going to this time is called Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer? Li Xian thought to himself. In other words, the world we are going to this time is an anime world. Li Xian knows the famous anime Demon Slayer like the back of his hand. Although he is not a person who likes to watch anime, the anime knowledge mastery he signed in for has allowed him to remember most of the anime clearly. From the information I bought, I can know. Li Xian was a little confused, but he thought about the fact that the real world they were in was very different from his own, so he was relieved that they had never heard of Demon Slayer. This world has a special creature called Demon. This creature eats people and has a strong recovery ability. It can only be used with a tool called the Sun Blade. Only by letting the ghost bask in the sun can the ghost be killed. In order to resist this creature, the people have established an organization called the Demon Slayer Corps. I think the plot line should unfold in the Demon Slayer Corps. The long speech was all what Li Xian knew. The newcomers except Li Xian brought a large backpack, which carried some exchanged gold bars, food, lighters, and other things, and were fully prepared. The seniors didn't bring anything, but everyone knew that the seniors basically had space accessories. Therefore, Li Xian, who couldn't have space accessories and only brought a small shoulder bag, stood out from the crowd. The small shoulder bag obviously couldn't carry anything. Under the strange eyes of everyone, Li Xian's face remained unchanged and he was not surprised. "Let's go," Captain Wu Qingling said. "Lord God, teleport." 10 white lights fell from above as the words fell, covering all 10 reincarnations. A wonderful feeling. Li Xian felt very strange, his figure was blurring, and a feeling of sublimation rose from his heart. If he stayed under the white light, he might feel like he was ascending to heaven. This feeling did not last long, and the next moment, the scene suddenly changed. Lois Road, summer cicadas chirping, small houses lined up, passers-by wearing farm clothes and kimonos coming and going. 10 people suddenly appeared on the Lois Road. The pedestrians on the road seemed not to see them, as if they ignored them. "What's going on?" a newcomer asked. The petite senior female reincarnation Luo Yaya seemed to be quite lively and enthusiastic about newcomers. She responded actively to the question. "This is the Lord God integrating us into this world." The next moment, a piece of information suddenly appeared in the minds of the 10 people. Main quest: kill a demon and join the Demon Slayer Corps. Reward: 1000 reincarnation points. Complete the main quest to return. Time limit: 5 years. Side quest: demon hunting, kill as many demons as possible, and the final reward depends on the contribution to demon killing. Not yet opened. After reading the quest, the veterans relax and the newcomers cheer. In the eyes of the veterans, although the demons have a very good recovery ability, strong, but with their abilities, even if they can't get special weapons like the Sun Blade, they can force a ghost to the sun and let it die. In the eyes of newcomers, no matter how strong the ghost's recovery ability is, can it withstand the power of guns? It's impossible for a bullet to pierce the back of the head and recover instantly. If you can't kill it, you can just make it unable to move and wait until the sun comes out to expose it to the sun. Only Li Xian was not so relaxed. He knew that ghosts could only be killed by the sun blade and sunlight, and it was not a joke. The ghost's head was chopped off. He can even curse. Moreover, the speed and strength of the demons are not comparable to ordinary people. Even Tanjiro, the protagonist of Destiny, would have died if he had not had the help of his sister when he first encountered the demons. There are also some tricky characters such as the 12 demon moons on the demon side. The 12 demon moons are 12 extremely powerful demons. They are the first demon, the direct subordinates of Muzan Kibutsuji, the creator of demons. They are divided into upper and lower strings, and their strengths are very different. There is a huge gap between them. When encountering the lower string, the senior ones may be able to beat them. If you accidentally encounter an upper rank demon, even the most experienced ones will have to give up. The difference in combat power between the upper and lower ranks is not a little bit. However, judging from the proportion of ordinary demons and the scarcity of the 12 demon moons, if you don't deliberately contact them or are too lucky, you don't have to fight against these guys to complete the main quest. Even the protagonist Tanjiro, who had trained well, cooperated with his sister, and the sudden explosion of the two, failed to kill a single lower-ranked demon, and finally needed the water pillar of the Demon Slayer core to kill it. The strength of the 12 demon moons is evident. Chapter 5. The old man was very happy. Have we arrived in a remote area? Captain Wu Qing called several seniors together and discussed for a while. Finally, several seniors said some goodbyes and instructions to An Miao, and then walked in a certain direction. The background of Demon Slayer is in the Taisho period of Japan. During this period, except for a few Daidu, most areas were in a relatively backward township period. So everyone was confused about where they were now. The seniors did not plan to act with the newcomers, so they planned to inquire about some news in the metropolis and head towards Daidu. After all, compared with backward townships, places like Daidu have more information, and they inferred that organizations like the Demon Slayer Corps are more likely to be in Daidu. As for why they were looking for the Demon Slayer Corps, it was because the goal of these senior members was to join the Demon Slayer Corps. The possibility of triggering a side story in the Demon Slayer Corps, an organization that fights against demons, is obviously greater. Let's go. An Miao said to the newcomers. First find a place like a hotel, and then ask if there is any news about man-eating demons. As time passed, the reincarnations gradually connected to the world of Demon Slayer. Perhaps because of the main god, the sudden appearance of the people did not cause panic among passers-by, but after staying there, the clothing styles of several people that were completely different from the current time point still attracted the strange eyes of passers-by. Several newcomers responded and followed An Miao. The process of finding a hotel was not difficult. After walking a few dozen meters, they saw a hotel called Zilu, and they didn't even have to ask passers-by. This is a small hotel run by a couple for passers-by to stay. It is not luxurious, nor is it simple. Originally, accommodation required some identification, but, in a remote village like this, as long as you have money, identity is not a problem. Do reincarnations have money? Of course not. The plot world is strange and bizarre, and the currency of one world may not be used in another world. Who would bring currency? But they still brought some hard goods such as gold. The strange clothes of several people naturally aroused the doubts of the shopkeeper. When the shopkeeper asked about their identities, An Miao directly threw 2 gold bars over, dispelling all the doubts of the shopkeeper, and then took the room key from the shopkeeper with a smile. Put away the unnecessary things first. This mission will take a long time. Wait until you get the news before taking action. Hu Yan and others were just ordinary people before, and even the weaker ones among ordinary people. After all, the 3 of them basically sat in chairs with air conditioning all day long. It was a big burden for them to carry such a big bag, and because they were newcomers, they inevitably brought some unnecessary things, which was completely different from Li Xian, who was free of anything. If they carried a big bag, they would be exhausted before the ghosts came. So they divided the room keys and went to find their own rooms. Nothing happened overnight. The time given for the main task was too long, and the ample time made the reincarnations not so anxious. Stay one night to ease the mentality. This is the gentleness given by An Miao to the newcomers. From reality to the plot world, from the peaceful and advanced era to the backward and dangerous place, the newcomers will inevitably feel confused and panic. After all, they are just ordinary people, without the so-called big heart and boldness. The fragrance is hidden in the fresh air, and the cocks have already crowed in the morning. Although the cocks have crowed, Li Xian still paralyzed for a while before getting up. I have to say that the environment in the countryside is really good in this era. The air was fresh, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. However, the temperature seemed to be much lower than yesterday, and Li Xian shivered with cold. He stretched his body and looked out through the window. Did it snow last night? He went to bed very early last night, sleeping like a dead pig, and didn't pay any attention to the scene outside. At this moment, he saw that the world outside was already covered with snow. The snow piled up on the roads and houses, and some homeowners were sweeping the snow in front of their doors. Tranquility and peace are fully reflected in the snowy scenery of this countryside. Want to buy charcoal? A lively young man's voice came from the street. Li Xian rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked closely. A red-haired boy wearing a green and black checkered coat, carrying a large bamboo basket full of black charcoal, was smiling. Rong was selling his charcoal to the owner who was sweeping the snow. I just ran out of charcoal. Give me some, Tanjiro. The owner and the boy had known each other for a long time, and their words were full of intimacy. Tanjiro. Li Xian put his elbows on the windowsill, supported his chin with his palm, and thought. Memories of the anime Demon Slayer kept emerging in his mind. This is the plot of the first episode, the scene where the protagonist Tanjiro went down the mountain to sell charcoal. In other words, the next plot is that his relatives met Muzan and met with an accident, and only his sister Nezuko, who became a demon because of Muzan's evil taste, survived. Looking at Tanjiro, who is now helping the people in the village, Li Xian's eyes can't help but have a little sympathy. Tanjiro is a gentle child. However, in the world of Demon Slayer, God will not give him a good result because of his gentleness. He has a gentle personality. He will sympathize with ghosts with tragic pasts, but he will not let go of ghosts that have killed many people. He is gentle but reasonable. He is also very strong. Even if his relatives are killed, he can take on everything stubbornly and do his best for the life of his last relative, his sister. This child is quite likable. A sentence slowly came out of Li Xian's mouth. But I can't save him. In his heart, Li Xian added another sentence. Yes, Li Xian is helpless. His current ability and strength can only be regarded as the top level of ordinary people. It is still feasible to beat an ordinary ghost. But facing Muzan? It's a dead end. The most Li Xian can do now is to let Tanjiro go back to the mountain and escape with his family. But when will Muzan appear? Where is he? Li Xian doesn't know these, and the anime doesn't say them at all. So it's not clear whether letting Tanjiro go back now will save him or harm him. Not to mention that he was a complete stranger to him, he might not necessarily listen to him, and he couldn't explain why he knew so much. Let's just follow the plot. His slightly fluctuating heart seemed to calm down because of this decision. There is no such thing as regret for things that have been decided. Li Xian went downstairs to find the boss and asked him to help buy a set of warmer clothes. For the sake of the gold bars, the boss immediately bought a few sets of warm clothes for the god of wealth. Put on warm clothes, make a cup of coffee brought from the main god space, look at the beautiful scenery outside the window and Tanjiro's active figure, although he feels that this scene is beautiful, but Li Xian's heart still has a heavy feeling. I won't die. Li Xian is not afraid of death, he takes death lightly. Even in the main god space, in a strange world, Li Xian has never panicked. Because he feels that he will never die. He has a sign-in system and a foresight of the plot world compared to other reincarnations, which is an incomparable advantage in any aspect. Standing above all reincarnations. This is something that Li Xian feels will come true sooner or later. As long as he doesn't commit suicide, it is very simple to get power. Therefore, he does not crave power. But the more he looks at the boy outside the window, the more powerless he feels. Li Xian does not think that he must save Tanjiro's relatives. He is not so kind in his heart. He will feel sorry for the death of Tanjiro's relatives later, but he will not feel sad about it. It's just, there is no chance to choose in a matter with willing intention, which makes Li Xian feel quite unhappy. Therefore, he is a little eager for power again. Then try a little harder. Li Xian straightened up slightly. I was planning to be a bit lazy, but I hate this mood. Take a sip of coffee and mutter lazily to yourself. To prevent it from happening again. Chapter 6. The sun was setting, and the sky was full of clouds. The setting sun. The snowflakes fell gently like fine sand and goose feathers. After selling charcoal, Tanjiro was ready to go home. Li Xian, who had been looking at the windowsill for a long time, finally set off. He handed a letter he wrote to the boss and asked the boss to pass it to his companions. The words written inside showed that he wanted to leave and act alone, so they didn't need to pay much attention. In fact, other reincarnations came to call Li Xian to go out to investigate intelligence at noon today, but he refused on the grounds that it turned cold yesterday and froze my body. Others didn't care too much about Li Xian, so a few people went out to investigate the news. The reason for not going with them was simple. Li Xian was not in a hurry to know the news of the ghost. When you meet Tanjiro, you don't need to ask for information that may not be correct. As long as you follow Tanjiro, you will definitely have a chance to kill the ghost. The ghosts that Tanjiro encountered in the early stage were basically small ghosts, of course, only compared with other strong ghosts. For example, the ghost that Tanjiro encountered in the temple in the early stage, even if Li Xian's physical fitness was at the top of the average person and his fighting skills were strong, it would be dangerous to face that ghost head-on. However, there is still a chance to make up for it. When Tanjiro is almost done, you can pick up the leaks yourself. Moreover, the group of new reincarnations are obviously not very useful as teammates, and Miao, as a senior, obviously will not take care of the newcomers too much. After all, she is selecting potential regular team members, not being a nanny. What's more, Li Xian doesn't want to act with Miao. Her strength is above his own, and she is a senior. She will definitely limit himself, but Li Xian doesn't want to be restricted. It would be more troublesome to talk to them in person, so Li Xian didn't say hello. To be honest, Li Xian only felt that he had met the people of Zhongzhou Team 4 by chance. There was no special friendship, and he had no concerns about leaving. He walked out of the hotel and gradually approached Tanjiro, who was about to go back. As if he felt that someone behind him was actively approaching him, Tanjiro turned around. Seeing this stranger who had never seen him in the town before, Tanjiro smiled. "Sir, do you want to buy charcoal? But today's charcoal is sold out, and I will come tomorrow." "Ah. No." Li Xian shook his head. "I am a traveler, and my belongings were stolen by thieves." Tanjiro suddenly realized, showing an anxious look, and said, "Sir, my nose is very sensitive, I can help you recover your belongings." After speaking, Tanjiro shrugged his nose. He was smelling the smell on Li Xian. Tanjiro's sense of smell is very sensitive, unexpectedly sensitive, and he can even smell a person's emotions and personality, which are obviously unrelated to the sense of smell. Finding lost property is a piece of cake for Tanjiro. After smelling it, Tanjiro couldn't help but smell the character of the person in front of him. He is a good person, but what are these mixed things? This kid is so concerned about a random lie, which makes Li Xian feel a little uncomfortable. "I can't find it. I was stolen on the way to this town." Sure enough, a lie needs many lies to cover it up, and the smell of the lie was not smelled. Maybe it's because Tanjiro didn't think about it in this way. "Is that so?" Tanjiro said regretfully. "So, sir, you have no money, and you definitely can't stay in a hotel. Do you want to stay at my house?" "Just what I want." Now Li Xian's idea is to follow Tanjiro to make a living and follow him to get in touch with his master, who will meet in the future, the former water pillar, Urokadakase Kanji. Then make a profit from this former water pillar. The pillar is the title of the highest combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps, and it almost represents the top combat power level in the world of Demon Slayer. If he hadn't met Tanjiro, it would be difficult for Li Xian to find a pillar in such a large country with backward technology. And the pillars he found might not be able to be trained. But Urokadakase Kanji is different. He has retired and is now responsible for cultivating new blood in the Demon Slayer Corps. As long as he follows Tanjiro and becomes a training disciple of Urokadakase Kanji, it will not be a problem to sign in every day. But Tanjiro, you are really not very cautious. A stranger can come to your house to stay with you after just a few words? With a look of joy on his face, Li Xian extended his hand of gratitude to Tanjiro. In fact, Tanjiro also. It's not that he's a foolish kid who doesn't have a sense of defense. He is indeed innocent, but not brainless. He agreed to stay with the stranger in front of him because he smelled that he was not a bad person. In response to Li Xian's gratitude, Tanjiro reached out and held Li Xian's hand. Li Xian smiled. Sign in. Congratulations on signing in skill, sensitive sense of smell. The next moment, Li Xian felt that his sense of smell became extremely transparent, and he could clearly distinguish the smells of various things. The range of his sense of smell was also greatly enhanced, and he could sense Tanjiro's emotions at this time. This is not just a strong sense of smell. After obtaining Tanjiro's specialty, Li Xian really understood how extraordinary this skill was. Let's go, sir. Tanjiro said, it's getting dark. My name is Li Xian. Although he felt that his name was a bit out of place in this world, he still reported his real name. My name is Tanjiro Kamatu, please teach me. Li Xian nodded to show that he understood. The two walked together, heading towards Tanjiro's home on the mountain, and the sky became darker as they walked. However, as the plot developed, the two were forced to stay when they passed by a house of an elderly man living alone. Tanjiro wanted to refuse, but he couldn't resist the old man's dominance. He asked Tanjiro to stay overnight on the grounds that there were dangers of ghosts at night. Although Tanjiro didn't believe it, it was not easy to refute the lonely old man, so the two had to stay here for a night. At night, Li Xian told Tanjiro many wonderful stories of the original world. Tanjiro obviously regarded these stories as what Li Xian, a traveler, saw and heard, and listened to them with great pleasure. Finally, he slowly fell asleep under the urging of the old man. The next morning, the two set off with the old man's smile. The two chatted non-stop on the way, and Tanjiro seemed very curious about what Li Xian had seen and heard, with a joyful light in his eyes. As they talked, the two were not far from Tanjiro's home. Tanjiro's mind was now full of sharing Li Xian's wonderful stories with his younger brothers and sisters, so that they could also understand the vastness of the world. But in the next second, the chat between the two came to an abrupt end. At this moment, both of them smelled the extremely strong smell of human blood. Chapter 7. The blood was shed. Blood. Tanjiro's voice trembled, with an extremely strong worry on his face. There was only his family in the vicinity. Following Tanjiro, who was running in panic, Li Xian had already prepared himself mentally. Prepared to witness the hellish scene. The journey to his house was not long, and they arrived soon. What appeared in front of the two was a cruel and bloody scene. Almost all of Tanjiro's relatives were killed. The bodies were crooked, and blood was stained in many places in the house. The scene seen with his own eyes was far more touching than watching it through the screen, and Li Xian, who was naturally indifferent and had extremely high emotional self-control, could not control his expression. Ah! Looking at Tanjiro, who was wailing in pain, Li Xian stood aside in silence. At this moment, he didn't know what to say to comfort Tanjiro. Tanjiro murmured and cried, searching the bodies of his relatives like crazy, to see if any of them were still alive. Finally, he found it. There was still one person breathing. That was his sister, Nezuko Kamatu. The girl was covered in blood, and her arms were tightly wrapped around the bodies of her dead relatives. It seemed that she wanted to protect her brother and sister even before she died. A trace of pity flashed in Tanjiro's eyes, but the current situation did not allow him to think more. He pried his sister's hands apart, then carried his sister on his back and ran out. Nezuko is still alive. Hurry up and go down the mountain to find a doctor for treatment. There may still be hope. Hurry! Hurry! Tanjiro was so anxious that Li Xian beside him could not care about it. Li Xian didn't care too much. He just quietly washed the bloodstains in front of the door with a bucket of water and closed the door to prevent animals like bears from exploring. Then, follow Tanjiro. As expected of the protagonist of the world, his physical fitness is extraordinary. Because of the sign-in, Li Xian's physical fitness was naturally signed into the top level of real humans, but now he can't keep up with Tanjiro. If it weren't for the obvious traces of Tanjiro running on the snow, he might have lost him. You know, Tanjiro is only a teenager now, and he hasn't been specially trained. It can only be said that the physique of people in the anime world and the real world cannot be generalized. But Li Xian was not in a hurry. Next, the demonized Nezuko attacked Tanjiro, and the demon slayer Water Pillar appeared to save the scene and had a conflict with Tanjiro about killing demons and not killing. It's not necessary to get involved. Li Xian's small bag actually has medical supplies, and the healing supplies from the mind are even more extraordinary. There are disposable bandages that can stop bleeding instantly. But Li Xian also knows that these things are useless to Nezuko. Although she was injured, she has fully recovered after the demonization. It looks scary now, but in fact, nothing happened. She is just hungry and wants to eat people. I see. Li Xian has approached Tanjiro. At this time, Nezuko lost her mind because of the demonization. She pressed on Tanjiro and bit him, and Tanjiro happened to hold her mouth with the axe handle. Tanjiro kept calling his sister's name, and his face was full of tears. He thought of what the old man said, and his heart was full of pain and self-blame. Save her first. The water column had not arrived yet, and Li Xian could not ignore it when he saw this scene. He quickly approached the two people who were confronting each other. Before Nezuko noticed it, Li Xian rotated his hips to drive the huge leg power, and a whip kick was quickly used, hitting Nezuko hard. Nezuko's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, slamming violently against the tree trunk with a loud noise. Nezuko! Tanjiro exclaimed. Are you okay? Li Xian asked. It's okay. Tanjiro stood up and shook his head, thank you Li Xian. He hurried towards Nezuko. He believed that his sister had just lost her mind for a while, and that was why she didn't recognize him for a while. Nezuko was kicked by Li Xian. This kick seemed very heavy, but in fact it didn't cause much damage. Nezuko on the snow stared at Tanjiro who was walking towards her and let out a terrifying roar. But before Tanjiro could get close to Nezuko, a gust of wind blew by. Tanjiro and Li Xian's eyes blurred at the same time. Nezuko, who was still roaring the moment before, had been held to the neck by a knife, and her body was controlled and unable to move. She could only struggle constantly, but it didn't affect the people behind her at all. That was a handsome man. A black-haired man with an indifferent expression, wearing a haori with different patterns on the left and right, a black uniform, and the blade in his hand was engraved with the words Evil Demon Slayer. His name is Tomioka Jiyu. He is the Water Pillar, one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. Who are you? What are you going to do? Tanjiro looked at Jiyu's knife on Nezuko's neck, and he couldn't help but shouting in his heart. I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and my duty is to kill demons. Tomioka Jiyu replied coldly. She is my sister. My sister? I don't know why she is like that, but Nezuko has never hurt anyone or eaten anyone. There is a smell of someone else in my house that I haven't smelled before. The one who killed everyone is probably that guy. Not Nezuko. Don't hurt her. Jiyu was shocked when he heard Tanjiro's response, and he couldn't help but feel sympathy for the brother and sister, but his previous experience and the creed he adhered to prompted the knife in his hand to get closer to Nezuko's neck. Your sister must have been wounded by a demon's blood, so she became a demon. That's how cannibalistic demons increase. No, Nezuko won't eat people. I won't let her hurt anyone. I will definitely turn Nezuko back to human. I will definitely heal her. If she can't be cured, she will never be able to turn back into a human once she becomes a demon. I will go find her. I will definitely find a way. So please don't kill her. Please. Tanjiro said heartbreakingly. Nezuko was the only relative left to him, and he didn't want to lose her anymore. He begged and hoped that the person in front of him would let his sister go. Tomioka Gyuho kept a cold face, and seemed indifferent to the behavior of the boy in front of him. As one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, he had killed too many demons, and basically all the demons completely ignored their relatives after they turned into demons. Someone once swore to him that his relatives who turned into demons would never hurt him, but the ending was often unsatisfactory. Suddenly, a straight punch came from the right. That was Li Xian's fist. Yu Yang reacted very quickly, raised the blade to block the fist, turned around and kicked. It was really a turn of events. Just now, it was Li Xian who kicked others, but now it was others who kicked Li Xian. Li Xian, who was kicked away, lay motionless in the snow. Yu Yang's kick was not heavy, and a normal person could withstand it. Li Xian was not fainted by the kick. He just wanted to lie down. Just lie down like this for a while. Li Xian thought so in his heart. He was too lazy to get involved in the love and hate between the two, but he could not guarantee that the plot would not go in an unknown direction because of the butterfly effect caused by himself. Therefore, he told Yi Yang that there were still people who supported Nezuko to survive, which was considered to be a little effort for the smooth development of the plot. It saves both worry and effort. The argument between Tomioka Gyuho and Tanjiro didn't last long. Tanjiro got down from his seat and begged, and Gyuho scolded him for not fighting back. Then they started fighting. However, the difference in combat power was there. Although Tanjiro's tactic of throwing a stone to cover his axe slightly surprised Tomioka Gyuho, the axe was avoided and he was knocked unconscious in the end. Then Nezuko, who broke free, finally moved Gyuho by protecting the fainted Tanjiro, so he didn't choose to kill Nezuko. On the way, Li Xian was lying on the snow and fishing, and a thin layer of snowflakes covered him. I just decided to work hard, but I can't change my nature of being a salted fish for a while. Before, because of the sign-in system, you just need to sign in if you need any skills or abilities, and you can sign in at the bank if you need money. Living a peaceful life, without lacking anything, of course you can't avoid being a salted fish. Gyuho has left. After Tanjiro, who had fainted for a while and woke up, was told some words: "Don't let your sister see the sun and go visit the old man named Urokadaka Seikanji who lives at the foot of Mount Sajiri and tell him that Tomioka Gyuho asked you to come." Then he left in style. Tanjiro felt that everything was like a dream. Seeing Nezuko still sleeping with a bamboo tube tied in her mouth, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Nezuko is still there, still alive. That's great. Are you okay? Li Xian came over. Tanjiro still remembered the kick he received, and asked with concern, "Li Xian, are you okay?" "It's nothing serious. I kicked your sister just now, and now she got kicked. It's karma." Li Xian joked. Tanjiro shook his head. "Anyway, thank you." Li Xian kicked Nezuko away to save himself, so Tanjiro didn't take it to heart, and now he also understood that his sister had become a ghost, and her recovery ability and physical fitness had been enhanced. "Li Xian, I'm going to find the method to cure my sister. I will follow what that person said to find the old man who lives at the foot of Mount Sajiri, so you." After more than a day of getting along, Tanjiro has already regarded Li Xian as a friend. Now he has no one to rely on, and will only aimlessly look for a method to cure his sister. He can no longer provide Li Xian with a place to stay. Bury my mother, Rokuta, and others, and then give the house to Li Xian to live in? Tanjiro is not a hypocritical person. He will not think that letting others live in a house full of his memories is a trampling. In his mind, it is enough to help others. "Let's go together for a while," Li Xian said. "Just kidding, how can we go our separate ways now? What you experience next is my goal. Whether it is the ghosts you will encounter in the temple, or the Urokodaka Seikanji you will meet later, or the final selection after training to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, all of this is my goal. Chapter 8. The old man was very sad. If we leave now, all our efforts will be in vain. Although we know that Urokodaka Seikanji lives at the foot of Mount Sagiri, we can go find him by ourselves, but it is not convenient to become the disciple of the former water pillar in the name of Tanjiro and his sister. Tanjiro nodded without saying anything. His expression was extremely heavy, and he obviously had not yet gotten rid of the pain of the death of his relatives. Then, several people returned to Tanjiro's home, dealt with and buried the bodies of his relatives. Then, the three of them headed towards Mount Sagiri. On the way, Tanjiro made a bamboo basket for Nezuko, giving Nezuko, who could grow or shrink at will, a place to stay, so that the few people could move forward under the sun. During this period, Li Xian got along very well with Tanjiro and Nezuko. The brother and sister were extremely fascinated by the stories told by Li Xian, and their favorability was constantly improving. In the process of getting along, the two were taken care of by Li Xian to a great extent, and his rich knowledge in various aspects made the two young people feel a little respectful. These days, Li Xian was not idle. In addition to improving the favorability of the two, he also kept taking advantage of them. He signed in every day. The biggest gain was the skill obtained from Nezuko, who became a demon, demonization. At first, Li Xian was a little hesitant and hesitated whether to sign in Nezuko, because Li Xian was not sure whether signing in Nezuko, who was a demon, would cause him to become a demon. Cause himself to become a bloodthirsty demon. But he made the decision to sign in after hesitating for a while. After all, from the previous sign-in to now, there has never been a single sign-in that has an adverse effect on me, so I didn't think too much about it. However, this ghost transformation ability is somewhat stronger than Li Xian expected. Ghost transformation, after it is turned on, it will turn into a ghost, and its strength and speed will be greatly improved, and its recovery ability will be greatly enhanced. Note, ghosts have the instinct of bloodthirsty cannibalism, which has been optimized, and the instinct of bloodthirsty cannibalism has been eliminated. After it is turned on, the appearance will change. The characteristic of fear of sunlight still exists, and you need to find the blue Bianhua to remove it yourself. Skills that can be turned on or off by yourself. And it also humanely eliminates the instinct of wanting to eat people after becoming a ghost, but it also means that eating people cannot enhance strength, but Li Xian is still not very interested in the behavior of eating people to enhance strength, so it is gone. Fear of sunlight means that this skill can only be turned on at night, and after turning into a ghost, the person will die if the sun wheel knife cuts his neck. However, it is quite good for Li Xian to find the blue Bianhua to remove the fear of sunlight. This flower that only blooms in the sun is quite friendly to Li Xian. Without the skill of demonization, he is not afraid of the sun. Finding the blue Bianhua is naturally much better than looking for hundreds of years without knowing that this flower only blooms in the daytime, as if playing with him. If Muzan knew, he would be furious. The only regret is that this skill does not mention anything about blood demon arts. Blood demon arts is a powerful ability that may appear in a ghost, and each ghost has a different blood demon art. Ordinary ghosts do not have blood demon arts, and ghosts with blood demon arts are generally stronger. Maybe it is necessary to sign in extra. Li Xian thought so. When I become stronger in the future, I will sign in when I meet those ghosts with blood demon arts. Now Nezuko is still a fledgling ghost, so naturally I don't know blood demon arts. Li Xian didn't know whether Nezuko's ability to grow or shrink belonged to the blood demon technique. He could only see if he could sign in the future. Midnight. In front of the ancestral hall, Li Xian and Tanjiro looked serious. They had already smelled the strong smell of blood from the ancestral hall at the foot of the mountain. The ancestral hall was a little dark, and the wind blew the branches and leaves of the trees on both sides, making disturbing sounds. As soon as Tanjiro smelled the blood and realized that someone was hurt, he rushed to the ancestral hall in a hurry. Li Xian could only follow this kind child. Li Xian, someone should be injured. Looking at the closed door of the ancestral hall, Tanjiro looked nervous. I think so. Tanjiro quickly approached the ancestral hall and opened the door. Are you okay? But what appeared in front of him was an unexpected scene. The door of the ancestral hall was wide open. With the help of the moonlight, the scene inside the hall could be clearly seen. A person was lying on a corpse and biting and eating it. There were also corpses scattered around the hall. The gnawing ghost seemed to hear a sound coming from behind him. Xiang said impatiently, "What's going on? This is my territory. If you disturb my meal, I won't forgive you." The ghost's face was ferocious, his pupils were dilated, bloodshot eyes were all over his eyeballs, and his sharp fangs were covered with blood and flesh, which looked very scary. Tanjiro was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect it to be a ghost. Nezuko, who came later, saw the bloody corpse in the hall. Her instinct as a ghost could not help but emerge. Her hunger and desire for flesh and blood were fully revealed, and her saliva kept flowing from her mouth. Li Xian stood silently at the back, and his expression did not change at all because of all this. Nezuko was like this. Sure enough, the psychological hint that Urokadakase Kanji gave Nezuko to treat humans as family members was very necessary. Hey? Are you humans? The ghost licked his mouth and felt something was wrong. Clearly smelled the breath of the same kind. Suddenly, the candlesticks in the hall were knocked over in an instant, and the ghost rushed to Tanjiro, stabbing Tanjiro's neck with his left palm. So fast! Tanjiro was shocked. But as the protagonist of the world, Tanjiro was not a pushover. He reacted in an instant, pulled out the axe hidden under his clothes and swung it at a high speed. The attack range of Tanjiro's axe was obviously longer. The ghost's attack had not yet touched Tanjiro, but his neck was cut by the axe blade first. In order to avoid the whole head being chopped off, the ghost paused the attack and jumped back. Axe, really good. The ghost praised. Few of the people he hunted before could hurt him. He didn't expect this little ghost to hurt himself, but this little injury. He grinned, this little injury will heal quickly. The next moment, the wound healed at a very fast speed, as if the previous injury was an illusion. Tanjiro was shocked. He really didn't expect the ghost to recover so quickly. He unconsciously clenched the axe in his hand. Tanjiro stared at the ghost in front of him, but the ghost disappeared in his sight in an instant. When he realized it, the ghost was already riding on him, one hand pinching his neck, and the other hand pressing his arm holding the axe. What a great force! Tanjiro struggled desperately, but with little effect, and he could not shake the ghost's arm. Bang! A deafening sound came. A burst of blood suddenly appeared on the ghost's head. A small hole appeared in his temple. It was Li Xian's pistol. What's going on? Li Xian, who had fired a shot, obviously had no intention of stopping. In the ghost's astonishment, he directly drowned the ghost's voice in the sound of the gunshot. Li Xian did not hold back at all and emptied a magazine directly. The ghost's head burst into continuous blood, and the bullets of a magazine hit a similar position, causing the ghost to not recover quickly. Although Tanjiro didn't know what was going on, the fact that the demon was shot so many times also reduced the pressure on Tanjiro. He didn't miss this opportunity, gathered his strength in his right arm, swung the axe hard, and chopped at the demon's neck. But the axe blade was caught by the demon's arm when it was halfway through the chop, and failed to completely chop off the demon's head. You bastard! The demon roared, not only angry at the human in front of him, but also angry at the human who hit his head with an unknown method. When he turned his head and looked in the direction of the unknown attack, he wanted to imprint the appearance of the hateful human, and he would definitely cut the human into pieces after dealing with the human under him, But as soon as his head turned, he saw a black soul. That was Nezuko's soul. Although the process changed, the result was still the same as the plot. The demon's head was directly kicked away by Nezuko. Chapter 9. The ghost was so angry that he kept shouting from the flying head. Sure enough, one of them is a ghost. No wonder I feel so strange. The angry cry of the ghost kept coming from the flying head. Although I know that ghosts can't die like this, it still feels magical to see Li Xian in person. Tanjiro, give me the axe. Li Xian put the pistol into the small bag and stretched out his hand to Tanjiro. Here. Tanjiro didn't know what Li Xian was going to do, but he still handed the axe to him obediently. Taking the axe, Li Xian swung it directly at Tanjiro. Tanjiro was a little surprised, but out of trust, he didn't dodge. Blood gushed out, and half of Tanjiro's face was stained red. Am I okay? Tanjiro touched his body and found no wounds. He looked behind him and found that the demon head that was chopped off just now had grown hands and approached him. Li Xian's chop just now happened to chop off the demon hand that was attacking him. The demon head let out a creepy scream. You're still alive! Tanjiro exclaimed. By the way, Li Xian, what happened to the attack you received from a distance? I'll tell you later. Without a direct response, Li Xian pointed to the headless ghost corpse that had begun to move, and said, the vitality of ghosts is very strong, don't be careless. You and your sister go and deal with that. Li Xian returned the axe to Tanjiro, indicating that the headless ghost corpse should be handed over to the siblings, and then pointed to the ghost head that had grown hands again and was looking at him fiercely, leave this to me. After Tanjiro and Nezuko went to deal with the ghost corpse, Li Xian took out the knife that he had borrowed from Tanjiro a few days ago from his sleeve, and showed a completely smile without a smile, let me see how you can recover. For some reason, the ghost with only a head and 2 hands left suddenly felt a chill, and his ferocious face froze. Li Xian finished his homework only after Tanjiro and Nezuko dealt with the headless ghost corpse. Facts have proved that the recovery ability of ghosts is not unlimited. A certain limit of damage can also destroy ghosts. However, the vitality of ghosts is so strong that it is basically impossible to use up the physical strength of humans. Therefore, it is said that only sunlight and the sun blade can kill ghosts. If this ghost only had 2 hands and 1 head left, Li Xian would not be able to play like this. In the end, Li Xian even activated the ability to transform into a ghost and killed him again and again under the ghost's shocked, terrified, and unbelievable face. Li Xian! Tanjiro came over, this cannibal ghost should be dead. Yet. Li Xian nodded, the ghost's vitality is very strong. It took many kills to kill it. It must be very painful. Is there no way to kill it with 1 blow? Tanjiro had no objection to killing the ghost, but he still sympathized with the ghost's painful death. This kid. Li Xian did not refute Tanjiro. Although he was not interested in Tanjiro's ideas, he was not disgusted by his gentleness that penetrated deep into his bones. People who didn't know might think that Tanjiro was a hypocritical saint, but Li Xian understood that this was the purest idea of a teenager. Don't sympathize with the sinful ghosts. A round and deep middle-aged voice came from not far away. Several people looked at it at the same time, and saw a white-haired man wearing a Tengu mask and a blue robe embroidered with white clouds standing there, looking at Li Xian and Tanjiro. Sure enough, there were no footsteps. Li Xian's intuition and the sense of smell he got from Tanjiro did not find this person. Is the difference in combat power too big? Urokadakase Kanji. This former water pillar did not seem to have just arrived here. It was obvious that he had observed for a while before appearing. He just gave Li Xian an admiring and puzzled look and passed by him and talked to Tanjiro. It was a bit dangerous. Li Xian naturally understood the meaning of his eyes. He appreciated that he had no weapon to kill the ghost but was decisive and calm in dealing with the ghost. He was suspicious that he smelled the smell of the ghost in the end. After all, Urokadakase Kanji's nose was also unusually sensitive, but it should be that he was not seen in the appearance of a ghost, otherwise the first thing he did when he came up would definitely be to interrogate him first, and he would never pass him by so easily. Now Tanjiro should be being lectured. Tanjiro's gentleness looked completely indecisive to Urokadakase Kanji. Tomioka Jiyu had sent a letter to Urokadakase Kanji before, which explained the relationship between Tanjiro and his siblings, and recommended Tanjiro to be the successor of the water pillar. But Tanjiro's performance did not meet the standards of Urokadakase Kanji. This kid is not good. In the scolding and questioning, Urokadakase Kanji became more certain of his thoughts, and unconsciously glanced at Li Xian. Jiyu, you may have made a mistake, this is the right candidate. It's not that Jiyu didn't mention Li Xian in the letter, but there was not much description of Li Xian. But he didn't give up Tanjiro directly like this. From now on, let me see if you are qualified to become a demon slayer. Carry your sister on your back and follow me. The early morning has arrived, and Nezuko has quietly hidden in the bamboo basket. Do you want to become a demon slayer? Urokadakase Kanji asked when passing by Li Xian. Yeah. Li Xian nodded in response. One demon has been killed, and the only thing left to do in the main quest is to join the Demon Slayer Corps. After that, you can focus on the side quests. Then you come too. As soon as he finished speaking, Urokadakase Kanji started running. Even when Urokadakase Kanji ran, he didn't make any sound. Tanjiro followed with his sister on his back, and Li Xian followed slowly at the back. When the three of them arrived at Urokadakase Kanji's residence at the foot of the mountain, Tanjiro was already panting and out of breath, but Li Xian was in very good condition and didn't feel much fatigue. Go back to the mountain. As soon as he arrived at the door, Urokadakase Kanji said this devastating sentence. Ah! Tanjiro couldn't help but scream, but he didn't refute or give up. He really wanted to become a demon-slaying swordsman, because this way he could find a way to turn his sister back into a human from the demon, and he could also save others, so Tanjiro would not give up. You don't need it. Urokadakase Kanji said to Li Xian. Although Li Xian was a little confused, he was happy not to spend too much effort, and helped Tanjiro take down the bamboo basket containing his sister and went into the house. In Urokadakase Kanji's heart, Li Xian was already qualified to become a demon slayer, so he didn't need to participate in the next test, but Tanjiro was still a little short and needed to be honed, and this also avoided the possibility that Tanjiro might pass the test with the help of Li Xian in the future. Opening the bamboo basket, Nezuko was sleeping peacefully inside, and it seemed that she fell into a sleeping state because of the stimulation of human blood and incomparable hunger just now. Water breathing mastery, one of the 5 basic breathings derived from the initial breathing and the sun breathing. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps can gain powerful combat power by practicing breathing methods, which is an important method to fight against demons. This is the skill obtained by signing in by accidentally touching Urokadakase Kanji just now. It must be said that the ability of the sign-in system is extremely powerful. At the moment of signing in with this ability, Li Xian's body has already mastered everything about water breathing. Whether it is the operation and use of breathing or the mastery of sword skills, he is already extremely proficient. Although he will not be able to improve his strength to the pillar in an instant, Li Xian at this time has the strength to fight against the lower string. From now on, he is no longer an ordinary person. In this world, Li Xian really has the ability to survive. Even if he faces some ghosts with blood demon arts, Li Xian will not be defeated, and can even kill them. Of course, he has the premise of having the Sun Wheel Sword. But it is only the current strength. Li Xian will continue to sign in here and stay here for a long time until he has made all the wool of Urokadakase Kanji. Li Xian placed Nezuko on the bed and took out the instant coffee in his small bag to boil water. I don't know how the people of the 4 teams in Zhongzhou are doing. Drinking coffee, Li Xian looked at the scene outside the door, and his thoughts surged. Chapter 10. Time passed quietly, and before we knew it, it was the day when Tanjiro would participate in the final selection. The two of them had basically spent the past 2 years in training. In fact, only Tanjiro was a little tired. Li Xian's physical fitness was no longer the same because of the sign-in. These hard trainings for ordinary people were just child's play for Li Xian. Signing in day after day led Li Xian to almost get rid of all the wool of Urokadakase kanji. He had learned everything he should have learned, and even learned the mask carving and making techniques that he shouldn't have learned. His strength had entered the realm of the pillar early. Some people may question this, but Li Xian's sign-in is integrated, and there will be no unfamiliarity or unfamiliarity of strength. He also signed in with abilities similar to ghost hunting experience, so his strength is definitely at the level of a pillar. During the training process, Urokadakase Kanji had long seen Li Xian's extraordinariness, and was even secretly shocked by his outstanding talent. During his retirement and days as a trainer, Li Xian could be said to be the most talented person he had ever seen. Although Tanjiro's talent is also extraordinary, it is still much dimmer in comparison. Maybe only those children who became pillars in a few months can be compared. Urokadakase Kanji always thought so from time to time. After realizing that he had nothing to teach Li Xian in the middle and late stages of training, the old man focused all his energy on Tanjiro, so Tanjiro's fatigue level rose sharply in the late stages, and he had to look at his unconscious sister several times a day to hold on. In fact, Urokadakase Kanji prefers Tanjiro, because after getting along with each other day by day, he has gradually figured out the temperaments of Tanjiro and Li Xian, and deeply realized that Tanjiro has a firm belief in killing demons and is more suitable to be a demon-killing swordsman. Li Xian, on the contrary, has no belief to speak of, but Urokadakase Kanji will not stop Li Xian from becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. No matter what, it is always good to be able to join the Demon Slayer Corps and make contributions. Moreover, Urokadakase Kanji also regards Li Xian as a disciple, and is happy for his outstanding talent without any partiality. Originally, Li Xian could have participated in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps and become a glorious member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Urokadakase Kanji also suggested it with his strength, but was rejected by Li Xian. He thought about being with Tanjiro, so that he would also be taken care of in the final selection. Seikanji Urokadaki also agreed. As a trainer, most of the disciples he trained before did not make it through the final selection. They all died in it. Tomioka Jiua was an exception among exceptions, so he hoped that his disciples could make it through safely. The old man did not know that every disciple who died before was actually related to him. Seikanji Urokadaki would give his disciples a mask before they set off in the hope that they would safely make it through the final selection, and the death of his disciples was also related to this mask. On Fujiki Mountain, where the final selection took place, there was a multi-handed ghost that was much stronger than other ghosts on the mountain. This ghost was hunted by Seikanji Urokadaki before he retired. Because he remembered the mask that Seikanji Urokadaki carried when he hunted him, he always purposefully hunted people with similar masks every time he made the final selection. Otherwise, in his many years of training career, it would be impossible for only a few people like Tomioka Jiu to make it through the final selection. You know, as a trainer, Urokadakase Kanji's training ability is not bad. He is very strict and will not allow himself to teach people with insufficient strength to die. If it were not for the multi-handed ghost, there would be many more disciples who survived. Because too many disciples died, Urokadakase Kanji did not want to see any more children sacrificed in vain, and even deliberately prevented some disciples from participating in the final selection. Li Xian and Tanjiro performed well, and Urokadakase Kanji would not prevent them from participating in the final selection, but Urokadakase Kanji still gave them a difficult problem to cut off the big rock before participating in the final selection, but he believed that both of them could overcome this problem. Did you cut off the big rock? Li Xian, standing on the rubble, asked Tanjiro blankly. Tanjiro opened his mouth wide, obviously still not recovered from the shock of Li Xian's knife breaking the stone, until Li Xian hit him on the head with the back of the knife, and then he came to his senses. Not yet. Tanjiro tightened the knife in his hand, clenched his fist, and encouraged himself, I can do it today. Add oil. Li Xian encouraged lightly, be like me. Ah. I can't do it. Tanjiro, who was very determined the moment before, immediately showed an expression full of I can't do it. So I have to ask Mr. Tanjiro, the stove, to cheer for me. It's the stove door. When the two returned to the house, Urokodaka Seikanji had already cooked the meal. He saw Tanjiro, who had just entered the house, with a happy smile on his face, and couldn't help asking, did it succeed? Yet. Urokodaka teacher. I succeeded. Tanjiro responded with a higher tone. Li Xian sat next to the small hanging pot for cooking, we both succeeded. Although Tanjiro's process was difficult, he succeeded after all. The souls of the two deceased predecessors, Satoshi and Makomo, really helped Tanjiro and helped him get through the rock. Li Xian, who was watching from the side, was quite curious about the souls that could appear in this world and almost couldn't help but go up to play. Then we won't eat this tonight. To celebrate your passing through the difficulties, we'll have a hot pot dinner. The old man, Urokodaka Seikanji, seemed very happy at the moment. His usually calm voice was a little different, and he couldn't stop smiling from under his Tengu mask. Great! Tanjiro was also quite happy. Li Xian was of course also on the happy list. He hadn't eaten hot pot for a long time. After filling his stomach, Urokodaka Seikanji took out 2 masks from his sleeves and handed them to Li Xian and Tanjiro respectively. The two reached out to take them. This is an evil repelling mask. I cast a spell on it. It can protect you from disasters. I hope you will return safely. I will. The two said in unison. After a long time together, Li Xian couldn't help but have some feelings for the old man in front of him. He was very grateful for his care and for his behavior of wooing him. He would not disappoint Urokodaka's expectations. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he would try his best to kill demons. Not only because killing demons in the side quests can increase contribution points, but also because of the care of this former water pillar. The next day, the two packed their bags and set off early. Under the watchful eyes of Urokodaka Seikanji, they gradually traveled far away. Teacher Urokodaki. My sister is in your care. Oh, right. Please thank Sanato and Makomo-senpai for me. Tanjiro's distant voice came. Urokodaka's face suddenly froze, and his eyes became complicated. How did this kid know about the 2 dead children of Sanato and Makomo? Chapter 11. The two kept walking and arrived at Fujiksi Mountain at night. The mountain was planted with a lot of wisteria flowers, which looked magnificent, quiet, and mysterious from a distance. Wisteria flowers are also one of the nemesis of demons. The poison of wisteria flowers can destroy the body tissue of demons like sunlight, so demons will subconsciously stay away from wisteria flowers. In Demon Slayer, Koko Shinobu, the insect pillar, can even use the poison of wisteria flowers to die together with the second upper string Doma in the final battle of Infinite Castle. For demons, the poison of wisteria flowers is an extremely terrible thing. As for why Fujiksi Mountain is planted with so many wisteria flowers, it is because this is the final selection place, in order to prevent the demons inside from running out. That's right, there are ghosts on Fujiki Mountain, and there are quite a few of them. The condition for passing the final selection is to survive on Fujiki Mountain for 7 days. Whether you hide or kill ghosts and survive, as long as you can survive for 7 days, you can join the Demon Slayer Corps. It is impossible for people without certain abilities to succeed. In any case, direct contact with ghosts within 7 days is certain. Hungry ghosts will look for your human breath and attack you. Although the strength of ghosts is because they are locked up here and cannot eat people, and their strength is not strong when they are captured, Most trained people can normally fight against a ghost on this mountain, but this requires courage and wit. You must have the courage to fight against hideous ghosts, and you must also have the wit to hide when you encounter multiple ghosts, and heal your wounds when you are injured to protect yourself. However, facing cruel ghosts, many novices cannot be brave and witty. After all, not everyone has the experience of fighting ghosts like Tanjiro. It is inevitable that normal people will panic after seeing the cruelty of ghosts and their terrible recovery ability. Therefore, very few people survive the final selection every year. It's good enough if half of the people come back alive. Going up the stone steps and passing the red torii, many people are already standing in the huge square. Li Xian glanced at the stepson of the current insect pillar, Kaneo Kurakaruri, who is also the disciple, Zenitsuo Agatsuma, the disciple of the former sound pillar, Jinya Unshigawa, the younger brother of the current wind pillar. After that, the important plot characters are all here, and the rest are just some insignificant fish. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps tonight. The two twin girls holding lanterns and wearing purple kimonos standing in front of everyone said slowly. As soon as they opened their mouths, they attracted everyone's attention. Everyone also understood that they were official members of the Demon Slayer Corps and were waiting for their explanation. The two of them were like two emotionless puppets, telling the story to everyone. In this Fujiki mountain, demons captured by the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps are imprisoned. The demons cannot leave here because the wisteria flowers that the demons hate bloom all year round from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. However, there are no wisteria flowers from here upwards, and demons will appear. Survive on this mountain for 7 days. This is the qualification for the final selection. I wish you all good luck. After listening to the selection rules, Tanjiro came to Li Xian and asked, "Do we want to go together?" Li Xian shook his head, "We can go together, but it's not necessary." Because of Urokadakase Kanji's increased training and Li Xian's occasional guidance, Tanjiro's strength has now made a big step forward compared to the original plot. I believe that fighting multiple demons will be much easier than the original plot, so Li Xian does not need to go with him. After all, Tanjiro needs to grow on his own. After separating from Tanjiro, Li Xian instead found Fushigi Jinya. Fuzukawa Swanya is a guy with dark coxcomb hair and a scar on his left face that extends to the tip of his nose. At this moment, there are traces of fighting on his face, which were left by the conflict with my wife Zenitsu just now. "What are you doing, you guy?" Seeing Li Xian walking straight towards him and looking at him unscrupulously, Fuzukawa Swanya showed an unhappy expression on his face. Li Xian was quite interested in Fuzukawa. He was quite curious about his ability to eat ghosts to greatly improve his own physique and temporarily become a ghost. The stronger the ghost he ate, the more his regeneration ability and strength would be improved. It's worth signing in. Although I already have the ability to become a ghost, his is always different. It's better to sign in with him than to waste signing in on useless things. Looking at Fuzukawa, he showed a self-proclaimed friendly smile on his face. "You bastard!" Fushigawa Swanya had a bad temper. Perhaps he was still angry about the conflict just now. Seeing Li Xian's nonsensical behavior towards him, thinking it was a mockery of him, he punched him directly. In an instant, the eyes of the people around were attracted by this scene. Facing the fist of the dead river, Li Xian reached out to the knife hanging on his waist, pressed his palm against the handle, and gently pushed back, and the scabbard turned over instantly. Others only saw that the end of Li Xian's scabbard pressed against the fist of the dead river, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't knock the scabbard open. Damn it! The face of the dead river Swanya flushed, retracted the fist that was pressed, bypassed the scabbard, and approached Li Xian, wanting to punch him at close range. But before he could get close, another scabbard attacked, hit him on the back, and knocked him to the ground directly. "What are you doing? You have a bad temper, change it." Li Xian squatted down and patted the shoulder of the dead river Suanya. Sign in successfully. Obtained skill, Ghost Devouring. It is also a very easy to understand skill, eating ghosts, increasing strength, and temporarily turning into a ghost. Nothing special, it conflicts with the ghost transformation a bit, but I can use this to pretend in the future. Li Xian thought. Who do you think you are? Fuzugawa Suanya shouted, being completely suppressed in front of so many people made him furious. It's just carelessness. If I use a musket, I will definitely. When he looked up with anger on his face, he found that the man had disappeared. I must make him look bad next time I see him. Fuzugawa Suanya was full of anger, and he deeply engraved Li Xian's appearance in his mind. Walking up the mountain, the scenery here formed a sharp contrast with the mountain below. There were no more mysterious and beautiful wisteria flowers. It was just an ordinary wild forest. The dark environment even made people feel a little chilly. I don't know how many murderous intentions were hidden under the mottled shadows of the trees. There were many people participating in the final selection, but the dispersion was like a stone falling into the sea for the huge Tengzi mountain, and it didn't cause much waves. The final selection tests people's ability to survive independently and to kill ghosts, but it does not restrict others from traveling together. However, there are still only a few people who have this awareness, and most of them are excited to be lone travelers. The smell of people coming here finally caught the attention of the ghosts hiding in the mountains, and the evil ghosts rushed out from the dark places they were hiding. They haven't eaten people for a year, and their instincts have made them crazy. Only instincts are left in their minds to control their bodies, and they rush madly towards places with people. At this time, Li Xian was walking alone in the quiet woods, and suddenly there was a rustling sound around him. Li Xian, who has a sense of smell similar to Tanjiro and Urokadakase Kanji, naturally noticed the hungry ghosts attacking him a long time ago. Li Xian even heard the sound of their saliva dripping clearly. Human! Finally, a ghost couldn't help it, and rushed towards Li Xian with his whole body. The other ghosts saw that someone wanted to get there first, and they couldn't help rushing out. You know, one person is not enough to eat. At one time, 5 ghosts attacked Li Xian from all around him. Li Xian was not panicked, and he didn't even raise his eyebrows in the face of such a scene. He drew his sword at high speed and made a starting move. Water breathing, 1 form, water surface slash. The plain words fell. The sun wheel sword in his hand slashed out with blue ripples, forming flat waves around him, sweeping towards the evil ghosts rushing towards him. The sound of flowing water was fleeting, and the heads of the 5 ghosts had been cut off, falling to the ground and turning into ashes. In fact, the 4 forms of strike tide is the best for facing most enemies, but, as long as you can kill them, it doesn't matter. Being strong means being willful, and you don't have to think so much. Then start killing ghosts. Killing ghosts can increase the contribution value of the task, and Li Xian has not forgotten the side quest of the Lord God. Li Xian's sensitive sense of smell is the best tool for finding ghosts. The weak strength of the ghosts on the mountain is no match for Li Xian. There is no need to worry about anything, just kill them. Chapter 12. After several hours, more than 20 ghosts died in Li Xian's hands. During this period, Li Xian also encountered the multi-handed ghost. After thinking for a while, he decided to let Tanjiro deal with it. Not only because he wanted to hone Tanjiro, but also because Tanjiro was more closely related to Satoshi and Makomo than himself, so it was more suitable for him to take revenge. But Li Xian didn't expect that he didn't plan to kill this multi-handed ghost. This guy was excited when he saw his evil repelling mask. He came to him excitedly, and kept saying, "I want all the disciples you trained to die in my hands." Of course, Li Xian would not spoil it. He directly chopped it hundreds of times and chopped it into minced meat. It's just that this guy's vitality seems to be stronger than expected. He didn't die even though this happened. Although Li Xian didn't deliberately chop his head, it's an indisputable fact that his body was chopped into minced meat. The vitality is unexpectedly strong. Li Xian looked at him with a look of rubbish under the extremely fearful eyes of the multi-handed ghost. If the ghost in the ancestral hall had been hit like this, he would have been dead. This one is really good. He was lucky not to die. Let's leave it to Tanjiro. Until Li Xian left, the multi-handed ghost was endlessly grateful. Although he didn't know why the ghost-killing swordsman who hated ghosts so much wanted to let him go, it was his stupidity to let himself live. The multi-handed ghost's face of fear gradually twisted. The despair and Li Xian's unparalleled strength just now have been deeply engraved in his heart, but it also made him feel extremely humiliated and angry. Although I can't kill you, but I will kill your compatriots. I will hunt those guys wearing masks. The multi-handed demon didn't think that every masked guy had the strength of Li Xian. He must be just an exception. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed so many masked guys and lived well. How stupid. I killed so many people wearing the same mask, but you still let me go. How stupid. Thinking about it, the multi-handed demon's body has returned to its original state, and a twisted smile appeared on his face. At this time, the multi-handed demon smelled the breath of people, and Tanjiro was fighting with 4 demons not far away. When he got closer, the fox mask on Tanjiro's head made the multi-handed demon's eyes red, and Tanjiro's strength did not make him feel the slightest fear, so he rushed up again without hesitation. Then after a fierce battle, he hit GG again, but this time no one let him go, and Tanjiro actually killed the multi-handed demon on the spot. When the final selection was on the 3rd day, a turbaned demon slayer logistics staff appeared in front of Li Xian. What's the matter? Li Xian shook off the blood stains on the Nichiren sword in his hand and said calmly to the person in front of him. This logistics team member had cold sweat on his forehead. How could the pressure of facing this person be as great as the pressure of facing those pillars? Send the Lord's order, and summon Li Xian, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, to the mansion to meet. A respectful voice came out of his mouth. Hearing this, Li Xian was a little surprised. You passed it already? It's only the 3rd day. Yes, you have become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Just kidding, how many ghosts have you killed on Fujiki Mountain in 3 days? If you continue to kill, how will you be selected in the next final selection? The logistics team member couldn't help but complain in his heart. Many years ago, there was also a person like this. Although that person did not pass the final selection in the end, it was still a bit troublesome that almost all the ghosts on the mountain died, but it was a pity that that person did not pass the selection. In fact, the person the logistics team members were thinking of was the soul who guided Tanjiro, the dead Satoshi from the same class as Tomioka Gyuu. Satoshi killed almost all the demons on Fujiki Mountain. When he was exhausted, he fought against the multi-handed demon to save Gyuu. He was killed without noticing, so this became a hurdle that Tomioka Gyuu could never get over in his life. The main task has been completed, do you want to return? The voice of the Lord suddenly sounded in Li Xian's mind. He killed a demon and joined the Demon Slayer Corps, which means that the main task has been completed and he can return. No. Li Xian immediately rejected the reminder to return. There are still more than 2 years, no rush. Then let's go. Li Xian said, putting the Nichiren sword back into the scabbard, and motioning the person in front of him to lead the way. The two walked down the mountain along the mountain road, and when they passed the square where they had stopped before, they found that the twins were still there. So Li Xian went forward and asked them to tell him about himself after Tanjiro passed. After the twins nodded in agreement, Li Xian was free from worries. After 2 days of travel, the two finally arrived at the mansion where the Lord was. That is the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The location is extremely secret, located in the mountains and dense forests. Anyway, Li Xian would not be able to remember it if he did not deliberately remember it. There are also many wisteria flowers blooming around the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to prevent the invasion of demons. From the fact that Muzan searched for the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters for 1,000 years and failed to find the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, we can imagine how secret its location is. Meet the Lord? Li Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He still wanted the predictive ability inherited by the Yubayashiki family. Find a chance to touch him. The accompanying logistics team had left, and Li Xian walked slowly into the yard with the fragrance of flowers. A man and a woman in kimono stood in the yard, with their backs to Li Xian, so Li Xian did not see their faces, but Li Xian knew that the man was the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Yoya, and the woman was his wife. As if they heard Li Xian's footsteps, Yubayashiki Yoya and his wife slowly turned around. That's right, the disfigured face and blind eyes were indeed Yubayashiki Yoya. Li Xian stood still, and at this moment, an invisible momentum unconsciously spread from his body to the surroundings. Oh! Although he couldn't see it, Yubayashiki could still clearly feel the overwhelming sense of deterrence around him. However, he, who had been in power for a long time, did not have the slightest attitude of being embarrassed. Instead, he had a little understanding of Li Xian's strength level in his heart. Is there the strength of the pillar? Yubayashiki smiled, happy that the Demon Slayer Corps would add another powerful fighter. Your trainer is the former water pillar, right? Li Xian withdrew his momentum and turned into an ordinary person in an instant. The purpose of emitting momentum is not to give a warning, but to let Yubayashiki have a clear understanding of his own strength. In this way, it is easier to accept the request. For example, let yourself contact all the pillars? Yes, my master Urokadaka Seikanji. Li Xian replied. Mr. Seikanji really cultivated an incredible seedling. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled slightly. Even Yubayashiki Yoya couldn't help but feel happy. No matter when, the Demon Slayer Corps is short of manpower. It is extremely easy for demons to be born, but every bit of combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps requires years of accumulation. Therefore, every bit of combat power is extremely important, not to mention the pillar-level combat power. The stronger the Demon Slayer Corps is with a new pillar-level combat power, the more people they can protect, and the greater the chance of winning in the battle with demons. This is the important reason why Yubayashiki Yoya has such a state of mind at this time. You have officially joined the Demon Slayer Corps now. You will be assigned a crow. It will tell you when there is a mission. Yubayashiki spoke slowly, carrying an inexplicable and convincing magic. As his voice fell, a pitch-black crow flew across the sky and landed on Li Xian's shoulder. Crows are a kind of crows trained by the Demon Slayer Corps that have a certain IQ and can speak. The information transmission between the Demon Slayer Corps basically relies on crows. Li Xian stroked the crow's head with his fingers, and the crow also rubbed Li Xian's fingers dependently. Let's call you Painted Crow. Li Xian casually named the crow. I will make a sun wheel sword for you later, cough. It seems that he has been outside for too long, and Yubayashiki's condition is a little bad, and he coughed a few times. Yubayashiki's wife looked at him worriedly, and tried to help him back to the mansion. Yubayashiki Yoya waved his hand to indicate that it was not necessary. You should go back and rest, my lord. A spirited voice came from the side. Li Xian turned his head to look. The person who came had long yellow hair with red ends, thick black sword-like eyebrows, and bright eyes. He was wearing a coffee-colored Demon Slayer Corps uniform and a white haori with a flame symbol on the end of the haori. One of the 9 pillars, the Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro. Chapter 13. The new pillars of the army are in a state of chaos. In the Demon Slayer Corps, the condition for becoming a pillar is to kill 50 demons or defeat one of the 12 demon moons. But now the strength of the 9 pillars obviously exceeds the strength limited by this condition, and each of them is not a pushover. Just like the 12 demon moons cannot be compared with the 12 demon moons, the pillars cannot be generalized. Maybe the strength was not that strong when they first became pillars, but after years of tempering, this generation of pillars is undoubtedly a very powerful one. And the strength of Rengoku Kyojuro is also ranked among the pillars. Undoubtedly powerful, a strong man who has touched the supreme realm. Even the upper 3 of the 12 demon moons could not hide their admiration for this man after fighting with Kyojuro in the subsequent plot, and wanted to turn Rengoku Kyojuro into a demon many times. Li Xian's intuition also foreshadowed the power of the flame pillar in front of him. Perhaps it would be difficult for him to defeat this man without using his demonization ability. Flame pillar. Li Xian murmured. You know me. Rengoku Kyojuro had very sensitive hearing and heard Li Xian's murmur. Li Xian nodded, I heard from my master. Urokadaka Kanji naturally didn't say that, it was just an excuse made up by Li Xian. It just so happens that you two can get to know each other first. Yubayashiki was supported by his wife and said with a gentle smile. Okay, Lord, you should go in and rest quickly. Rengoku Kyojuro said with concern. The Yubayashiki family was cursed because of the birth of the ghost Musen. Although each heir of the Yubayashiki family can obtain the ability of short-term foresight, they are seriously ill and have a short lifespan. Okay. Yubayashiki responded and returned to the house. Seeing the Lord go back to rest, Rengoku asked Li Xian, what is your name? Li Xian. Li Xian. Rengoku Kyojuro smiled on his energetic face, I also felt the momentum you just showed, you are very strong. Do you want to spar with me? Forget sparring, Mr. Rengoku. Li Xian was really not interested in a battle where he was evenly matched and unsure. He only liked to play a crushing game. With the sign-in system, he could surpass others by just a little bit, so there was no need to spar with others. But a smile suddenly appeared on Li Xian's expressionless face. He stretched out his hand to Kyojuro and gestured for a handshake to express friendship. Kyojuro was disappointed when his request for a sparring match was rejected, but he still held Li Xian's hand enthusiastically, showing his goodwill. Please give me more advice in the future, Li Xian. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Okay. Li Xian said with a smile. Sign in successfully. Flame breathing mastery, one of the 5 basic breathings derived from the initial breathing sun breathing. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps can gain powerful combat power by practicing breathing methods, which is an important method to fight against demons. Although I didn't get in touch with Yubayashiki today and gain his predictive ability, signing in with the flame pillar to gain his flame breathing mastery is also a good choice. Tip: water breathing can be integrated with flame breathing. Then let's integrate. Li Xian said silently in his mind. Tip: water breathing expert and flame breathing mastery are at different levels, and the objects to be integrated need to be of the same level. Do we need to be at the same level? Li Xian's proficiency in water breathing has long surpassed the mastery level and reached the expert level, but because of this, Li Xian did not have the luck to sign in for the expert of fire breathing, and only signed in for the mastery level, so he could not integrate the two for a while. Then he could only. Li Xian moved his eyes to Rengoku Kyojuro's face and said slowly, I suddenly changed my mind. Can I stay with Mr. Rengoku and learn from each other every day? Of course. Rengoku nodded and agreed instantly. Although he didn't know why Li Xian suddenly changed his mind, he was still happy to be able to learn from someone with similar strength. Rengoku Kyojuro's current mission is to protect the Lord and serve as a line of defense against sudden ghost invasions, so he didn't go out to perform the mission. But for Rengoku, staying in one place every day is inevitably a bit boring, and having a learning partner to accompany him can also relieve some boredom. Will you learn now? Rengoku asked energetically. Let's start tomorrow. I'm a little tired today. Li Xian evaded. Well. Let's go, Li Xian. Then, Kyojuro led Li Xian to his home, arranged an empty room for him, and told the team members in charge of logistics to take good care of the newcomer before leaving. Zhang! The iron blades collided with a violent sound. They were two Nichiren swords, one bright red and the other deep blue. A powerful force burst out from the intersection of the Nichiren blades, affecting everything around, and the strong wind swept around in a circular shape. The two people holding the Nichiren swords retreated at the same time after the handover, lowering the blades. You have improved so fast. Li Xian. Rengoku Kyojuro held the Nichiren sword engraved with Evil Demon Slayer and felt the numbness on his arm, and couldn't help but admire it. Li Xian laughed and said, "No, no, Mr. Rengoku." He was wearing the Demon Slayer core uniform that he had modified to be much looser. The azure sun blade in his hand emitted a deep and mysterious light. Combined with Li Xian's own appearance and temperament, he looked very handsome. When you first came, your sword power was slightly insufficient to fight me, but now it is obviously much stronger than me. Rengoku Kyojuro said while waving the sword to relieve the numbness in his arm. That's because Mr. Rengoku hasn't used the breathing method yet. You are the same. Kyojuro's eyes were bright and energetic. We didn't use the breathing method, but now your strength has surpassed me by a lot. The progress in this month is simply rapid. While he was amazed, he couldn't help but think of the pillar of the clouds who became a pillar in a few months. But Mujiro's strength slowed down when it reached a certain level, but Li Xian's strength was like a torrent that never stopped. It was simply terrible. Overpraise, overpraise. Li Xian sheathed the sun blade, walked forward, and habitually extended his hand to Rengoku Kyojuro. Rengoku also shook Li Xian's hand enthusiastically. This has become their habitual behavior after daily exchanges. After the exchange, they shook hands to express friendship. Of course, this is just what Rengoku thought. Sign in successfully. Obtained breathing of fire mastery, can be superimposed. Superimposed. Obtained breathing of fire expert. Breathing of fire expert can be integrated with breathing of water expert. Do you want to integrate? Integrated. Integrated successfully. Obtained unknown breathing method. Do you want to name it? Chapter 14. The first time, the second time. Seeing the information of the sign-in system, Li Xian tried to use the new breathing method and found that a breath of mist came out of his mouth. Mist? The result of the combination of the breath of fire and the breath of water is the breath of mist? Li Xian was surprised and immediately named this unknown breathing method the breath of mist. If the combination of the two basic breathing methods of fire and water is mist, what kind of breathing method should I get by integrating all the breathing methods? Will I get the initial origin of all breathing methods, the breath of the sun? Li Xian was a little curious. The next moment, Li Xian found that he could switch between the breath of water, the breath of fire and this new breath. This is good, after all, the breath of mist has not been explored yet. Li Xian thought. By the way, in this world, besides Tanjiro who can master two breathing methods later, is there anyone else who can master two breathing methods? If so, then there may be a trace of the breathing method that is combined. Mr. Rengoku, has anyone mastered two basic breathing methods and combined them before? So, Li Xian asked Rengoku Kyojuro. Two breathing methods. Rengoku thought and said, it seems that there has not been so far. Only swordsmen have mastered one basic breathing method and derived other breathing methods. Why do you ask? Li Xian did not respond, but drew out the sun wheel sword again, half raising the blade with one hand. The water breathing method is running. The gurgling water appears to flow on the blade. The next moment, the water disappears. The flame breathing method is running. The blazing flames bloom and burn on the blade. Seeing this, Rengoku Kyojuro showed a surprised look on his face. Then, the flames disappeared. The mist breathing method is running. A faint mist emerges from the blade. Mist? Kyojuro asked suspiciously. The breathing method stopped and the mist disappeared. This is the result of the combination of the water-breathing method and the fire-breathing method. I call it the mist-breathing method. Li Xian said. The name is very appropriate. Kyojuro smiled. No wonder you asked me for the practice method of the fire-breathing method before. It turned out that you wanted to try to practice another basic breathing method. Yes. In order to dispel Kyojuro's doubts, Li Xian had already made preparations. Can't other people practice 2 basic breathing methods? Li Xian asked. Yes. Kyojuro nodded. After each of us practices a basic breathing method, we can't master other breathing methods. Now it seems that you should have a special physique. Then you can't borrow the things of the mist breathing method from others. Li Xian was a little disappointed. Cack. At this time, Li Xian's exclusive flew from the sky and landed on his shoulder. Are there any tasks? Li Xian turned his head to look at the lacquer crow. The Shifang family outside Kyoto has discovered a man-eating demon. Please ask Li Xian, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, to go and kill it as soon as possible. Ah! I wanted to stay a little longer and try this breathing method with the flame pillar. Go ahead. Rengoku Kyojuro said, this should be your first mission, come on. Okay, Mr. Rengoku. Li Xian responded. After the mission, come and have a serious sparring with me, the kind that uses all your strength. I am looking forward to fighting with you. Kyojuro said with a smile. A full-strength duel. Okay. Li Xian reluctantly nodded in acceptance. After all, I have been fleecing them for so long, and I always feel a little uneasy if I don't even agree to this request. The Demon Slayer Corps' logistics are very good. They have prepared the necessary items for Li Xian on the road and planned everything on the way. Li Xian only needs to carry a few things he needs before he can set off. Before leaving, Li Xian visited the Lord and touched him in the form of a handshake, but for the first time, he did not sign in what he needed, nor did he sign in the ability of short-term foresight of the Yubayashiki family. Since there was no way to sign in, Li Xian could only ask about Tanjiro's recent situation. It must be said that the intelligence ability of the founder of the Demon Slayer Corps is really strong, and he knows a lot of things about Tanjiro clearly. Therefore, Li Xian learned that Tanjiro is also performing tasks near Kyoto in this mission. After the mission is completed, I will go to see him by the way. Li Xian thought so. What do you think of Tanjiro's sister? Before Li Xian said goodbye, the lord sitting on the bed spoke. The atmosphere around seemed to condense in an instant. Mrs. Yubayashiki, who was serving beside him, even breathed carefully. She won't eat people, I think so. Li Xian said. The Demon Slayer Corps will not allow members to protect demons. You will allow it, my lord. Hearing Li Xian's words, Yubayashiki Yoya was silent for a while before continuing, the pillars will not agree. Tanjiro and I have the same master. Li Xian's meaning was very clear, his position was on Tanjiro's side. After years of getting along, he has already regarded Tanjiro as a friend. The pillars will not agree, then let them agree. Is that so? Yubayashiki Yoya pondered. Then I'm leaving, my lord. Li Xian said goodbye and left the mansion. Abnormal progress speed, strong strength, compatible with the 2 basic breathings, A and D mist breathing. Yubayashiki Yoya looked at Li Xian's departing figure, his expression was calm, and I don't know what he was thinking. Woo woo woo. The sound of a coal train that only appeared in movies and TV dramas came to my ears. Li Xian sat in a seat in a carriage of the train, looking at the slide-like scene outside the window. This mission is outside Kyoto. The distance is a bit far, so Li Xian was given a train ticket, and there will be a special person to guide the location after arrival. This can be regarded as the importance that the Demon Slayer Corps attaches to Li Xian. Normal swordsmen will not receive such treatment. Li Xian was tired of the scenery outside the window and closed his eyes to rest in his seat, and the details of the mission flashed through his mind. The details of this mission are that many members of the Shifang family outside Kyoto suddenly disappeared recently. When they were found, only some remnants such as clothes were found. It is suspected that a ghost appeared, so Li Xian was sent to solve it. There is only so much information, which is pitifully little. He has to investigate it himself. Life without the internet is so sad. Unconsciously, Li Xian's thoughts were distorted. The speed of the train was much slower than that of Li Xian, who had experienced the new era of transportation in the Celestial Empire, but Neon Country was only this big, and Kyoto was not that far away, so Li Xian arrived at the destination soon after closing his eyes to rest. Woo woo woo, steam. The train stopped at the station. Li Xian noticed on the train that a woman in the uniform of a logistics member of the Demon Slayer Corps was standing upright at the side of the platform. At this time, Li Xian was not wearing the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, so the logistics member did not recognize Li Xian. It was not until Li Xian walked in front of her that she reacted and bowed respectfully. She heard that although the person in front of her had just joined the Demon Slayer Corps not long ago, he was very strong. With strong strength, he took the initiative to join the Demon Slayer Corps to kill demons and protect others. Such a person naturally won her respect. Chapter 15. The two sides of the border are still in chaos. Walking on the road to the suburbs with a logistics team member named Hayakawa Tada, Li Xian asked, "Have you done a little investigation?" "Yes." Hayakawa Tada's voice came out from under the mask. The first disappearance of a member of the Shifang family occurred after a transaction with a businessman. "What about the businessman?" "Disappeared, no trace can be found." "Is there anything unusual about the Shifang family?" "Many members of the entire Shifang family have disappeared. Now the people in the family are in panic. Some people can't stand it anymore and have left the tribe." "Well, I know, leave the rest to me." "Thank you for your trouble." Hayakawa Tada bowed respectfully again. In order to shorten the walking time, Li Xian specifically asked Hayakawa Tadako about the location of the Shifang family, intending to rush there first. After all, Hayakawa Tadako was just an ordinary person, and her speed was too slow. "I'll go first," Li Xian said to Hayakawa Tadako. "Okay." Then Li Xian used the breathing method, and his figure moved forward like a shadow. When he passed by pedestrians, they thought it was just a gust of wind. With Li Xian's speed, he soon arrived at the door of a mansion. "There is a smell." Li Xian shrugged his nose. He smelled the smell of ghosts from the sensitive sense of smell signed by Tanjiro and Urokodakase Kanji. Sure enough, there is a ghost. Knock on the door. A woman in a red kimono opened the door and came out. Seeing that it was someone she didn't know, she couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "I'm here to solve the problem of your family members disappearing." Hearing Li Xian's words, the woman's face lit up and said, "Please come in." Hayakawa Tadako had greeted the people of the Shifang family, so the other party didn't take precautions. Li Xian didn't hesitate and stepped in. "I'll take you to the room to rest first, and then report to the head of the family." The woman took Li Xian to a clean room and asked him to wait there. After Li Xian nodded, she bowed and left. Not long after, a man with a stern face came to the door of Li Xian's room. "Hello, sir. I'm Shifang Zheng, the head of the Shifang family. Come in." Li Xian sat facing Shifang Zheng. "Sir, you are a member of the Demon Slayer Corps organization, right?" Li Xian nodded. "Recently, many people in the family have disappeared. Although I think it should be the work of thieves or clan enemies, my wife thinks it is the work of ghosts, so I asked you to come." Shifang Zheng said slowly, revealing his distrust of the person in front of him. "Yes, the news of ghosts is blocked. For most people, it is just a folk legend without concrete basis. Otherwise, the Demon Slayer Corps would not be just a folk organization with hundreds of members." Li Xian understood what Shifang Zheng meant. He thought that ghosts were just imaginary things, and he was just a charlatan who swindled people. "Where is your wife?" Li Xian asked. "Since this person doesn't believe it, let's find someone who does." "My wife is resting, so I came here." Sifang Zheng said, "I will give you some money. Can you return the same way?" "Ha!" Li Xian couldn't help laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Sifang Zheng's voice suddenly turned cold, and his attitude changed instantly. "I just think it's interesting." Li Xian held his chin and joked, "Hey! Patriarch of the Sifang family, do you think there will be such a thing? Since the patriarch of a family does not believe in the existence of ghosts, will he come to receive them in person if only his wife believes it?" "You!" It seemed that Li Xian's words stimulated him. Sifang Zheng was furious and slammed the table directly. "If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. Damn it!" Before he finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck. When he looked closely, he found that the dark blue blade was already on his neck. "You are obviously a person, why do you work for ghosts?" Li Xian leaned over and whispered in Sifang Zheng's ear. You. Sifang Zheng's voice trembled, and he couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. "Do you want to die?" Li Xian had a smile on his face, but the words he said were like the cold wind in winter, piercing people to the bone. "No!" Sifang Zheng shouted. "Then tell me, what's the situation with the Sifang family?" "I can't tell you." "I'll die," Sifang Zheng said in fear. "Will you die if you tell me?" "I don't know, but if you don't tell me, I will definitely cut you with a knife." "I'll tell you." Li Xian retracted the blade and sat back in his original place, still with a gentle smile on his face. Sifang Zheng didn't dare to sit down again, shrinking his head and speaking timidly, "I am indeed the head of the Sifang family, but I am the successor after the death of the previous head." The previous head made a porcelain deal with a mysterious businessman, but he didn't expect that the other party was a man-eating evil ghost. He was eaten alive by the evil ghost and died. Then the evil ghost threatened me to work for him and cover up his cannibalism. It's still a ghost that can develop sustainably. Li Xian thought that normal ghosts would eat people directly without caring about so much. This ghost should know that if the cannibalism is exposed, it will attract the people of the Demon Slayer Corps to come and destroy him. Originally, it wouldn't be a problem for a few people to disappear every once in a while, but I don't know why. Recently, the appetite of that evil ghost has become bigger and bigger. There are too many missing people. I can't cover up the news. And your arrival should be caused by a member of the tribe. "Ha!" Li Xian sneered, "So your job is to clean up the mess for the ghosts?" "I was threatened, so I had no choice," Sifang Zheng said with his head down. "To be honest, I can smell a lie. There is nothing wrong with your other words, but you lied about the threat." Hearing this, Sifang Zheng looked up in astonishment. "Let me guess, you are not the successor at all, but a scum who has surrendered to the evil ghosts and worked for them in order to become the head of the family. You came to see me directly, and used words with obvious loopholes to confuse me, pretending to be angry and forcing me to take action, most likely to see whether the people of the Demon Slayer Corps are really strong. If they are strong, they will use the words of being threatened by ghosts to let the people of the Demon Slayer Corps kill the ghosts. If not, they will choose to get rid of or drive away the ghost hunters, and then continue to work for the ghosts." Speaking of this, Li Xian couldn't help but think of Tanjiro. If he encountered such a thing, he would most likely fall into the trap and spare the other party after the other party made a 9 truth and 1 false statement of being threatened by a ghost and begged for mercy. After all, although Tanjiro's sense of smell is sensitive, it is still not as good as Li Xian's superposition and fusion of the sense of smell of Urokodakase Kanji and Tanjiro. And I can smell more than that, there is also a breath of a ghost rushing towards this side quickly. Li Xian's words stopped here. Suddenly, the air in the whole room seemed to condense, and it was so oppressive that it made people breathless. Sifangjen did not move, and the surprised expression on his face became a little gloomy. Bang! The door was suddenly knocked open, and a fishy smell came to his face, and a big mouth covered with minced meat bit towards Li Xian's face. Water breathing, 7th type Shizuka wave ripple. Before the plain words were finished, the azure tip of the knife had already stretched out quickly, like a stone sinking into the water, suddenly piercing the neck of the attacking ghost, and creating waves around it. The tip of the knife pierced the ghost's neck, and the head flew up, with the hideous face forever fixed on the flying head. Chapter 16. The sun was shining brightly, and the ghost was in the air. The sun blade carried the power of the sun and made the ghost's body dissipate like smoke. Li Xian looked at Sifangjen, who had retreated to the door, and asked, "Your threat has been eliminated. What are you going to do now?" Sifangjen did not reply, but fled desperately, shouting, "Sir, help me, sir! Is there someone behind him?" Li Xian looked at the place where the evil ghost he had killed died. "Is this just cannon fodder?" He did not use the breathing method to catch up, but followed behind Sifangjen slowly. Sifangjen's shouting alarmed many of the remaining members of the Sifang family. They thought that the rumored man-eating evil ghost had appeared, and they surrounded this side with swords, spears and halberds. "Quick! Kill him! Kill him! Our people disappeared because of him. He is a man-eating evil ghost!" Sifangjen shouted at the top of his voice. The people of the Sifang family looked at each other in bewilderment. Although the man behind him was holding a long sword, his clean clothes and handsome face did not show that he was a man-eating evil ghost. However, compared with outsiders who had never seen them, the people of the Sifang family were still inclined to their own head, who had just taken office. They gradually surrounded Li Xian with weapons. Tisk! Li Xian curled his lips. This group of people were just members of the Sifang family who were kept in the dark. It would be a bit unreasonable to kill them all. But he couldn't just get away like this. The next moment, Li Xian's sun-wheel sword quietly turned over, with the back of the sword facing up. Water breathing, type 4 strike tide. The sound of running water suddenly rang out, and the azure water flowed, forming waves of water that attacked the people who surrounded them. All those touched by the water rolled their eyes up and slowly fell to the ground. One by one, the weapons in their hands fell to the ground with a clanging sound. When everyone fell to the ground, Sifangjen was gone. But Li Xian was not in a hurry. The smell of Sifangjen was still clearly lingering in front of his nose. He just had to follow the smell. He walked towards Sifangjen step by step, until he came to a room with a closed door. Li Xian's nose shrugged, and he confirmed again that Sifangjen was inside. But there was no other smell. Where is his master? Li Xian walked to the door and cut the door open with 2 knives. Looking inside, there was a pile of porcelain in the hall, and Sifangjen was talking anxiously to a certain porcelain. The porcelain was a pot, all white with bright red patterns of flowers and branches. "My lord! That ghost hunter is too powerful. You need to kill him. My lord! He's coming. My lord! Help me! My lord, help me!" Sifangjen saw the door being cut open and the ghost hunter stepped in, and his voice gradually became louder. "Hee hee!" Suddenly, a laugh came from the pot. Hearing the response, Sifangjen's face was happy. The breath of a ghost. Li Xian stopped. It's still a powerful ghost. The next moment, a hand as small as a baby suddenly stretched out from the pot. The little hand suddenly grabbed Sifangjen, who was looking happy. "My lord! My lord, I am your servant," Sifangjen said in fear. But the little hand didn't care about Sifangjen's reaction at all, and quickly lifted Sifangjen up and shrunk into the pot. Normally, the opening of the pot couldn't fit a person, but the little hand seemed to have endless power, squeezing Sifangjen's flesh and blood into the mouth of the pot. Sifangjen didn't die immediately, but died completely after a tragic howl. After a while, the pot returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Flame breathing, Type 5 Flame Tiger. Flame breathing was running. This was the first time Li Xian used flame breathing, but the signing in skill was engraved in his bones and would not be unfamiliar. The blazing flames attached to the blade. As the sun wheel sword was swung, a ball of flames burst out, forming a roaring mighty flame tiger head, swallowing the pot. But just before the impact, the pot suddenly jumped up, did a Thomas spin in the air, and landed swayingly. The slash of the flame tiger was thus avoided. That was a close call. A somewhat gloomy and mocking voice came from the pot. Then, a person with a white body. The eyeballs are yellow, the lips are green, the two mouths are located at the position of the eyes, the tongue is sticking out, the eyes are located at the forehead and mouth, a few small arms are hanging from the hair part of the head, and a half-body ghost with purple fish fins all over the head emerges from the pot. The upper body of the ghost is connected to the pot, as if it is one with the pot. Li Xian raised his eyebrows when he saw the ghost in front of him. It is really a big fish. His mind was surging. He recognized the identity of the ghost in front of him. The fifth of the 12 ghost moons, the Jade Pot. A scary guy. One of the strongest in the ghost camp. Maybe if I met this guy a few months ago, I would not have the possibility of winning. But, now, it is not certain. Li Xian's eyes were sharp, and he held the sun wheel sword. After all, in the original work, Yu Hu was killed by Tokaido Muichiro, who opened the stripes, and at this time, Li Xian had already surpassed the stripes under normal combat power. Therefore, Li Xian has considerable confidence. Hey, are you going to kill me now? You ghost hunters are really weird. Didn't you just eat some people? Yu Hu said meanly. What's the matter with Sifangjeng? Li Xian did not rush to attack, but asked. A stupid guy. I saw that he highly praised my art, gave him a chance to offer food, and made a little ghost to help him a little, but I didn't expect that he had offered less and less blood food during this period, so I let him make up for it himself. But it doesn't matter, just for fun. Yu Hu didn't know what he was thinking, but he actually answered the question. Li Xian was about to continue talking, but intuition sent a dangerous message. He didn't doubt him and was alert. The next moment, a bunch of fish with sharp teeth and beaks suddenly emerged from the pots in a pile of porcelain placed beside Li Xian, and attacked Li Xian. Blood Demon Art Bite Fish. Ah, yes, the jade pot can move back and forth freely in the pot it made and release attacks. Li Xian reacted. However, because he was alert, this sudden attack did not make Li Xian lose his composure. Breathing of Flame, form of the 4 vortex of rising flame. Just like the characters in the animation, Li Xian always has the habit of saying the names of the moves when using them, which can be regarded as a kind of interest. The flames rose, and with the slashing, whirlpools formed around Li Xian, protecting his entire body under the shield formed by the whirlpool of flames. The moment the fierce fish rushed into the whirlpool, they were swept and roasted by the flames, and fell like snowflakes. Chapter 17. The old man was so angry that he couldn't help. Tisk, didn't it work? Yu Hu stopped the useless spell and twisted his body, and even the pot under him swayed with his twisting. You are a very powerful ghost hunter. Could it be the pillar? Li Xian remained silent and didn't reply. After the surrounding flames gradually dissipated, he casually chopped the pot that Yu Hu used to release the spell into pieces with a knife. Yu Hu thought he had acquiesced, and a strange look of excitement appeared on his face. Ah! Lord Musen! To show my loyalty! This pillar will definitely die at my hands. Suddenly, his little hand took out a pot with a water grass pattern from somewhere, and the mouth of the pot was facing Li Xian. Blood Demon Art 1000 Needles Fish Killing. Instantly, brightly colored goldfish emerged from the mouth of the pot, with strange expressions, puffed cheeks, and swam in the air as if in water. This trick. Li Xian recalled the comic clip about the jade pot in his mind. Be careful. The puffed cheeks of the goldfish swelled even bigger, like inflated balloons, and the next moment, the cheeks suddenly shrank again, and sharp long needles spit out from the mouths of the fish and shot towards Li Xian. Hide. Li Xian thought about how to deal with it. No, the range is too large. Use the flame vortex again. Without hesitation, the flame breathing was activated again, the sun wheel sword was swung again, and the vortex of blazing flames surged again, surrounding Li Xian. What Li Xian didn't expect was that the long needle actually penetrated the obstruction of the vortex and shot towards Li Xian with huge kinetic energy. Didn't I block it? Thoughts surged in an instant. Water breathing, Form 3, flowing dance. The blazing flames on the blade of the sun blade instantly turned into gurgling water. Changing the breathing method would have been a huge burden on people. This was the case when Tanjiro in the animation switched from water breathing to sun breathing during the battle at Spider Mountain, and he had almost no power to recover. But for Li Xian, both water breathing and fire breathing were skills that came with signing in. They came when they were used and went away when they were not used. There would be no such consequences. As the words fell, he danced with the water, leaping, dancing, taking elegant steps, dodging long needles one by one. Some long needles that were not dodged in time were cut off by the blade that swung as he danced. And after dodging and cutting off all the long needles, his steps still did not stop, carrying the wave-like water to approach the jade pot. Facing the approach of the ghost hunter, Yahoo was not nervous at all. Instead, he smiled and took out a new pot from somewhere. Blood Demon Art Octopus Pot Hell. Suddenly, giant octopus tentacles emerged from the mouth of the pot and rushed towards Li Xian, as if to surround him and crush him to death. Water breathing, Type 2 Water Wheel. In a flash, Li Xian's knife changed, and his whole body turned upside down in the air. The water was like a rolling water wheel, swinging and slashing on an octopus tentacle. The octopus tentacles were very soft, and the water wheel slash did not cause much damage even if it was slashed on them. But it became a leverage point, allowing Li Xian to turn back and jump out of the strangling range of the giant octopus tentacles. It's really powerful, the pillar of the Demon Slayer core, ha ha ha. Yahoo twisted his body and laughed. A bit troublesome. Li Xian stared at Yahoo and thought. I originally thought that I, who possessed the breathing of water and the breathing of fire, must be much stronger than Tokaido Muchiro who had activated the marks. Although I couldn't easily defeat Yahoo, it shouldn't be difficult. But after a few moves, Li Xian felt a little pressure. I should be able to kill him. After all, I know many of his moves. And just now it was just a tentative move. But I'm still used to crushing him with one sword. The thought of grossly development flashed through Li Xian's mind, but he quickly extinguished it. It's not easy to meet an upper rank, it would be a pity if I just let him go. But, although I can kill, it doesn't meet my idea. In fact, Li Xian's goal is not to kill Yahoo, but to capture Yahoo alive and use it as a daily sign-in item. Let's not worry about whether to kill or capture him alive. Let's try it first. The azure blue Nichiren sword was raised, and a faint mist emerged from the blade. Mist breathing. Seeing the mist gradually thicken, Li Xian suddenly remembered that the mist column seemed to produce mist when using mist breathing. However, his mist breathing was derived from wind breathing. And his mist breathing is a combination of water breathing and fire breathing. But there should be something in common. Let's find a chance to ask. Then, Li Xian increased the degree of breathing. The fog in the hall became thicker and thicker, covering the entire space, and it was almost impossible to see everything around. Mist. Yu-Hu looked at the rapidly spreading fog, and an ominous premonition emerged in his heart. This fog can't be allowed to spread anymore. His hands gradually increased, and the number reached 10, and each arm held a pot with a pattern of sticky fish. Blood Demon Art 10,000 Sliding Air Sticky Fish. As soon as the voice fell, Long strips of sticky fish with sharp teeth gushed out from the mouth of the pot like a fountain, tens of thousands, covering the sky. Each sharp-toothed sticky fish is extremely fierce, and its body fluids also contain terrifying poisons, which will enter the body of others as soon as the skin touches it. Countless sticky fish bit towards Li Xian. But the next moment, Yu-Hu could not feel the joy of the sticky fish, which meant that there was no one at that location. Gone. Yu-Hu wondered, and after a little sensing, he found that even the breath of people had disappeared. Then, he aimed the pot at the surroundings, and more sharp-toothed sticky fish gushed out, filling the entire hall. At the same time, the fog had filled the entire space, and everything around was covered by thick fog. Countless sharp-toothed sticky fish attacked every direction of the hall. But the result was empty. Escaped. Yu-Hu stopped the output of blood ghost art and kept looking around. All he saw was white fog. At least the people in the hall had disappeared. Mist breathing, one form mist gradually clear. A plain voice suddenly came from the thick fog. Still there. Yu-Hu looked doubtful and suddenly turned his head to look in the direction where the voice came from. The thick fog in that direction suddenly swayed, and a deep blue sun wheel sword slashed away the thick fog in the hall, and slashed towards Yu-Hu's body with a flash of sword light. Yu-Hu only had time to tilt his head back to avoid being chopped off by the other party. Ah! Ah! As the sun wheel sword sank into Yu-Hu's body and cut off half of his shoulder, he screamed in anger and pain. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! Looking at Li Xian, who drew out the sun wheel sword and retreated, Yu-Hu's face became extremely ferocious and resentful, staring at the ghost hunter in front of him. Although the injury was healed in an instant, Yu-Hu still couldn't tolerate being chopped by the ghost hunter. And if his sword had chopped towards his neck just now, it was possible. Yu-Hu's pupils widened, and his whole body changed differently. He slowly walked out of the pot, showing his complete posture. Let me show you the perfect posture I extracted from the pot. You will be the third person to see this posture. I will torture you severely. The appearance of the jade pot was covered with scales harder than diamonds. There were webbed fingers between the long and thin fingers. The lower body was like a snake, exuding an extremely strange and evil aura. Bow down to the perfect and beautiful posture. He spoke with great confidence. Chapter 18. The second stage. Li Xian whispered as he looked at Yu-Hu, who was full of confidence. Li Xian also knew that Yu-Hu had a second stage, so he was not surprised. Instead, he was concerned about the breath of mist that he had just used. After the experiment just now, Li Xian understood the role of the thick fog. Blocking vision and confusing direction. This is the use of thick fog. The blood demon technique that Yu-Hu used just now did not actually attack every part of the hall. After entering the thick fog, those sharp-toothed sticky fish attacked in an unknown direction, but they thought the direction was correct. And the first type, the fog gradually brightens, is a move created by Li Xian himself. The experiment proved that the effect is good. Let's just decide it. Li Xian thought. The founder of mist breathing decided on the name of a move just like that. He still has many ideas to try. They are all the result of his wild imagination on the road before. But Yu-Hu has evolved to the second stage, and the strength seems a bit difficult to test. Forget it. I'll try it again after finding a weak ghost. Li Xian thought and recited in his mind. Start ghost transformation. Yu-Hu, who was still admiring his perfect body in the distance, was shocked in vain, and an inexplicable panic surged in his heart. He couldn't help but look at the ghost hunter who thought he couldn't escape. But he found that the other party had changed in an instant. The ghost hunter's black hair stretched to his shoulders, and the whites of his eyes suddenly turned black. His eyes were like a deep and silent abyss, swallowing everything and not seeing any life. His cheeks were covered with deep blood-red stripes, and the narrow flesh between his neck turned up, faintly emitting some kind of sinister eyes. What's going on? Yu-Hu screamed loudly, and his self-confidence suddenly loosened. The other party's aura, which was like a natural suppression of superior species to inferior scum, was washing his spirit all the time. Why are you a ghost? Moreover, this aura is like facing Lord Muzan. Yu-Hu felt that his world was collapsing. Li Xian tightened the sun wheel sword in his hand and felt an indescribable powerful force in his body. This was not the first time he turned into a ghost. He had turned into a ghost before, but the change was not like this, and the increase was not as big as it is now. It was so big that it seemed that he could kill the frightened Yu-Hu in front of him with a few knives. He was a little shocked by his current strength. Actually, this is normal. Li Xian, who has not transformed into a demon, already has top human strength, which can compete with powerful demons, not to mention becoming a demon queen. The power amplified by becoming a demon and the power possessed by humans are not as simple as 1 + 1, but even a qualitative change. Just like Kokushibo, one of the upper strings, who was originally a top swordsman who could use breathing techniques among humans, his strength after becoming a demon made him powerful enough to become one of the upper strings. The gap in strength between Kokushibo, one of the upper strings, and Yu-Hu, one of the upper strings, is as big as a cliff. Water breathing, first form, water surface / water breathing is running, and the gurgling water is attached, but the water seems to be accompanied by a touch of indissoluble black. Wait, wait! Yu-Hu yelled frantically, we are all ghosts. We are all ghosts. He was originally a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. After seeing the terrifying momentum and unmatched posture of the person in front of him, he couldn't even raise the heart to fight, and couldn't help but try to make a connection. But Li Xian didn't pay any attention. The dark blue water came to Yu-Hu in an instant, and the blade hidden in it cut through Yu-Hu's body. In an instant, Yu-Hu's proud fish scale body that was harder than diamond was cut from the upper left corner to the lower right corner of the body like cutting tofu. How could it be? Compared with the pain from his body, Yu-Hu was more confused that his body was cut off so easily. Wait! Yu-Hu begged for mercy with a face full of fear. But his hand reached out to Li Xian beside him. Li Xian, who entered the ghost state, reacted extremely quickly, and was cut off by the sun wheel sword before Yu-Hu's hand approached. He didn't want to be touched by Yu-Hu's hand, because Yu-Hu's god's hand could turn everything it touched into fish. How dishonest! Li Xian's voice was unusually hoarse at this moment, like the annoying mutterings of the underworld. He kept swinging the sun wheel sword, cutting off Yu-Hu's limbs, but perfectly avoided his neck. Yu-Hu had no other choice but to scream crazily. The opponent's speed and strength were far superior to his own, and there was a kind of natural aura of oppression, and for some reason, the opponent seemed to know his blood demon art very well. Whenever he took out the pot, the opponent would directly smash the pot, not giving him the opportunity to release the art. After the limbs were regenerated, they were directly cut off, not giving him the opportunity to resist. Yu-Hu could only hope that the opponent's physical strength would be exhausted. Even escaping was a luxury. He felt like a pet in a cage, being played with at will. The opponent could easily cut off his neck and kill him completely, but why did he play with him like this? Yu-Hu didn't understand, and the resentment in his heart reached the extreme. Why? Why? You are obviously a demon. A demon created by Muzan-sama. Why? Only the two mouths on his eye sockets could move, and he kept sticking out his tongue and roaring. But what responded to him was two knives that cut open his mouth. The world suddenly became quiet. In the entire hall, there was only the sound of swords cutting limbs. Li Xian was like a madman at this moment, silent and madly swinging the sun wheel sword in his hand. Yu-Hu's recovery speed was ridiculously fast, and Li Xian's sword swinging speed was also ridiculously fast. He swung dozens or hundreds of knives in 1 second. 1 minute passed, 10 minutes passed, 30 minutes passed, 1 hour passed. The physical strength of the ghost Li Xian seemed to never be exhausted. But Yu Hu's condition seemed to be getting worse and worse. The recovery speed of his limbs had become somewhat slow. Another few minutes passed. Yu Hu's limbs had completely stopped regenerating. Even the mouths in the two eye sockets only grew on one side. Only a limbless body was left lying weakly on the ground, unable to utter a word. Li Xian lifted the ghost state, and his body gradually returned to normal. He sheathed the sun blade and relaxed his tired arms. As expected, my hands still hurt after swinging so many swords. The vitality of ghosts is really scary. Li Xian lifted up the jade pot and looked at it. His cold and calm eyes formed a sharp contrast with the fearful eyes of the jade pot. The pupils reflecting the words Shangguo fluctuated violently, and the emotions of fear and terror seemed to fly out of his eyes. So, how should I put you away? Li Xian thought distressedly with his hand supporting his chin. By the way, let me remind you first, if you try to restore your hands and feet, I will chop you down to just below the neck, and then stuff you into the urinal. Don't you like the urinal the most? Li Xian smiled gently. But it seemed that he didn't smile at all. Chapter 19. The dead body was buried in the grave. Finally, Li Xian took a sack and stuffed the dying jade pot into it, tied it tightly, and then carried the sack on his back. Just before leaving the hall, Li Xian suddenly remembered something. Ah! What should I do with those people in the Sifang family who fainted or are now confused? Forget it, just talk to Hayakawa Takako and let them solve it. Li Xian planned to throw the matter directly to the logistics team of the Demon Slayer Corps. That's about it. Thank you for your help, Li Xian said to Hayakawa while carrying the sack. In order to simplify his words, he roughly said that Sifang Zhen colluded with the demon, failed to cooperate and was killed by the demon. Okay. Hayakawa Tianzi bowed again respectfully. She was also surprised at this time. She didn't even go to Sifang's house, and the matter was over. While sighing at the other party's strong strength, her respect for him deepened. Li Xian smiled kindly and left using the breathing method. Following the breath of people, Li Xian came to the prosperous center of the capital. The island country in the Taisho period is now in a stable period, with a thriving posture. The shops are diverse, and even though it is near dusk, they are still brightly lit and people come and go. Li Xian found a restaurant to eat, paid, and ordered a bowl of soba noodles to fill his stomach. Eating the things prepared by the logistics all the time will also make you tired. The jade pot in the sack seemed to be in a high mood because it came to a crowded place. But after Li Xian punched the sack a few times, he became quiet. After eating a bowl, Li Xian felt that his stomach was not full enough, so he ordered another bowl. Ah! There was a sudden shouting from the street outside the store. The chaotic sounds continued, as if there was a riot. Li Xian emptied the noodle soup and put down the bowl and chopsticks. His nose twitched, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was the smell of Tanjiro. What a coincidence! While performing the mission, although Li Xian wanted to meet Tanjiro by the way, he didn't expect to meet him by chance while eating noodles. Hey! The smell of a ghost. Li Xian smelled the smell of 3 ghosts and a ghost that suddenly appeared. The smell that suddenly appeared was very sudden, as if it came out of thin air. When he walked out of the door, he found that the street was already surrounded by people who were joining in the fun. So Li Xian squeezed in with his strength, and during the period, he met a few people who spoke rudely, and Li Xian knocked them out with one punch. Seeing this, the crowd quickly made way for this scary guy. But when Li Xian just saw a ghost struggling and howling in pain on the ground and Tanjiro who was suppressing the ghost, a burst of fragrance suddenly came, and everything around seemed to become like a dream, with butterflies swarming and flowers floating. Blood of bewitching visual dream fragrance. As the fragrance spread, the spirits and consciousness of passers-by seemed to be confused, their eyes were blurred, and their bodies were shaking. Blood demon art. Li Xian had a strong willpower and was slightly affected by this blood demon art. He only saw some strange pictures. He looked in the direction of the release of the art. There were two people standing there, a kimono woman who was scratching her arm with her fingers and bleeding, and a green-haired kimono boy. Li Xian's mind moved. These two were the two of the three ghosts he smelled just now. The picture of the memory in his mind emerged. Tamayo and Yoshiro. Two ghosts who can survive without eating people. He is also a good ghost who stands in the human camp and helps to defeat Muzan. Li Xian realized that this scene is exactly the first time Tanjiro saw Muzan. At this time, Muzan was found by Tanjiro hiding among ordinary people. Seeing the pendant of the breath of the sun on Tanjiro's ear, he was afraid, so he randomly chose a passerby to become a ghost to delay Tanjiro, and then left. Tanjiro was left alone to suppress the passerby who turned into a ghost and was questioned by law enforcement officers. The remaining smell that was smelled before was Muzan's. Li Xian thought. Even if you are facing someone who has turned into a ghost, you still use the word human. Tamayo approached Tanjiro and said calmly. Tanjiro's actions and words touched her heartstrings, so she helped him out. This boy made her feel touched. And you are going to help him, so let me help you too. Tamayo said elegantly, and the damage on her hand caused by the use of blood ghost art instantly recovered. Why? You are? Tanjiro was puzzled. Ask. He has smelled the smell of the ghost emanating from the person in front of him and realized the identity of the person in front of him. Yes, I am both a ghost and a doctor. Tamayo directly stated her identity, paused, and continued, I want to wipe out that man, Muzan. Her words were full of determination. Tamayo, who was once turned into a ghost by Muzan and lost her mind and killed her husband and son, was taken by Muzan because she was a doctor. She was also confused and lost her mind and hurt humans. Later, because Muzan was seriously injured by the strong man of the sun breathing, Tsugakoko Yoshiichi, hundreds of years ago, she took the opportunity to break away from Muzan's control and strive to kill Muzan. Me too. Li Xian, who was watching from the side, suddenly spoke. Who is it? Yoshiro was surprised. After hearing the voice, he couldn't help but subconsciously stand in front of his own Lord Tamayo. Is there anyone who is not affected by Lord Tamayo's blood demon art? Tamayo was also a little surprised and looked at Li Xian. A loose and somewhat baggy long dress, bangs that slightly cover the eyebrows, slightly delicate facial features, deep and cold eyes. Carrying a sack on her back, with a long sword hanging on her waist. The moment she saw the long sword, Tamayo recognized it as a Nichiren sword. After all, she had been dealing with the members of the Demon Slayer Corps for quite a while. Is he also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? But some members of the Demon Slayer Corps have attitudes towards demons. I am a demon. Tamayo revealed her identity again. She wanted to see the other party's attitude. If they had a head-on conflict, the other party would be unaffected by her blood demon art, which meant that their strength must be strong. In a conflict, she and Yoshiro would definitely not be opponents and could only run away. But in this case, she couldn't fight with this child. Tamayo glanced at Tanjiro with her peripheral vision without leaving a trace. But she found that the other party was looking at the Demon Slayer Corps member who suddenly appeared with a look of surprise. Know him? Li Xian. Tanjiro said in surprise. Sure enough, he knew him. It seems that there will be no conflict. Tamayo's heart gradually calmed down, but she still maintained basic vigilance. Long time no see, Tanjiro. Li Xian greeted Tanjiro first, and then said to Tamayo, I know you are a ghost, but I don't have the idea of must kill ghosts, so don't worry. He kept a gentle smile on his face, looking very kind. Hearing this, Tamayo said politely, in this case, can you two follow me? As soon as the voice fell, Yoshiro whispered to Tamayo behind him, Master Tamayo, that guy's smile makes me feel very uncomfortable, I can't trust him so easily. In response, Tamayo just shook her head at Yoshiro. Chapter 20. The two of them were in a mess, but the two of them were in a mess. I have to go find my sister first. Tanjiro thought of Nezuko, who was left in the Yuden shop. You guys should get this person treated first. Li Xian pointed at the unlucky passerby who was pinned down by Tanjiro. Okay. Tamayo nodded, signaling Yoshiro to subdue the unlucky guy. I'll let Yoshiro find you later. Okay. Li Xian responded and said to Tanjiro, let's go. I haven't seen Nezuko for a long time. I miss her. Tanjiro smiled and said, Nezuko misses you too. Friends who haven't seen each other for a long time met again, and Tanjiro's depressed mood due to seeing Muzan gradually improved. Although Li Xian and Tanjiro were not divided into senior and junior brothers under the guidance of Urokodakase Kanji, Li Xian's broad knowledge and mature mentality made Tanjiro inevitably treat Li Xian as a big brother type of role when getting along. With him around, I always feel at ease and happy. By the way, Li Xian, the ghost behind you. Tanjiro suddenly asked on the way. You noticed it? Li Xian shook the sack, as if it was a stress response, and the things in the sack trembled. The one inside is a very vicious and powerful evil ghost, which I caught alive. He explained. Then why didn't you kill this evil ghost? Tanjiro asked in confusion. Although he was kind and would sympathize with the ghost, he would not let the evil ghost go. This ghost has many other uses, just like the ghost you met in the final selection, it can be used to sharpen others. Is that so? Tanjiro said suddenly, and changed the topic to the final selection. Li Xian, you disappeared after the final selection. I thought you were in trouble. Fortunately, the two girls explained to me where you went. With my strength, what should I worry about? Li Xian boasted jokingly. Tanjiro nodded seriously, indeed. Gradually, the two walked to the front of the Yuden noodle shop. Woo-woo. Seeing her brother and Li Xian coming, Nezuko shouted in surprise and joy. Very energetic. Li Xian touched Nezuko's head and said gently. Nezuko lowered her head and accepted the touch. Nezuko really misses you, Li Xian. Tanjiro said with a smile. In Nezuko's memory, the last time she met Li Xian was in the ancestral hall. She never saw him again after she woke up from a coma. In addition, her brother kept talking about Li Xian these days, so she couldn't help but miss him. Let me touch it too. After Li Xian touched her head, Tanjiro also moved closer to touch Nezuko's head. But Nezuko hummed a few times and moved her head away to prevent Tanjiro from touching her. Suddenly, Tanjiro was petrified. Is it because you left her behind? Li Xian smiled as he watched the interaction between the two. I'm sorry, Nezuko, I left you alone. Tanjiro quickly said to Nezuko. Hee. Nezuko patted her brother's head happily, indicating that she had forgiven him. Hey, don't you want to eat Yuden? At this time, a bald boss appeared in the Yuden noodle shop. It's you. The bald boss screamed the moment he saw Tanjiro. He ran out of the store and said to Tanjiro fiercely, You are the guy who just dropped my Yuden. I will pay. Tanjiro said quickly. I don't care about the money, it's the Yuden. It's you who didn't eat my Yuden. And you. One biting the bamboo. The other holding the sack. Put them down. Eat Yuden. As the bald boss spoke, he extended his scope to Nezuko and Li Xian. Then give me a bowl. Li Xian smiled. Although it was not long after eating, it was not a problem to eat more. Give me 2 bowls. Boss. In order to prevent Nezuko from picking the bamboo, Tanjiro stood up in time and said with great momentum. Okay. The boss was inevitably startled and went back to the store to cook a few bowls of Yuden. Li Xian ate the noodles slowly, but Tanjiro ate 2 bowls in a few gulps. He looks very hungry, let's cook him 2 more bowls. Li Xian suggested to the boss. Okay. Hey. Tanjiro was stunned when he saw the 2 steaming bowls of udon noodles that were quickly brought to him. I can't eat any more. Tanjiro, with his big round belly, seemed to have turned into a cute character, and was supported by Nezuko, walking unsteadily. So. You still can't eat too much at once. Li Xian laughed. Ah. Tanjiro was too full to reply. At this time, the green-haired Yoshiro suddenly appeared from the side of the road. Humph, isn't that woman a ghost? I didn't expect you to come here to pick up this ugly. Before he finished speaking, Li Xian glanced at him sharply, making him choke on the next words. Strange, why am I a little afraid of this person? Yoshiro can only blame the powerful strength of the person in front of him who is not affected by Miss Tamayo's blood demon art. Let's go, take us to Miss Tamayo. Li Xian took the initiative to speak when he saw the atmosphere turned cold. Yoshiro nodded subconsciously. Then he led the way. The group hardly talked much on the way. Tanjiro was too full to walk and couldn't say much. Nezuko was busy supporting and taking care of her brother. Yoshiro didn't want to talk, and Li Xian didn't have anything to say. Soon, they came to a wall. Yoshiro approached the wall and slowly walked into it. Hey! Tanjiro and Nezuko were a little surprised. Li Xian understood that this was Yoshiro's blood demon art, used to hide his and Tamayo's residence. After all, Tamayo betrayed Muzan, and she would be careful. He followed Yoshiro and walked in directly, and Tanjiro and Nezuko followed. The 2 people and 1 ghost followed Yoshiro's footsteps to a house. Yoshiro knocked on the door twice. Come in. Tamayo's voice came from inside. I brought them back. Welcome back. Inside the house, a bitten woman was lying unconscious on the bed, and Tamayo was treating her wounds. The woman was the wife of the unlucky passerby who was randomly selected by Muzan to become a ghost. Because she was bitten, she was brought back for treatment. The unlucky passerby who became a ghost was fine and energetic, but because of his thirst for flesh and blood, he lost his mind and was now locked in the dungeon. I'm sorry that I left everything to you just now, that lady. Tanjiro, who had recovered, walked forward and said with concern. This one is fine. Tamayo treated the wound and covered the woman with a quilt, but I'm sorry that her husband was tied up and locked in the dungeon by us. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to treat people's wounds? Tanjiro asked. Hearing this, Li Xian knocked on Tanjiro's head. They are not ordinary ghosts, they should survive on human blood. Li Xian said. How did you know? Yoshiro looked at Li Xian in surprise. Li Xian pointed to his nose. I smelled it. My nose is very sensitive. I can't smell the obvious stench of gnawing flesh and blood on you. Hearing Li Xian's words, Tanjiro shrugged his nose seriously, and then he did find something wrong. Although the 2 people in front of him also smelled like ghosts, they did not have the special odor that other ghosts carry. Is that so? Tamayo whispered. She has lived for so long and has seen people with sensitive noses, but she has never seen such a sensitive one, but she didn't dwell too much on this issue. Chapter 21. The ghosts were so angry that they had to drink the blood of humans. You are right. We are ghosts who can survive only by taking human blood. Tamayo said to Li Xian. But we are still eager for flesh and blood. Li Xian replied. Tamayo was silent, and then took off the curtain for medical treatment. Then he walked to the door of another room and said, Please come this way. In order not to disturb the sleeping woman, everyone moved to the room for the conversation. Several people were sitting down, except Li Xian and Nezuko. Li Xian was not used to sitting upright, so he sat casually. Nezuko did not intend to talk, and rolled around by herself. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Tamayo, and that child is Yoshiro. My name is Li Xian. I am Tanjiro Kamatu, and this is my sister Nezuko. Do you have a way to turn a demon into a human? Miss Tamayo. Li Xian got straight to the point. Although he knew that Tamayo was researching in this area, he could only ask directly to bring up the topic. Hearing the attention-grabbing question, Tanjiro also looked at Tamayo nervously, looking forward to her answer. Why do you ask that? Tamayo was a little surprised. Because you are not ordinary demons, not pure. Yet. Tamayo nodded, I have undergone my own transformation, I don't need to eat people, I only need to drink a small amount of blood to survive, and Yoshiro is a demon created by me, and only needs less blood. And the blood we usually absorb is obtained from people through blood transfusion with money. Yoshiro is a demon you created. Tanjiro was a little uncalm when he heard the concerned words. In his impression, only Muzan Kibutsuji can turn people into demons. Yes. But I spent 200 years, and only Yoshiro became a demon. 200 years. Tanjiro was even more upset. Ms. Tamayo, how old are you? Yoshiro, who was standing next to him, got up and punched him a few times with anger. Don't ask women's age, you rude guy. You will lose your girlfriend if you say such things. Li Xian couldn't help but glance at Tanjiro. Don't use violence. Yoshiro. Tamayo scolded. Yes. Yoshiro immediately sat back. I hope you don't misunderstand, I don't want to increase the number of demons on purpose, but I will only treat those who are incurable or seriously injured, and those who have no chance of survival, and with their consent. There is no smell of lies. Tanjiro's nose moved, and he felt that the person in front of him was trustworthy. As for whether there is a way to turn a demon into a human. Tamayo turned her eyes to Li Xian. Yes. Is there? Please tell me. Tanjiro couldn't help but approach Miss Tamayo. Don't get close to Lady Tamayo. Yoshiro immediately threw Tanjiro over his shoulder. Yoshi. So what is the method to turn a demon into a human? Li Xian ignored Tanjiro and Yoshiro who were playing tricks and spoke. I think no matter what kind of wound or disease it is, there must be medicine and treatment. Tamayo said with a firm face, although there is no way to turn a demon back into a human, there must be a way. So we want to determine the treatment, and for this we have something to ask of you. In order to make a treatment drug, we need to investigate the blood of many demons. I have two things to ask of you. One is to let us investigate Miss Nezuko's blood, and the other is to collect blood from those demons whose blood is thicker than Muzan. Nezuko? Why? Tanjiro asked. Because Miss Nezuko is in an extremely rare special state now. I heard you say that she has been sleeping for 2 years. I am afraid that her body has changed during that period. Generally speaking, if you haven't eaten human flesh or animal flesh for so long, you will undoubtedly become violent, but surprisingly, Miss Nezuko does not have that symptom. I believe this miracle will be the key to the future. The second request will be very cruel. It is not a simple matter to take blood from demons with thicker blood of Muzan, that is, demons with more powerful power than Muzan. Tamayo said a lot, and her face was very heavy. She understood what her request meant, but she and Yoshiro didn't have much. It is really helpless for a ghost with fighting power to be like this. Even so, will you agree? Tamayo asked at last. You said that the ghost with thicker blood of Muzan. Then will this work? Li Xian did not answer the question, but took the sack behind him in front of everyone. Open the bag. A trembling and strange body appeared in front of everyone. What is this? Yoshiro retreated repeatedly for a while, his face full of emotion. Although he could clearly feel the fear from the ghost with broken limbs, the evil and powerful aura emanating from his body still frightened Yoshiro. This is the suppression of blood. Even if Yoshiro is not a ghost derived from Muzan, he is still related to Muzan in the final analysis. Therefore, Yahoo, who was given too much Muzan blood and was close to Muzan's blood, had such an oppressive force on him. Tamayo was the same, but her performance was not as bad as Yoshiro, as if she had expected it a long time ago. Nezuko, who was lying on the ground board, suddenly jumped up and looked at the jade pot with missing limbs with a vigilant posture. Tanjiro unconsciously put his hand on the sun wheel sword at his waist. Before, he just smelled the smell of the ghost, but didn't see the ghost in the sack, so he didn't feel anything. But after seeing it head-on, Tanjiro really felt the power of the ghost in front of him. The evil aura that spread around like fangs and claws, and being in the range of the aura seemed to be suffocating. People felt as if they would be killed immediately in the next moment, and their heads and bodies were separated. Unrivaled power. Every part of Tanjiro's body, every cell in his body seemed to be sending out danger messages, and a terrifying trembling feeling came to his heart. But now this powerful ghost is like a lamb to be slaughtered, with all its limbs broken and showing its pitiful side. He couldn't help but feel a sense of dislocation as if reality and illusion were torn apart. The reactions of the people in Zushuai made Li Xian realize that Yahu's strength was still a bit beyond their current level. And Yahu has always been what he called perfect posture, which is why it has such a big impact on others. "Are you okay?" Li Xian asked. "Nothing," Tanjiro responded immediately. The others were silent. Chapter 22. The two of them were so angry that they had to face each other. Li Xian suddenly slapped Yahu on the forehead, "Take back your momentum." Yahu, who was lying on the ground, shuddered after being slapped by Li Xian. The next moment, everyone no longer felt so uncomfortable. Yoshiro looked at Li Xian meaningfully. Such a powerful ghost was captured alive by him and was so afraid of him, how terrible must his strength be? Upper string 5, Yahu. Tamayo crossed her fingers in front of her, calmed her excited heart, and said slowly. "Know him?" Li Xian said. "I don't know him. I guessed it based on the number in his eyes and some previous information about his appearance." "Then you don't look that surprised." "I vaguely saw the sack moving before, and guessed it would be the ghost that Li Xian caught alive, but I didn't expect it to be the 5th of the 12 demon moons." Tamayo responded. "What are the 12 demon moons?" Tanjiro asked. Afterwards, Tamayo and Yoshiro gave him a good scientific knowledge of the relevant aspects. "So this ghost is terribly strong?" Tanjiro murmured after receiving the scientific knowledge. "Yeah." Tamayo nodded. "Then this guy's blood should be okay." Li Xian said. "Yeah, the blood of the upper strings is very close to the blood of Muzan Kibutsuji." Tamayo said, taking out a needle and trying to draw blood. But when the needle pierced Yahu's skin, it was broken by the scales on the skin. After all, the scales are harder than diamonds. Even if they are cut like tofu under the knife of the ghost Li Xian, it does not mean that the hardness of the scales is exaggerated. Zhu Shi took out a new needle tube and searched for a long time without a place to start. "Even the eyeballs are terribly hard, how can they be drawn?" Zhu Shi looked at Li Xian for help. In her opinion, the person who can make Yuhu like this must be able to break Yuhu's skin and let her draw blood. "Do it yourself or do I?" Li Xian put his eyes on Yuhu. "You damn guy! You are humiliating me." Yuhu, who had been lying on the ground with a dim look in his eyes, suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were full of fury. Seeing the fierce reaction of the lamb, Li Xian silently put his hand on the handle of the knife. So Yuhu's eyes dimmed again in an instant, lying on the ground, no longer speaking, with a look of resignation, and blood flowing from his mouth and eyes. Yoshiro on the side hurriedly brought a container and placed it at the mouth of the jade pot to catch the blood flowing out. "Is it enough?" Li Xian asked when he saw that the large basin-like container was full. "If not, let it flow more." Only the body of the jade pot left on the ground. His face turned pale, and he almost vomited blood when he heard this. "Enough," Tamayo said. The jade pot on the ground breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was really squeezed dry, not a drop left, and if it continued to flow, he would die. "Hey!" Suddenly, Li Xian made a puzzled sound. The sun wheel sword on his waist was pulled out in an instant, and then thrown out. The tip of the knife rushed towards the wall of the room like thunder. It penetrated the wall, flew out with huge kinetic energy, and seemed to hit something in the middle, making a pop explosion sound. Bang! Finally, the Nichiren sword should have hit the stone wall outside, making a loud sound of stone breaking. The people and ghosts in the house were frightened by Li Xian's sudden action. "What's wrong?" Tanjiro asked. "Someone just attacked here." Li Xian replied. Yoshiro looked solemn. He felt that his blood demon art was abnormal, the illusion was broken, someone came in. "Go out and take a look," Tamayo suggested. Yet, Yahoo, who was lying on the ground, noticed that Li Xian's knife had been thrown out, and his eyes flickered. His weapon was thrown out. Yahoo understood how important weapons were to a ghost hunter swordsman. Normal ghost hunters rely on the Nichiren sword to have the ability to kill ghosts. Without the Nichiren sword, sword skills cannot be used, and there is no ability to kill ghosts. "If you dare to move, I will eat you alive." Suddenly, a terrifying voice with a kind tone came from the side. Yahoo's heart trembled suddenly. It seems that he has forgotten that this ghost-hunting swordsman is not normal. He did not doubt the truth of the ghost-hunting swordsman's words. This guy can turn into a ghost, and ghosts eat ghosts. Normally, ghosts eating ghosts need the consent of Lord Muzan to eat them. Absorb, but this ghost hunter swordsman can switch between humans and ghosts at will, so it doesn't seem outrageous to eat himself alive. So Yahoo abandoned his little thoughts and became an autistic ghost again. "I can survive, and I will never give up my life. I still have to dedicate myself to Master Muzan, and I can't die so easily. When I meet Master Muzan, I will definitely let you, a ghost hunter, die without a burial place." The captive Yahoo thought firmly. Li Xian picked up Yahoo and stuffed it into the sack again. Then he carried the sack and walked out with Tanjiro and others. As soon as he walked out of the door, there was a not very beautiful picture outside. On the stone wall not far away, a man in a monk's robe was hanging on his shoulder with a sun-wheel sword inserted on it. A woman holding a handball next to him was trying to get him off the wall. But it seemed that he was embedded too deeply and couldn't get it off for a while. "Both are ghosts," Tanjiro said at the first time. "Which one do you want?" Li Xian asked. The meaning is obvious, one for each person. Although Li Xian can seriously fight these two demons who are far inferior to the lower-ranked demons with one demon and one sword, Tanjiro still needs to hone his skills, otherwise how can he survive? Tanjiro's current strength is slightly higher than that of the two demons on the opposite side, but it is not to the extent of crushing. Letting him choose a single duel is also a good experience pack. That male demon. Tanjiro still faced the male demon as in the plot. Damn it! The arrow demon Yabayu, who was dressed as a monk and was stuck on the wall, saw that Li Xian was still in the mood to talk leisurely, and he couldn't help but get angry and let the sun-wheel sword cut off half of his shoulder. Sliding straight down. Then healed quickly. This bastard! Yabayu's eyes were closed, but the two eyes with arrows in the middle of his palms stared straight at Li Xian. This guy has a scabbard but no sword on his waist. This sun-wheel sword was probably thrown out by this guy. I have a mysophobia. The dust has made me dirty. Yabayu was insane, and his anger seemed to be erupting. Zhu Shan, the female ghost holding a handball beside him, also understood that her temporary partner was angry, and did not spoil his fun. The one who throws the knife is left to you. Be careful, don't die. Zhu Shan said with a smile. Don't worry about it. Yabayu crossed his hands and faced Li Xian, ready to release the blood ghost technique. But the next moment, the man suddenly disappeared from his sight. He chose you, so you go and fight him. The indifferent voice suddenly appeared beside him. Yabayu was shocked. Then came the piercing pain. Yabayu's entire ghost was kicked away by Li Xian's whip kick, and all the bones in his body were broken. Ah! Chapter 23. The speed just now. It came in front of him in an instant, without him noticing at all. In the plot, Zhu Shan, who became powerful and proud because of the blood newly given by Muzan, became very cautious at this time. She looked at Li Xian with a calm face warily, and stepped back a few steps to distance herself. Then she opened the outer robe, and 2 arms grew out from both sides of her ribs. Together with the original arms, there were a total of 6 arms, all holding a handball. Be ready. Zhu Shan was ready. As long as the opponent made a move, all the balls would be thrown out, blocking all his actions and causing him great harm. But even if his eyes were fixed tightly and his attention was highly focused, Zhu Shan still felt the scene in front of her flash the next moment, and the person she was staring at had disappeared. Her heart was alarmed and her face was grim. Go to hell! Accompanied by the roar, there were handballs with huge power. 6 handballs shot towards 6 general directions around Zhu Shan, causing a wave of air fluctuations and violent wind sounds. Zhu Shan didn't know where the opponent would attack her, so she could only cover the basic attack directions. The 6 handballs shot out did not move in a straight line like ordinary thrown balls, but kept changing their trajectory in mid-air, making it difficult to defend against and guessing the direction of the attack. Here! Zhu Shan found a voice coming from above her in vain. Above! Zhu Shan just reacted and raised his head, but a hand grabbed his face. Through 5 fingers, Zhu Shan saw Li Xian suddenly appearing above him. A huge downward force was transmitted from his hand to Zhu Shan's face, pressing her directly to the ground, crushing her face and raising a cloud of dust. But the next moment, the 6 handballs that were still bouncing in the air suddenly stopped and quickly reversed, blocking all directions and suddenly smashing towards Li Xian. Oh! Li Xian raised his eyebrows. Not bad, the reaction was quite fast. Facing the 6 handballs that attacked at the same time, he was not panicked at all, and casually threw the sack he had been carrying, and the breathing method was running, and his physical fitness was comprehensively improved. First, he turned his body to avoid one, then grabbed 2 with both hands with great force, and then swung his elbow to knock one away, causing it to collide with another and explode, and finally kicked the remaining handball away, causing it to fly out at a faster speed than when it came. At end number %Yuan. Zhu Shan's face, which was smashed to the ground by Li Xian, had not recovered yet, and people could not hear what she was mumbling. Suddenly, there was a whoosh sound. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and it turned out that the handball that Li Xian dodged was flying towards the back of Li Xian's head, about to hit the defenseless Li Xian. Although Zhu Shan's handball was casually caught by Li Xian, it did not mean that the power contained in her handball was weak. You know, in the plot, one of her handballs can smash a house to pieces. It's just that Li Xian seemed to have eyes behind his head, and the hand holding the handball held the handball back to block it. Bang! The handball carrying huge kinetic energy came into close contact with the handball in Li Xian's hand, and the handball in his hand was quickly blown up. Then the attacking handball fell into Li Xian's hand, and the kinetic energy made it rotate and jump continuously. But the 5 fingers always tightly clamped it, like the 5-finger mountain, unable to escape, and finally stopped steadily in Li Xian's hand. Apart from throwing the ball, is there anything new? Is there anything interesting? Li Xian grabbed 2 handballs and looked at the 6-armed female ghost who had recovered on the ground, and asked with a look of fun on his face. You guy! Zushamaru's face was full of rage and hideous. I am the lower moon of the 12 demons appointed by Lord Muzan. 6 handballs appeared on her 6 arms again. Li Xian felt that the handballs in his hands were trying to break free from his restraints, so he simply crushed the 2 handballs. Still throwing the ball? It's boring. Li Xian's face lost interest. His figure flashed, and when he appeared in front of Zushamaru again, he had a deep blue sun blade in his hand. On the other side of the battlefield, Tanjiro and Yabuha were fighting fiercely. Compared to the original plot, Tanjiro had the help of Yoshiro's blood demon technique and could see the direction of Yuaha's blood demon technique. In the current battle, there is no help from Yoshiro and Yuaha. Because he was stabbed by Li Xian and kicked by Li Xian, Tanjiro's battle was undoubtedly much more difficult. However, Tanjiro's strength has obviously improved a lot compared to the original plot. Therefore, the two fought back and forth and were in a fierce battle. "Get out! Don't get close to me!" Yabayu raised his arm, and the eyes in his palm suddenly blinked. The invisible arrow symbol pierced Tanjiro, who was approaching with a knife, and forcibly took him away from Yabayu and flew far away. Water breathing, second form water wheel. In mid-air, Tanjiro's body turned over, and the flowing water formed a water wheel shape, reducing the power of flying backwards, and quietly landed, but at the moment of landing, several invisible arrows pierced Tanjiro's body, forcibly taking Tanjiro to fly in another direction. "Hat, die quickly, stinky monkey!" Yabayu said disdainfully in his ragged monk's clothes. Now he just wanted to kill the other ghost hunter quickly. Swoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came. "What is that?" Yabayu turned around and looked at the source of the sound with the eye in his hand. But the next moment he found that his vision was filled with a colorful ball. "This is Zushawan's ball." When he realized it, the ball had already stuck to his palm. Puff! This is the sound of an object penetrating flesh and blood. The handball kicked away by Li Xian and strengthened it wiped out Yabayu's entire arm, passed through his chest, and penetrated his body. Cough! The power and impact of the handball were transmitted to other parts of Yabayu's body, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Although such damage was nothing to a ghost and would recover in a second or two, Yabayu still felt furious. He looked at Li Xian and found that it was the ball he kicked, and his resentment deepened. "The demon who attacked the house with the ball was Suzumaru, but I was the one nailed to the wall. Because I chose different targets, I was the one who kicked. When fighting this little demon, I was the one who kicked and hit." Anger, hatred. The negative emotions in Yabaha's heart at this time were erupting like a volcano, and he couldn't stop it. The gloomy black ink-like aura gradually poured out from his body. Tanjiro, who was still fighting against the arrow not far away, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 24. The two of them were so excited that they had to wait for the next battle. "Oh!" Li Xian's eyes moved to Tanjiro and he made a surprised sound. Why did he evolve suddenly? Then, a small arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tanjiro will be hard to beat. After taking back the Nichiren blade, Li Xian no longer paid attention to Zushawan, who was gradually turning into ashes in fear, and picked up the sack containing the jade pot and walked towards Miss Tamayo, who was watching the battle. He didn't plan to help Tanjiro. Unless the demon on the opposite side could explode and fly, it shouldn't be a loss. Feeling the breath of the demon, Li Xian estimated. He still believed in Tanjiro very much. If he really can't beat him, at most, Yoshiro can use the blood demon technique to give him a perspective. Or let Nezuko join him, a mixed doubles of brother and sister? Mr. Li Xian. Seeing Li Xian come back from the battle, Tamayo looked a little uneasy, and it was obvious that she also felt the change of Yuaha. "It's okay, he can handle it." Li Xian gave a reassuring look. Too stupid, he was fooled around. Yoshiro watched Tanjiro's battle and made comments from time to time. Nezuko on the side could hardly hold back her desire to go forward to help her brother. At this time, the situation on the field was that Tanjiro was hit up and down, left and right by dozens of invisible arrows from Yuaha, who had become stronger. He could only use sword skills to relieve the impact, exhausted from parrying, and was at a disadvantage. It seems that he really can't beat him. As soon as Li Xian finished speaking his words of confidence in Tanjiro, he had unconfident thoughts in his heart. The fact that the opponent's arrows are invisible is really hurtful, and after the demon Yabaha becomes stronger, the ability to manipulate arrows and the number of arrows have been greatly improved. Mr. Li Xian, Yoshiro's blood demon art can allow Mr. Tanjiro to see the direction of the blood demon art released by the demon. Tamayo said. Her meaning is very clear. She wants Yoshiro to use blood demon art to help Tanjiro. Wait. Li Xian saw that Tanjiro in the battle was gradually adapting to the rhythm of the opponent's attack, chasing and predicting the direction of the opponent's arrows. Although it was slow, he was also approaching the opponent step by step, closing the distance with the demon. Tanjiro is making progress. Learn, adapt, and think in battle. It should be fine. Li Xian made a conclusion after watching and smiled. Although Tanjiro was still at a disadvantage in the duel with the demon, he had grasped the rhythm of the battle. Water breathing, pick up form life flowing. After a while, with the sound of running water, Tanjiro dodged, dissipated or followed the arrow and came to Yabuha, swinging the amazing sword. What? Yabuha's face was full of disbelief until his head was chopped off. I have completely absorbed all the power of the blood that Master Muzan just gave me. Why? I haven't completed Master Muzan's mission, and I haven't killed the other hateful ghost hunter. Consciousness stopped abruptly. Water breathing stopped working. Tanjiro put the Nichiren sword back into the scabbard, breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and waved happily to his companions who were watching behind him. Nezuko ran up and hugged her brother immediately. Mr. Tanjiro is a powerful ghost hunter swordsman. After witnessing the whole process of the battle, Tamayo praised. There is still room for improvement. Li Xian looked at Tanjiro and said calmly. In Li Xian's eyes, it was true. Tanjiro's current strength might not even be able to defeat a lower-ranked person alone. It's already amazing. Tamayo said. Then, she turned her head and looked at Li Xian, with a hint of inexplicable meaning in her eyes. Mr. Li Xian, I'll leave it to you to defeat Muzan. Li Xian's eyes were always so calm. Why do you ask me to do that? Because I think Mr. Li Xian is a very powerful swordsman. Tamayo lowered her head slightly. I'll try my best. Li Xian responded calmly. Thank you, Mr. Li Xian. Li Xian ignored Yoshiro's eyes full of intense emotions and walked towards Tanjiro with a sack. Mr. Tamayo, why do you ask him so much? After Li Xian walked away, Yoshiro approached Tamayo and said. Because I always feel that he and someone are like. Looking at Li Xian's back, Tamayo's eyes were a little blurry, as if she was recalling the past, and before. Mr. Tsugako Koyoichi seems to be. Mr. Tamayo, he has nothing in character with the gentleman you mentioned before. Tamayo shook her head slightly. It's not about personality, but the feeling of loneliness and invincibility that is detached from the world. Tanjiro, I'm leaving first. Li Xian said to Tanjiro. Ah? Are you leaving? Tanjiro was a little reluctant, and Nezuko also showed a reluctant expression. The mission is completed, of course I'm going back. Then I'll go too. Tanjiro said hurriedly. Li Xian flicked Tanjiro's forehead with his finger. You should go and say goodbye to Miss Tamayo first, I still have something to do. Tisk, why does my finger hurt a little? Okay then. Tanjiro said regretfully. See you next time. Li Xian said and walked out. Standing on the busy street again, Li Xian closed his eyes. His nose twitched. The sense of smell formed by the sign-in of Seikanji Urokadaki and Tanjiro Kamato was released to the maximum extent. He wanted to search for the smell of Muzan, find him, have a remote contact with him, and roughly estimate the gap between his current strength and the other party's strength. Concentrate your mind and gather your energy. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of smells surged to the tip of Li Xian's nose, and automatically filtered out different smells. 2 minutes passed. Found it. Li Xian opened his eyes flashing. The breathing method was running, and his figure disappeared instantly. The passers-by on the side kept rubbing their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Blood smell? It's still an unusual blood smell, not a ghost, nor a human. While running, Li Xian suddenly smelled a strange bloody smell around Wuzhen. In the alley? Soon, Li Xian came to a dark alley. A handsome man in a formal suit stood by the wall a dozen meters away. Wuzhen. Li Xian knew Wuzhen's human male appearance at this time and recognized him. Who are you? Wuzhen, who had his back to Li Xian, suddenly turned around. The pale face showed an extremely gloomy look, as if he had encountered something unhappy. Li Xian did not answer, and his eyes drifted to the two corpses beside Wuzhen. Somewhat familiar. Li Xian suddenly had this feeling. Although the light was dim, Li Xian had already signed in for the high visibility ability in the dark, so he could see the general appearance of the two corpses carefully. After filtering it in his mind, Li Xian recalled the identities of the two corpses before they died. They were quite related to him. They were two senior reincarnations from the fourth team of Zhongzhou. Chapter 25. The two of them were lying on the ground with deathly faces. Wang Liuzi's body was cut into two parts, and Wu Qing's body was covered with wolf-like fur and stained with bright red blood. It was really unexpected. Li Xian raised his eyebrows and sighed in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the veteran's luck was bad, and he actually met Wuzhen. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Wuzhen frowned, but did not act rashly. The knife on the other party's waist indicated the identity of the other party as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. The experience of being seriously injured and even nearly killed by Tsugakoko Yoshiichi hundreds of years ago has made Wuzhen much more cautious and grown a lot. He will not easily attack before he knows the opponent's details. He will hide if he can, and will never attack easily. If he wants to attack, he will let his subordinates do it. Suddenly, Wuzhen felt a familiar breath coming from the sack held by the opponent. Wuzhen's brows were almost twisted together. Jade pot! He suddenly called with a cold face. In an instant, the sack held by Li Xian suddenly twisted violently, and the things inside were constantly struggling and making passionate and angry sounds. Master Wuzhen, save me! Save me! Shut up! This cold and restraining word was not said by Li Xian, but by Wuzhen. The jade pot in the sack was suddenly silent. For Wuzhen, the only value of the jade pot is that the pot he made can be sold for money. What do you want to do? Wuzhen asked Li Xian again. But Li Xian still did not respond, and it was unknown what he was thinking. The next moment, a thick and oppressive breath suddenly burst out from Wuzhen, pointing at Li Xian and crushing him. In an instant, Li Xian felt like a lone boat in the vast ocean, swaying and capsizing on the sea. Is the gap too big? Even under the heavy momentum, Li Xian's mind was still so clear, and he devoted himself to feeling the gap between his strength and Wuzhen. Ghost transformation. After roughly understanding the gap, Li Xian started the ghost transformation without hesitation. His hair gradually grew longer, and the color in his eyes turned into a rich black, as deep as the abyss, and even the brilliance could not escape. Strange narrow lines as red as blood gradually appeared on his cheeks, like strange patterns painted by sacrifices. The flesh of the neck turned up, and greedy and evil eyes shot out from it, as if spying on everything in the world. An extremely ominous and strange aura spread from the body of the ghost-transformed Li Xian, offsetting the aura that Wuzhen was targeting. Ghost. Wuzhen was surprised and puzzled. It was a ghost, but it was not under his control. He found that there was no trace of his blood in the other party's body. You know, even the transformed ghosts such as Tamayo and Yoshiro who were not under Wuzhen's control would have some traces of Wuzhen's blood in their bodies. Because no matter what, Wuzhen is the first ghost, and all ghosts are born because of him. But now, Li Xian is completely out of Wuzhen's cognition. What's going on? Wuzhen said he didn't understand. His face became even colder, as if frost was about to form. There were too many unexpected things today. First, there was the ghost hunter wearing the earrings of Jiguo Yunyi, and then there were 3 guys who attacked him without knowing whether to live or die. One of them could also turn into a species similar to a wolf. Another person escaped by an unknown method. Now I have encountered a ghost who can turn into a ghost and has nothing to do with me. Wuzhen felt that there were too many strange things today. But the next moment, Wuzhen's face suddenly showed an excited look. Can you switch between humans and ghosts? His voice was trembling with excitement. As we all know, the biggest enemy of ghosts is the sun, and being able to switch between humans and ghosts means that you will no longer be afraid of the sun and can enjoy the sun. Wuzhen, who calls himself a perfect creature, always feels uncomfortable when he thinks that he can only stay in the dark forever. This is also the reason why he has been obsessed with finding the blue flower for thousands of years. But now, there is an opportunity to bask in the sun again. How can he not be excited? How can he not be excited? How did you do it? How did you do it? Wuzhen shouted excitedly, eager to get an answer from Li Xian. I won't tell you, a hoarse and weird voice came out of Li Xian's mouth. Eat you. If I eat you, I might become like you. The blood vessels on Wuzhen's body swelled, his dress burst, and several ferocious whips suddenly emerged from his body. They whipped towards Li Xian at a terrifying speed. The narrow alley was completely covered by the whip's attack range. There was no way to avoid it. Li Xian didn't want to hide. Mist breathing, second form. This was a new sword form he had experimented with on the way to Kyoto after defeating Yu Hu. He urged the breathing method and kept swinging the sun wheel sword, and the extremely dense fog gathered on the blade. Swinging again and again, slashing again and again, as the number of swings and slashes increased, the fog continued to stack and compress on the blade. At the moment when the fastest whip reached Li Xian swung the sun wheel sword to slash at the whip, and they collided. Big fog blaze. The concentrated fog burst out in an instant, and the violently rushing fog forced all the whips back. Fog. Before Wuzhen could react, the fog had already covered the entire alley. No harm. Wuzhen found that the fog was not harmful at all. But the next moment, he felt something was wrong. The fog in the entire alley actually began to burn, and the speed was very fast. The temperature suddenly rose, and all the fog instantly turned into a surging black flame that swept and burned everything in the alley. The black flame was shocking and breathtaking. It didn't stop until everything in the alley turned into black coal and there was nothing left to burn. Black flame? At this time, Li Xian was also a little surprised. The big fog blaze he experimented with when he discovered that the fog breath could be converted in the water flame characteristics was not black flame, nor did it have this characteristic of burning everything. It should be the benefit brought by the ghost transformation, Li Xian thought so. The alley was now full of traces of the fire, with only a few charred humanoids left, emitting an unpleasant burning smell. Even Wuzhen was burned to charcoal. Crack. Wuzhen's charred body suddenly made a cracking sound, and pieces of charred skin fell off, revealing the white and tender body of Wuzhen inside. A cold look appeared on his pale, bloodless face. He realized that the other party seemed to be a bit difficult to deal with, and he couldn't kill him easily. Slip away. Li Xian thought. The impact of the whip and the Nichiren sword on his hand just now made Li Xian realize that even after he turned into a demon, he was still no match for Wuzhen, so he planned to run away. Chapter 26. The two of them were so fierce that they had to fight. Wuzhen seemed to have sensed Li Xian's intention, and suddenly, 2 more whips came at him at high speed. Ridiculously fast. Even if Li Xian reacted, he only raised the sun wheel sword to block one of the whips that came suddenly, but the other whip could not be avoided, and it whipped down towards Li Xian's left half of his body with great force. One of Li Xian's arms and the sack containing the jade pot were instantly whipped into a bloody mist. It exploded and dissipated, turning into a strong smell of blood floating in the air. It's funny that the scales of the jade pot, which are harder than diamonds under the so-called perfect posture, did not play any role in resisting Li Xian's knife or Wu Zhen's whip. What a terrifying speed and power! Li Xian felt the recoil from the sun blade, and couldn't help but admire the powerful values on Mu Zhen's panel. It would be great if he could sign in. He couldn't help thinking. The next moment, Li Xian found that his broken part did not regenerate. Logically, he was a ghost now, and his strength was very strong, so his recovery ability should not be so weak. He didn't recover his broken arm in a second. He felt it carefully and found that there was a different force in his body that prevented him from recovering, but that force was gradually being consumed by himself. In fact, Mu Zhen's whip carried his blood. As long as the whip came into contact with the opponent, the blood could be brought into the opponent's body through the whip. Then, according to his will, the blood with Mu Zhen's cells would not turn the target into a ghost, but would destroy all the cells in the opponent's body. Normally, such a whip attack only needs one hit to kill the opponent. But Li Xian is a ghost at this moment, and a ghost with a different origin from Mu Zhen. The ghost cells in his body are different from Mu Zhen's cells, and it can even be said that they are incompatible. Therefore, the ghost cells in Li Xian's body are competing with the cells in Mu Zhen's blood. Although Li Xian's recovery ability is temporarily blocked and suppressed, Mu Zhen's blood cannot further erode Li Xian's body. Mr. Wu can. Suddenly, an extremely weak and intermittent voice came from Li Xian's feet. That was Yu Hu's voice. He did not die under Mu Zhen's whip, but only a small piece of his head was left with his nose up. Fortunately, his mouth grew on his eye sockets, otherwise he couldn't even speak now. It's not cold yet. Li Xian smiled slightly. The sound of whips breaking through the air came again from the front, with more whips, more dense whips, and stronger speed and power. However, Li Xian did not panic, half-raised the sun wheel sword, and thick mist emanated from the blade. Mist breathing. The breathing method was used to the maximum extent, and the mist was released to the maximum extent. Like a heavy object falling into the water, the mist suddenly exploded, covering everything in sight. The whip penetrated the mist and waved wildly, but it did not disperse the mist. Instead, it lost its direction in the mist, waved randomly, and even collided with several whips. Wrong direction. The whip collided under his control, and Mu Zhen realized at the first time that the mist had the effect of disrupting the direction. He stood there without making any more moves. As time passed, the mist seemed to have no support and gradually dissipated, and there was no figure at the place where Li Xian was standing. Stupid! Wu Zhen uttered a word coldly. Since you chose to capture Yu Hu alive, it was your mistake. You probably don't know that I can know the location of any ghost. Haha! You can't escape. I will never let you run away next time. I will eat you and let me bathe in the sun again and become a truly perfect creature. Mu Zhen's face gradually showed excitement. He did not choose to catch up with Li Xian, because he knew in his heart that it was useless to catch up now. The other party was a very powerful ghost. As the first ghost, Mu Zhen deeply understood the difficulty of ghosts, so he would try to control all ghosts in his hands as much as possible and hold the power of life and death. Mu Zhen planned to go back and gather as much combat power as possible to think about the plan, to ensure that next time he would not let Li Xian escape like this time. At the same time, Li Xian, standing on the eaves of a store, slowly put the sun wheel sword into the scabbard. His other arm, which had recovered, lifted Yu Hu, which had recovered into a complete head, and his dark eyes revealed evil. Mu Zhen probably thought that he could investigate at any time. Your position, so he will be ready to approach me again, but I just need a little time, and it will be much easier for him to die by himself. Mu Zhen racked his brains but could not think that Li Xian had already known all the information about him and knew his absolute control over Yu Hu. What was even more unexpected was that Li Xian had the sign-in ability, which could greatly improve his strength in a short period of time. Yu Hu looked away, not daring to look at Li Xian. Even Master Mu Zhen did not kill him. He felt that his ghost life was a bit bleak. After the ghost transformation, Li Xian slowly turned into an ordinary person. He looked at the fish belly white in the sky, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Sign in. Congratulations on signing in Yahoo's pot-making technology. Yahoo's pot-making technology, Yahoo's proud pot-making technique, close to his morbid art worship. Li Xian's mouth corners turned down, his head tilted, and his eyes met with Yahoo, who was looking at the eaves at an angle. Yahoo shuddered, and his eyes quickly turned to the other side. It's useless. Li Xian said coldly. Hearing the ridicule, Yahoo shuddered again, with a confused face, not knowing how he had offended the other party. But he had completely accepted his fate, and he would not be angry even if the other party scolded him. With the help of the logistics team of the Demon Slayer Corps, Li Xian got on the train back to the headquarters. Li Xian looked at the neat and clean Demon Slayer Corps uniforms in the bag beside him, and couldn't help thinking. It seems that I haven't worn them since I came out for the mission this time. Don't move. Li Xian suddenly said. Yahoo's head, which Li Xian placed by the window as a decoration, suddenly became quiet and became a stone sculpture. Since Yahoo only had a head left, Li Xian let him keep it in the state of a head, otherwise it would be troublesome to always carry it in a sack. How good it is now, being an artistic stone sculpture, quiet and peaceful. In order to make Yahoo look more artistic, Li Xian also dyed it with some paint. It made his face colorful. Young girls and children passing by would laugh a few times when they saw it. Say a few words, sir, your stone sculpture is so ugly. Li Xian just smiled, and although Yahoo was angry, he didn't dare to show it in front of Li Xian, fulfilling his responsibility as a stone sculpture. The scenery of the train journey was extremely moving, and this feeling of the past made Li Xian enjoy it. There were few people in this carriage and it was not noisy. It was also a VIP seat specially arranged by the logistics team. From time to time, Li Xian closed his eyes and began to rest his mind, and his thoughts flew to who knows where. Chapter 27. The time we spent on the way back was the same as the time we came, and it passed by unknowingly. After getting off the train, Li Xian followed the person who met him and soon returned to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. After entering the gate, Li Xian first visited the Lord. Are you back so soon? Yabayashiki asked in surprise. He still looked weak and was able to stand up with the help of his wife next to him. It was only 1.5 days since Li Xian left. Yabayashiki didn't expect the other party to complete the task so quickly. Yet, Li Xian nodded and talked about the process of the task. Is this one of the upper ranks? After listening to Li Xian's description of the mission, Yabayashiki Yoya, although blind, still turned his head to where Yahoo was, sensing him. Only a head is left, but he's still alive. I didn't kill him with the sun wheel sword. Li Xian said. How strong are the upper ranks? Yabayashiki asked, supported by his wife. Li Xian recalled the scene of the battle with Yahoo, and roughly estimated it before speaking. Even the pillars will find it difficult to defeat him. What he said was already implicit. In his mind, only the rock pillar among the current 9 pillars could surely defeat Yahoo, and the other pillars had to step back a little. Even the upper 5th is so powerful. Yabayashiki showed a worried look on his face. Even Yahoo, the upper 5th, has such a strong strength, what about the upper ranks above him? The next moment, the Lord's brows relaxed again and faced Li Xian. The upper ranks are very strong, but you captured them alive. How strong are you? Fortunately, you are in the camp of the Demon Slayer Corps. So, Yabayashiki said to Li Xian, you completed the mission very well this time, and you also captured an upper rank alive, which is an incomparable good thing. You should know that none of the current pillars have ever come into contact with the upper ranks. The only thing we know is that the upper ranks have killed many pillars in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. Very strong. This is the general impression of the Demon Slayer Corps members on the upper ranks. Yubayashiki really didn't expect that a member who had just joined not long ago could capture an upper rank alive in the first mission, which not only prevented him from harming humans in the future, but also increased the Demon Slayer Corps' understanding of the upper ranks. You have met the conditions to become a pillar. Yubayashiki Yoya said. Li Xian was a little surprised. Although he knew that the condition for becoming a pillar was to kill a lower rank demon or kill 50 demons, and the difficulty of capturing the upper rank demon alive was far greater than the former two, but in Li Xian's expectation, he had joined the Demon Slayer Corps not long after all, and even if he made a great contribution this time, the other party would most likely not mention it. But this was also a mistake in Li Xian's prediction. In the eyes of Yubayashiki Yoya, Li Xian was an extremely powerful swordsman who killed demons. And such a swordsman, in the correspondence between Yubayashiki and Li Xian's master Urokadaka Seikanji, understood that Li Xian was a person who did not have a clear belief in killing demons. If possible, Yubayashiki still wanted to tie Li Xian to the big ship of the Demon Slayer Corps as soon as possible, return his heart to the Demon Slayer Corps, strengthen his sense of belonging to the Demon Slayer Corps, and clarify his belief in killing demons. Therefore, although Yubayashiki knew that Li Xian was still inexperienced, he still gave him a stepping stone to become a pillar. Use the excuse given by Li Xian to capture the upper rank demon alive. Aren't there only 9 pillars? Li Xian asked. Yubayashiki asked in confusion, why do you think so? Li Xian immediately understood what he meant. There are not necessarily only 9 pillars, but the others just don't meet the conditions. Ah, nothing. Li Xian replied. So what's your idea? Yubayashiki Yoya asked for Li Xian's opinion on becoming a pillar. It doesn't matter. For Li Xian, it doesn't matter whether he becomes a pillar or not. Although becoming a pillar is obviously much easier, he doesn't have to be inferior to other pillars in status when communicating with other pillars for signing in. If he becomes a pillar, wouldn't he be able to call Tanjiro at will? Suddenly, Li Xian found the benefits of becoming a pillar. I will announce this at the next pillar meeting. Yubayashiki Yoya leaned forward slightly, as if to express respect. To be honest, Yubayashiki Yoya didn't want to push someone who had no faith in exterminating demons to the position of pillar, but Li Xian's strength was too important. After understanding the strength of the upper ranks, he believed that Li Xian was an indispensable and important fighting force. Now it's not that Li Xian can't do without the Demon Slayer Corps, but that the Demon Slayer Corps can't do without them. Li Xian is no longer available. Yes. Li Xian nodded and said goodbye to the host. I will arrange for someone to study the upper string you captured alive later. I hope you don't refuse. Yubayashiki Yoya finally said sincerely. Okay. Li Xian replied. Li Xian returned to the room where he stayed at Kyojuro's house again and put away his belongings. It seems that it is useless to bring these things along the way. I won't bring them next time. Li Xian thought. Especially the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. After staying in the room for a long time, Li Xian still didn't see Rengoku Kyojuro coming. Normally, with Kyojuro's personality, he should have rushed over to say hello after knowing the news of his friend's return, not to mention that the two of them had made a promise to come to the game to do their best to fight each other when they met again. Where is Mr. Rengoku? Li Xian asked the servant at home. Mr. Rengoku is on a mission. He got this response from the servant. Did he go on a mission? Li Xian muttered in a low voice. No wonder he didn't come to say hello. That's good, I don't have to spar with him. But normally, the headquarters will arrange at least one pillar to protect the Lord's safety. Since Rengoku is going on a mission, there should be other pillars to replace him. Should I go to that pillar to sign in? Li Xian suddenly thought. Forget it, it's too troublesome, I'd better practice the breathing of mist first. He gave up because he thought it was troublesome, and turned his focus to the sword skills of breathing of mist. So, Li Xian has been practicing his original breathing method in the courtyard these days. Until one day, a woman in a haori stood by the house and smiled at Li Xian, who was experimenting with a new sword form. Moji, excuse me, is this Mr. Li Xian? Li Xian stopped swinging the sun wheel sword, kept the breathing method in the normal state, and moved his eyes to the visitor. Black short hair, with mysterious purple ends at the bangs. A pair of purple pupils seemed to be smiling kindly, complimenting the beautiful face, revealing a gentle Yamato Nadeshiko image. She wore a mint-colored butterfly hair accessory behind her hair, and a butterfly pattern was embroidered on her haori. Under the haori, she wore a neatly dressed Demon Slayer Corps uniform. Seeing the appearance and clothes of the visitor, her identity immediately came to mind. Insect Pillar Koko Shinobu. Chapter 28. The real person is obviously much better looking than the animation and comics. Li Xian couldn't help but admire Shinobu Koko's graceful figure and beautiful face. The most important thing is the gentle temperament, which makes people feel close to her. What's the matter? After realizing that the insect pillar was the candidate to replace the flame pillar to guard the headquarters, Li Xian thought to himself while asking. If it's a woman, it's not easy to sign in. In Li Xian's opinion, compared with the male pillar, it would be much more troublesome for the female pillar to sign in. After all, it is more difficult to touch a girl than a boy. Let's continue to sign into the jade pot. My name is Koko Shinobu. My lord asked me to see the ghost you caught alive. Koko Shinobu smiled slightly. Before coming, Yubayashiki Yoya specifically told her many things, one of which was to treat Li Xian as someone in the same position as her and be polite. Ah! Li Xian suddenly remembered that Koko Shinobu was also a doctor by profession, and she also studied things related to ghosts on weekdays. For example, her power could not cut off the head of a ghost, so she would extract toxins that are deadly to ghosts from plants such as wisteria flowers that ghosts fear and apply them on the blade. Even in order to kill the upper string 2 who killed her sister, she has been transforming her physique into a wisteria body, intending to die with the upper string 2 if she can't beat him in the future. But because her body absorbs too much wisteria juice, she doesn't have much life left. Okay. Li Xian replied and led Koko Shinobu to the main hall. Where's the ghost? Where is it? Shinobu Koko looked around but didn't see any ghost. Li Xian pointed to the colorful head of Yahoo, which was planted in a potted plant, and closed its eyes, and said, Where is it? Shinobu Koko looked at the place he pointed to, and when she saw Yahoo's current appearance, her calm and gentle face couldn't help but twitch. She sensed the breath a little. It was indeed a living ghost. According to the Lord, he was still a powerful upper rank. But he was like this. I'll take him away first, Mr. Li Xian. Shinobu Koko said politely. Hearing this, Li Xian frowned. Can't we study here? Forgive me, the research equipment is only in the butterfly house. Shinobu Koko heard the displeasure in Li Xian's words and explained. You can take him away, but I need to follow him. Li Xian said. Why? Mr. Li Xian. Because if I'm not with this guy, he will run away. I won't let him run away, don't worry, Mr. Li Xian. Koko Shinobu said with a gentle smile. No, he will run away. Li Xian did not change his opinion because of Koko Shinobu's promise. I'm a pillar. Mr. Li Xian. Koko Shinobu put her hand on the sun wheel sword on her waist, showing that she is very strong. Even the pillars can't do it. Li Xian was unmoved and said calmly. Koko Shinobu's strength is not strong among the 9 pillars. Moreover, Yu-Hu can be said to be a ghost who is extremely incompatible with her. If she faces Yu-Hu, with her weak strength, she can't even think of breaking through the defense of Yu-Hu with tough scaly skin. Hearing Li Xian's words, the smile on Koko Shinobu's face gradually subsided. Koko Shinobu would be expressionless whenever she was angry, and this was the case at this time. As a member of the pillar, she naturally has her confidence and pride, but at this moment, Li Xian's words and actions seemed to question her. Shinobu Koko was not a tolerant and generous person. Then do you want to try, Mr. Li Xian? So, she said something provocative. Although Li Xian had captured the upper ranks alive, none of the pillars had ever seen the upper ranks, so they naturally could not understand the meaning of the 4 words capture the upper ranks alive. And Li Xian would not specifically brag about the strength of the upper ranks, thereby indirectly showing his own strength. So although Shinobu Koko knew that the upper ranks were strong, she always felt that she would not lose. There is no need to be so troublesome. Li Xian walked to the potted plant, suddenly pulled out the jade pot head in the potted plant, and threw it to Shinobu Koko. Try to chop it with your greatest strength. His sudden behavior caught Shinobu Koko off guard, but she still instinctively drew out the sun wheel sword. Shinobu's sun wheel sword had a 4-leaf-shaped hilt, a green handle, a slender blade, and a barb at the tip of the blade. This was a special sun wheel sword made specifically for her. In order to prove her strength, Shinobu took action. Insect breathing. The tip of the knife suddenly thrust out. Dance of butterfly true mi. This is an unexpected thrust. Although Shinobu Koko's swinging power is weak, the thrust is very strong, and its speed is faster than the speed of water-breathing 7th type Shizuka wave thrust. Clang! But when the tip of the knife touched the scales on Yuhu's face, it made a sound of metal and iron intersecting. The force transmitted by the tip of the knife knocked Yuhu's head off and hit the wall. There were only some white spots on Yuhu's scales that were stabbed, and Shinobu's attack did not break his defense at all. Do you understand? Li Xian walked over and picked up Yuhu's head, and said slowly, "Don't think he looks like a dead ghost now. In fact, he can completely restore his entire body in an instant. If he stays away from me, even if he is a little weak, no one will be able to stop him from escaping. Then we can only let Mr. Li Xian go together. There are also vacancies in the butterfly house." At this moment, Shinobu Koko realized that she alone could not stop the ghost from escaping. He couldn't even break the defense, and his greatest specialty, poison, couldn't easily enter the opponent's body. How could Chun Chun play when he was restrained? Yet, for Li Xian, it didn't matter where he lived. As long as he could sign in, it would be fine. That's right, maybe letting Yuhu run away was only secondary. The important thing was that he couldn't sign in if he was not with Yuhu. But if he went to the butterfly house, he might have a chance to sign in the insect pillar. Li Xian took some things and came to her residence with Shinobu Koko, which was called the butterfly house. In fact, the butterfly house is more of a logistical organization of the Demon Slayer Corps than a residence. It is a medical institution managed by the insect pillar Shinobu Koko, which provides treatment and rehabilitation for injured team members. Most of the caregivers in the butterfly house are members of the Demon Slayer Corps who have no swordsmanship talent. The appearance of the butterfly house is not much inferior to that of the headquarters. After entering the door of the butterfly house, a twin-tailed girl wearing a butterfly hair accessory came out and bowed to Shinobu Koko. "Master Shinobu, you are back." "I am back." Shinobu Koko replied with a smile, "This is Li Xian from the Demon Slayer Corps. He will live here these days. Arrange a room for him." "Okay, Master Shinobu." The twin-tailed girl nodded respectfully, and then said to Li Xian, "Hello, my name is Kanzaki Aoi, please follow me." Then Koko Shinobu took the jade pot and went to study, and Kanzaki Aoi led Li Xian to an empty room. "Tell me if you need anything." After saying this, Kanzaki Aoi hurried away, probably because there was a patient who needed care. Chapter 29. The blood was not collected, but the blood was not collected. However, Li Xian had just stayed for a short time when Shinobu Koko hurried over. "Can't take blood." Li Xian's voice came the moment Shinobu Koko opened the door. Shinobu Koko was stunned, then nodded, "His skin is too hard, and his eyes are not open." "Just tell him, Li Xian asked you to spit some blood for me. Will this work?" Shinobu Koko was a little skeptical. Yes. Li Xian's attitude was firm, and Shinobu Koko could only leave half-believingly. Returning to the place where the jade pot skull was placed, Shinobu Koko said it as it was. Unexpectedly, the head of the upper-rank demon actually obediently bleeds from the mouth of the eye socket. Shinobu couldn't help but feel strange. Who on earth is that Li Xian? Why are ghosts so afraid of him? Mist breathing, Type 10, Rain of Fire in the Mist. Li Xian swung the sun wheel sword in his hand to the sky, and a mist invaded and spread to the sky to form a cloud-like mist. He swung again, and a mist converted to water properties merged into the mist. Suddenly, a heavy rain fell in the yard. He swung again, and a mist converted to fire properties merged into the mist. However, after the mist with fire properties merged into the mist suddenly dissipated. Failed. Li Xian muttered to himself. It seems that it can only be used as a skill to make rain. Although it is spectacular and compelling, I still don't understand the meaning of your research on these sword skills. Shinobu Koko appeared in the house in the yard and said in confusion. Obviously, she saw the scene just now. For more than a month, Li Xian has been testing these things in the yard. While studying the jade pot, Shinobu Koko gradually became familiar with Li Xian. That's why Shinobu Koko spoke to Li Xian in this tone. In Shinobu Koko's cognition, sword skills are all to set off the slash of the sun blade, and the purpose is to cut off the head of the demon. Although some sword forms of the haze breathing are accompanied by the appearance of mist, it is ultimately to conceal the sudden slash. However, Li Xian's slash seems to be the opposite, and it is often not the slash of the sun blade that causes damage in the end. But it is something else, and the sun blade seems to be like a medium. This is the case with Li Xian's self-created mist-breathing 2-type Great Mist Flame Pillar. This makes Shinobu Koko a little puzzled. For demons, the slash of the sun blade with the characteristics of sunlight is the fatal thing. Isn't it putting the cart before the horse to study these sword forms that only cause pure damage and give up slashing? The recovery ability of demons is well known. Even if they are broken into hundreds of pieces, they can be reassembled and restored. Without the slash of the sun blade, all damage is meaningless. Well, how should I put it? Maybe I just like it. Li Xian pinched his chin and responded. For Shinobu Koko, demons are the biggest enemy, and everything should be based on killing demons. But for Li Xian, who is in the main god space, demons are not the only enemy, so he will not set the purpose of creating sword types only to kill demons. No matter how good the sword type for killing demons is, there are also sword types for water breathing and fire breathing, so he doesn't care at all. In fact, it doesn't matter if Li Xian doesn't create any sword type. After all, the focus of his strength improvement is still on the ability of signing in. If he is weak, he can just stay alive and sign in for a while, and his strength will almost rise. Creating sword types is just a hobby, just for his own fun. Li Xian, why did you join the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinobu Koko suddenly asked. Why do you ask this? Li Xian looked at her in confusion. Curious. Shinobu Koko said. Li Xian didn't know how to respond for a moment. What was the reason for joining the Demon Slayer Corps? Can it be said to be the mission of the Lord God? Do you know? Li Xian. Every time I see or study that upper-rank demon, I feel extreme resentment in my heart. I hate these man-eating demons and will never forgive them. Most of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are like this. Some of them are for revenge, and some are for protecting others, but they all have a clear belief in killing demons. Seeing that Li Xian did not respond, Shinobu Koko said expressionlessly. But you are different. In the process of studying demons, I can't feel your negative feelings towards demons at all. You are powerful. If you envy money and power, you should be able to easily obtain it with your ability. So, why? Li Xian, why did you join the Demon Slayer Corps? Each of her words was sonorous and powerful, and each sentence contained deep feelings. Li Xian was thinking, and Shinobu Koko stood there quietly looking at him, waiting for his answer. Li Xian knew that Shinobu Koko's parents were killed by demons when they were young, and her only surviving relative, her sister, was also killed by Doma, the second of the upper strings, a few years ago, and she had an irreconcilable hatred for demons. Shinobu Koko, who used to be serious and unsmiling, changed her temperament drastically. She learned the words, behavior, and personality of her sister Kane Koko and became mature all of a sudden. Make up a false reason to answer? Join the Demon Slayer Corps because of Tanjiro and Urokodaka-sensei? No. Li Xian rejected these ideas at once. It was precisely because he knew Shinobu Koko's past that Li Xian did not want to use these reasons that went against his heart to prevaricate the person in front of him. Then what is the most sincere reason for himself? Because it's interesting. Li Xian looked directly into Shinobu Koko's purple eyes and responded like this. This is Li Xian's most sincere thought. Whether it is the Lord's mission, the convenience of signing in, or the responsibility of being a human being, these are all irrelevant things. Interesting. This is his most true answer. Is it interesting? This answer obviously shook Shinobu Koko, making her a little absent-minded for a moment. Anything else you want to ask? Li Xian's smile at this time was warm and gentle, but for some reason it made people feel inexplicably depressed. Shinobu Koko shook her head, indicating that she had nothing to say. Then she walked out of the house and left. Shinobu Koko walked straight to the Lord and sat down. Ahem, what did he say? Yabayashiki asked with a cough, with a gentle smile on his face. Shinobu repeated the conversation with Li Xian in full, and after she finished speaking, she lowered her head slightly. He is a person without faith. Well, I know. Yabayashiki still had that gentle smile. Is he really suitable for the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinobu's face was facing down, and people could not see his expression. More suitable than you think. Yabayashiki said, don't think so complicated, Shinobu, this is not something unreasonable. I know, but I don't know why, I feel uncomfortable in my heart. When God gives talent and power to a person, it does not necessarily grant that person a mission, and what we need to do is just to try to get their help to achieve our goals. Yabayashiki Koya said in a calm tone. Kohiko Shinobu took a deep breath and hesitated. After a few seconds, as if she had made up her mind, she looked firm and said to the Lord, in the past month, when I studied that upper-rank ghost, the ghost always muttered Li Xian is a ghost, although the ghost's words cannot. Yabayashiki showed a surprised look and interrupted Shinobu Koko's words, what a coincidence, someone also said so. He waved to the side, and then a petite woman walked out from the darkness of the main hall. That was Luo Yaya, a senior member of the Zhongzhou 4th team whom Li Xian had met before. Chapter 30. The two of them were very happy. This is the child who joined the Demon Slayer Corps not long ago. Yabayashiki introduced, there are two other people who joined with her. The three of them form a team to carry out missions, and their strength is not weak. Kohiko Shinobu moved her eyes to Luo Yaya and looked at her, but saw that she looked dazed and a little absent-minded, as if she had suffered a lot of stimulation. Then more than a month ago, her team encountered Muzan when they were carrying out a mission in Kyoto, and only she escaped. Listening to the words of the Lord, Koko Shinobu immediately understood why this girl was like this. Obviously, the death of her teammates had a great impact on her. She couldn't help but feel sympathy, and her hatred for the demons deepened. Every time she saw someone being harmed and destroyed by a demon, she would always feel angry and resentful. Then she gave me this and said to me, Li Xian of the Demon Slayer Corps is a demon, the proof is inside. Yabayashiki Yoya took out a small square box. If there were people in modern times, they would definitely recognize what the small box was. It was a touchscreen mobile phone. What is this? Shinobu Koko asked in confusion. I don't quite understand it either. Yabayashiki handed the phone to Luo Yaya and motioned her to operate it. This thing seems to have a recording function. She showed me the recorded screen. Of course, Yubayashiki was blind and couldn't watch the video. His wife did it for him and dictated it. Luoyaya took the phone in silence and operated it mechanically. Suddenly, a video was played. The angle of view of the picture was a little low, but it was very clear. Standing near the picture was a man wearing a white hat and a suit with his back to the camera, and standing far away was Li Xian carrying a sack. If Li Xian was here, he would definitely be able to clearly identify that the source of the video was the recording electronic equipment on the bodies of the two deceased seniors. "Who are you?" Musen's gloomy voice came from the phone. Luoyaya was struck by lightning when she heard this voice. Her face became extremely terrified. She trembled and curled up and kept retreating. Most likely, she had a deep psychological shadow on Musen. "Let her rest." Yubayashiki ordered his wife to take Luoyaya to rest. Jade Pot. The video continued to play. Koko Shinobu's eyes were burning, staring at the screen of the phone. Demonization. Seeing the evil changes of Li Xian on the screen, Koko Shinobu couldn't help but widen her eyes. "This! Lord!" Koko Shinobu screamed. Li Xian is really a ghost. It's not fun to study those sword types that only have killing power. I should have thought that it's useless to ghosts, but it's the most hurtful thing to people. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps is not because of the interesting he said, but for some inexplicable purpose. Her heart shuddered, and all kinds of thoughts came to her mind. She really didn't expect that the person she had been with for more than a month was actually a ghost. At this moment, she just wanted to hurry back to the butterfly house to ensure the safety of the people in the butterfly house. "Look down." Yubayashiki's voice was calm. "Just look down, Shinobu." Yubayashiki Koya repeated his words. "Yes." Shinobu Koko had to sit down again. "Can you switch between humans and ghosts?" Musen's excited voice came from the phone, and Shinobu Koko's expression changed because of it. "Can switch between humans and ghosts? Doesn't this mean that sunlight is no longer the only weakness?" "Eat you. If I eat you, I may be the same as you." Musen's crazy voice came out, and he attacked Li Xian. Mist breathing, second form Great Mist Fiery Flame. Li Xian's voice was a little hoarse and low, completely different from usual. This sword form of Shinobu Koko had seen him practice it before, but the power during practice was obviously restrained. At this moment, only thick fog can be seen on the phone screen. The next moment, black flames burned up and the picture stopped abruptly. Shinobu Koko looked at the triangular pause button on the screen and remained silent. "Any ideas?" "Shinobu," Yubayashiki said calmly. "He and Musen don't seem to be in the same team." Shinobu Koko expressed her opinion. "Yet." Yubayashiki nodded, "Musen's enemies are our friends." "But, he is a ghost. You should have seen that Li Xian can switch between humans and ghosts. He is both a human and a ghost. As long as he doesn't eat people, we should accept him." "But..." Shinobu Koko accepted it for a while. "No, I want to refute it. He is very powerful and talented, and he has the ability that Musen dreams of. For him, Musen will definitely do anything, so we need him." Yubayashiki interrupted her again. "I respect your thoughts, my lord." Koko Shinobu could only nod. "Don't worry, his trainer Mr. Seikanji has been with him for several years and has never smelled the smell of human blood. I believe he will not eat people." Yubayashiki Koya comforted Koko Shinobu. But Koko Shinobu still couldn't let it go. She hated ghosts, and her loved ones died because of ghosts. She also saw too many people suffering because of ghosts. Even if her sister insisted on the idea that people and ghosts can get along well until her death, and she also planned to stick to her sister's wish. But that's why I feel strange that Miss Koko Shinobu suddenly asked me those questions. a figure suddenly walked in from the main hall. The man's sleeves were loose, but not sloppy, and his cold eyes were hidden under his messy bangs. Li Xian. Butterfly couldn't help but put her hand on the sun blade. Even though we've been together for more than a month, you're still so wary of me. Li Xian walked slowly into the main room and sat down slowly. Cell phone. He was a little surprised to see the utensils on the ground. Li Xian heard their conversation halfway through, so he naturally didn't know much. He just knew that he could turn into a ghost. You heard it. Yubayashiki Kakia smiled, and it seemed that he didn't have any grudges because he knew that Li Xian could turn into a ghost. His attitude towards Li Xian was the same as always. I was going to ask you something, and I just happened to hear it halfway. Li Xian responded. Ah, what do you want to ask? Mr. Purgatory's whereabouts, he hasn't come back for so long. Li Xian said. He somewhat missed Rengoku Kyojuro, who could fight with him. After all, among all the creatures he knew, Kyojuro might be the only one who would enthusiastically accept his request and let him try out the sword form without dying. Of course, Yahoo could actually do it. But Yahoo had to be a test subject, so there was nothing he could do. Moreover, Li Xian did not have the strength to crush Yahoo without the demon transformation. What if he tried and thought he could do it? He would have to turn into a demon and chop him until his hands were sore. Kyojuro should be back soon. Ah, then wait a little longer. After saying that, Li Xian stood up and was about to leave. Wait. Shinobu Koko, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Chapter 31. The sound of Kachi Shinobu stopped Li Xian from taking the next step. Li Xian asked in confusion. Have you ever eaten a human? Kachi Shinobu lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Why do you want to eat a human? Li Xian kept speaking in a gentle tone. I won't want to eat a human when I become a demon, and I haven't eaten a human before. For me, demonization is just a way to enhance strength, just like a swordsman using breathing techniques, there is no difference. Are you satisfied with this explanation? That's why Li Xian didn't want to expose his demonization ability in the human camp, which was quite troublesome. I'll believe you for now. Kachi Shinobu no longer lowered her head, and her palm was no longer placed on the sun wheel sword, returning to her usual gentle Kachi Shinobu. She smiled at Li Xian, but the smile seemed a little stiff to Li Xian. Even if she imitated her sister Koko Kane in every way, Koko Shinobu was Koko Shinobu after all, and Koko Kane was Koko Kane after all. At this time, Mrs. Yubayashiki, who had finished comforting Luoyaya, came over and leaned over to Kobayashiki Yoya's ear and uttered some words. Oh! Kobayashiki Yoya was surprised. After a while, he looked at Li Xian and Koko Shinobu and said, there are members of the Demon Slayer Corps encountering powerful demons in Nada Spider Mountain, maybe the 12 demon moons, and they are in urgent need of support. Can I ask you to help? Yes, sir. Koko Shinobu nodded in response. Okay. Li Xian realized that this was the plot of Tanjiro encountering the lower string 5 REI in Spider Mountain, and agreed. After all, the original plot was that Tomioka Jiyu and Koko Shinobu were the two pillars who were to rescue, but because of the butterfly effect brought by me, now only I and Koko Shinobu are there. If I don't agree and let Koko Shinobu go alone, Tanjiro might die. Just. Lord, are you safe? Koko Shinobu said worriedly. Jiyu is near the headquarters, don't worry. Yubayashiki said. The two walked out of the door of the main hall, and Li Xian said, I'll go and bring the jade pot over first. In order to prevent the jade pot from getting out of control, he felt that the jade pot had become a must-have prop for him to go out. Yet. Koko Shinobu nodded. Li Xian's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. A few seconds later, Li Xian returned to Koko Shinobu, with a bag on his waist, which contained a very peaceful jade pot. The two went into battle lightly, and basically didn't bring any extra things. Li Xian didn't even change his team uniform, and only the sun wheel sword on his waist could indicate his identity. The location of Nada Spider Mountain is not far from here, nor is it close. The transportation there is a bit inconvenient. Moreover, the situation is urgent now. The two can only use breathing techniques to travel. After all, the speed of two people with the strength of the pillar level is no slower than that of the train. Let's go. As soon as the voice fell, a gust of wind blew. The figures of Li Xian and Koko Shinobu disappeared at the same time. Breath of the beast. Three fangs tear with fangs. The young man in a shook Hashabira, wearing a wild boar mask, crossed his hands in the air and swung the two sun wheel swords in his hands, which had many gaps and became extremely hideous, and slashed at the back of the head of the black monster with a big body. Zhang! The sun wheel sword broke with a sound. Broken. Inashuk showed an unbelievable expression under the wild boar mask. Can't cut it. Bang! The big black monster with a face like a spider turned and smashed towards Hashabira Inashuk, knocking him away and smashing him hard against a thick tree. Cough cough. Inashuk couldn't help but cough painfully. The pain and numbness in his body were like maggots attached to his bones, making him unbearable and unable to move. Oops! I couldn't use my breath to change to a fighting posture. He muttered, but his head was grabbed by a thick arm. Don't get close to my family. The monster seemed to have lost its mind and was talking wildly. This monster was a family created by the lower five lay for the false bond of relatives. Acting as a father. Inashuk felt that his head was about to be crushed, and he was in great pain. His body gradually became stiff. Memories that he had never thought of before surged in his head. I can't die. The strong obsession made Inashuk Hashabira raise the two broken Nikaran swords and suddenly stab them into the monster's neck. The broken sword stabbed into the monster's neck, but it got stuck inside and did not cause any damage to it. How could it be? Inashuk looked at the stuck broken sword in disappointment. The power coming from the head was getting stronger and stronger, and Inashuk felt that he was about to lose consciousness. You have a good will, you are really persistent. Inashuk didn't know if he had an illusion. He saw a person squatting on the monster's thick arm that was holding his head, and was talking to him with a smile. He wanted to respond, but he couldn't. His throat was stuck and was about to burst. Don't get close to my family. Inashuk saw that the monster suddenly went crazy, and the other arm grabbed the person who suddenly appeared. Isn't it an illusion? He realized. The next moment, Inashuk only felt a blue knife flash in front of his eyes. His head was light, and the whole person fell down. Looking through the wild boar headgear again, the monster's hands had been cut off and flew into the air. Inashuk saw the man who suddenly appeared standing on the ground with a deep blue sun blade in his hand. Did he chop it off? I couldn't even cut the skin just now. The pig-headed boy realized the gap between himself and the other party. No. No. Get close to my family. The monster lost its mind even more due to the injury. The broken arm grew in an instant and grabbed the man again. Be careful. Inashuk wanted to remind him but was powerless. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. The calm voice sounded, and the flowing water disappeared in an instant. The sound of drawing the sword was drowned in the monster's roar, but the sound of sheathing it resounded in the silent night. The tall and strong ghost stopped moving and shouting, and the spider-like head slowly slid down from the smooth cross-section and hit the ground, making a violent sound. Then, the ghost's body and broken head gradually dissipated like the scorching sun and spring snow. So strong. Such a strong man. This is the first time I've seen him. Inashuk stared at the handsome figure in front of him in a daze, unable to say a word. Are you alive? The powerful man Li Xian leaned over and asked Hashabira Inashuk, one of the three strongest demons in Demon Slayer. How could he be dead? He's a very strong guy. The boy wearing a wild boar mask jumped up from the ground and shouted with a spirited look. "You are full of energy indeed." Li Xian couldn't help but smile at Inishuk. He didn't dislike energetic and simple children. "Hey, you! You are a very strong guy. Fight with me. I will be the strongest after I beat you." The pig-headed boy was obviously covered in wounds, but he was full of energy and challenged Li Xian. "Are you stupid?" Li Xian's figure flashed and suddenly appeared beside Inishuk. "So fast." Inishuk was shocked. The injured should have a good rest. Li Xian's palm turned into a knife and pressed against the back of Inishuk's neck. Suddenly, Inishuk felt a huge force coming from the back of his neck, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and he slowly fell down. "It's not good to leave him here if something happens, so let's take him to Shinobu Koko to see." Li Xian picked up the unconscious Inishuk and held him at his waist. Chapter 32. The weather was very bad, but the weather was very bad. Li Xian stood by the river and murmured, "Where is Tanjiro?" He recalled Tanjiro's smell in his mind for a moment, and his nose twitched, triggering his sensitive sense of smell. The smell of tens of thousands of creatures on the whole mountain seemed to rush into Li Xian's nose in an instant. The smell of ghosts he had never smelled before, the smell of people he had never smelled before, the smell of small animals, the smell of Shinobu Koko, the smell of Nezuko, and the smell of Tanjiro. Found it. It seems that the state is not right. Li Xian felt that Tanjiro's breath was a little bit wrong, a little weak. It seems that even if the strength is much deeper than in the plot, it is still not as good as the fifth lower string. His breathing became heavier. All in. Li Xian's figure gradually became illusory and disappeared on the spot. Water breathing, Form 3, Flowing Dance. Tanjiro waved the sun blade, bringing up a stream of water, and approached the demon in the distance with clever steps. The demon had white hair and skin, bright red in the eye frame, white pupils and black eyes, and several red dots on the cheeks. He was a child, and the words lower 5 were engraved in his eyes. "This is the fifth lower string, Lay." Lay's hand bloomed with several white spider silk threads attacking Tanjiro, and Tanjiro relied on his steps to avoid the cutting of the silk threads again and again. The silk threads that could not be avoided were cut by his slashes as he stepped. It was obviously much better than the situation in the original plot where the silk threads could not be cut and the knife was broken in an instant. Tisk! Lay curled his lips, his hand turned bright red, blood flowed down and injected into the blooming silk threads, and the white silk threads suddenly turned red. Tanjiro's Nichiren sword cut into the bright red silk thread, but suddenly a gap was made. The sword was cut, can't be cut. This silk thread is so hard. He leaned down in an instant, narrowly avoiding the sweep of the silk thread, but the Nichiren sword also broke with a sound. "It's broken." Tanjiro's face was full of surprise. "What should I do?" Tanjiro stepped back and stood in front of Nezuko, who was cut by the silk thread just now. Nichiren sword is an extremely important weapon for killing demons. If Nichiren sword is broken, it means that the combat effectiveness will be greatly affected. Ryuryuho consumes a lot of physical strength. Tanjiro wanted to approach the demon at high speed so that his silk thread had no space to release, but he failed, and the Nichiren sword was cut instead. His Haori and Demon Slayer Corps uniform had been cut into tatters by the silk thread, and his physical strength was gradually running out. Think! Tanjiro held the broken sword in his hand, his mind constantly turning, looking for a way out. "Think of a way quickly. Let your sister be my sister." Lay suddenly stretched out his arm to Tanjiro. "Impossible." Tanjiro responded excitedly. "Then go to hell," Lay said indifferently. He stretched out his 10 fingers, like a spider, and suddenly shot out many red threads from his 10 fingers at high speed, attacking Tanjiro and Nezuko. The countless silk threads weaved into a large net in the air to cover Tanjiro and Nezuko. Once covered, they would definitely be cut into pieces of blood and flesh. Blood Demon Art Cut Silk Prison. Is he going to die? Tanjiro suddenly panicked. The sun wheel sword was intact and couldn't cut these red threads, let alone the broken sun wheel sword. Is he going to die? All the memories of the past flashed in Tanjiro's mind like a slideshow. It's a revolving lantern. Father. Memories of his father emerged in Tanjiro's mind. On a snowy day, his father was wearing a ritual costume and dancing to worship the god of fire. Our family works with fire. In order to avoid injuries and disasters, we dance and pray for the god of fire at the beginning of the year. The conversation with his mother emerged. There is a way to breathe. There is a way to breathe that will not make you tired no matter how you move. The conversation with his father lying on the cotton mat emerged. These memories are clearly forgotten. Breathe, Tanjiro. The heavy voice of his father sounded in his mind again. The god of fire Kagura. Tanjiro's water breathing suddenly stopped and turned into the breathing method his father taught him in his memory. Suction method. On the broken sword, fierce flames instantly emerged, which were more brilliant and gentle than the breath of fire. Round dance. The flames instantly cut through the shrinking red silk prison. Tanjiro rushed towards Rui in an instant. Can't stop, otherwise there will be sequelae from the transition from the water-breathing method to the fire god Kagura, he must be killed immediately. Can't stop. His heart was full of prayers to kill the demon in front of him. What? Rui was frightened by Tanjiro's explosion for a moment, and retreated quickly, and halfway through, he used his hands to weave a flower rope with red silk and released it to Tanjiro. Blood demon art killing eye cage. But the red silk was as fragile as ordinary silk thread, and it was burned and cut off in an instant when it touched Tanjiro's flame. Damn it! A panicked look appeared on Lei's face. When he was about to make the next move, Tanjiro had already approached Lei with the broken sword carrying flames. It's going to succeed. Tanjiro gripped the handle of the sword tightly, and the remaining blade was about to chop Lei's neck. Wait! Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded for Tanjiro. Li Xian's figure suddenly appeared beside Tanjiro, grabbed his arm, and stopped Tanjiro from swinging down. But even so, Lei's head still flew up. Why? Tanjiro was about to ask Li Xian's meaning when he saw that Lei's flying head was tied with several silk threads. He immediately understood that it would be useless even if he chopped it down. But Li Xian is here, should be. With trust in Li Xian, Tanjiro slowly fell down. The sequelae of the breathing method conversion left him with no strength to move. Thank you for your hard work. Li Xian raised his foot to catch Tanjiro, said something casually, and then threw in a Shuk and Tanjiro to Nezuko who had recovered. In fact, Li Xian had arrived a long time ago, but did not make a move. He knew that this plot was an important plot for Tanjiro's explosiveness to stimulate the breathing method of the god of fire Kagura, and it could not be interrupted casually. So he did not make a move at the first time, but secretly prepared to save Tanjiro when his life was really in danger. As for why he blocked Tanjiro's last knife, it was simply because Li Xian was greedy for Rui's blood demon art. Although Rui cut off his head in advance in the original plot, so Tanjiro's knife did not hit, but Li Xian could not guarantee that everything was as described in the plot. After all, Rui did not react to Tanjiro before being hit, which was different from the original plot. Moreover, the power of Tanjiro's knife was indeed quite bluffing. Li Xian was afraid that he would kill Rui with this knife, so he blocked Tanjiro's knife in advance. Who are you? The silk thread retracted, and Lei's head returned to his broken neck. Why did you block his knife? Lei sensed the breath of the person in front of him. It was indeed a person. Moreover, why was there a ghost breath around his waist? It may be a bit shameful to say it out loud. Li Xian didn't know how to answer. Should I say that I did it for your blood demon art? Then go to hell. Lei's face showed an angry look. The panic of being almost chopped to death just now made him feel uncomfortable when he recalled it. The silk thread flowed out from his fingertips again. But the next moment, Lei found that the person in front of him had disappeared. Behind. Li Xian patted Lei's shoulder from behind. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Get lower string 5 Lei's blood demon art, it can be used in the demon state, and all Lei's blood demon arts will be usable. Seeing the prompt, Li Xian was a little surprised. When signing in for the Jade Pot, the blood demon arts were given one by one, and sometimes some inexplicable things could be signed in. This time, Lei was lucky and got all of them at once. Hearing the voice from behind, Lei's expression froze and his body rushed forward. What a fast speed! He couldn't help but be surprised and suspicious. His angry mood seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and he calmed down all of a sudden. Since it's all, you are not needed. When Lei was about to turn around and attack the silk thread backwards, a cold voice suddenly came from the side. Water breathing, I don't know what type it is. Anyway, it's just a knife. Immediately afterwards, Lei heard the sound of the sun wheel sword being unsheathed in a sentence that was extremely insulting to ghosts. Then Lei felt his consciousness fall into darkness. Chapter 33. The old man was so tired that he was not very happy. Looking at the tiredness gradually turning into ashes, Li Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart that he had bad luck. All the blood ghost arts were signed by him at once, so there was no need to keep them all. Originally, I wanted him to keep Yu-Hu company. Otherwise, Yu-Hu would feel lonely like this. Is your brother in good condition? Li Xian ignored the gradually dissipating tiredness and walked towards Nezuko. Yet. Nezuko, biting the bamboo yoke, nodded cutely. She had become much bigger because she had to carry 2 men taller than her. Li Xian walked up to Nezuko, who was already a head taller than him, and said, "You can put them down." Nezuko obediently put the 2 injured people on the ground slowly. Therefore, Li Xian also found that Tanjiro was still conscious, but he couldn't move. Now he was staring blankly at the tiredness that was dissipating into ashes. Ah! Tanjiro's daily post-war sentimental stage. Li Xian didn't say much. Although he didn't like this kind of behavior of sympathizing with ghosts, he wouldn't bother them. Suddenly, there was a whizzing sound in the dense forest behind everyone. A figure was approaching quickly. The smell of Coco Shinobu. Li Xian knew the identity of the person who came with a shrug of his nose. Suddenly, the people and ghosts present saw the scene of illusory butterflies flying in front of them, and Tanjiro and Nezuko felt a trance in their heads. But Li Xian was not affected at all. Murderous intent. Li Xian and Tanjiro smelled this smell at the same time. The figure approached, revealing the figure of Coco Shinobu. She swung the uniquely shaped Nichiren sword in her hand and slashed at Nezuko. Nezuko! Tanjiro only had time to shout in panic. Zhang! Li Xian instantly pulled out the Nichiren sword, swung the sword and collided with Coco Shinobu's Nichiren sword, making a sound of metal clashing. Coco Shinobu's attack was blocked. Her figure slowed down, and she flipped in mid-air, spinning to relieve inertia and impact and landed gracefully. Mr. Li Xian. Coco Shinobu resumed the address she had when they first met, with the gentle smile on her face, but the words spoken from her cherry-colored lips carried a questioning tone. Why do you want to hinder me and protect the ghost? The ghost behind you. Don't tell me you don't know? You are violating the team rules. It was obviously said with a smile, but it revealed a chill. No, this is my sister, not a ghost. Ah! I can't say no. Tanjiro, who was lying on the ground, sat up and tried to explain. But Shinobu Coco interrupted him with a smile. Ah, it's your sister, so pitiful, then let me kill her with a gentle poison that won't hurt and help her get rid of it. She clenched the Nichiren sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Li Xian. Can you move aside, Mr. Li Xian? To me, no. Li Xian also responded with a smile, and the smile on his face seemed to imitate Shinobu Coco. Looking at Li Xian's smile, Shinobu Coco seemed to have a well character on her forehead, and her anger rose in her heart. She flashed and swung the Nichiren sword again, aiming directly at Nezuko. Zhang! It was still the sound of metal clashing. Shinobu Koko's Nichiren sword and Li Xian's Nichiren sword collided again. However, the next moment after the collision, Koko Shinobu slid her Nichiren blade down along the blade of Li Xian's Nichiren blade, trying to cross his blade and slash at Nezuko. But her move was seen through by Li Xian, who directly raised his leg and whipped Koko Shinobu's waist. Suddenly, Koko Shinobu's whole body was knocked out. She flipped several times in the air before landing steadily. Her face was as gloomy as water, and even her smile was restrained. Are you serious? Or, because you can become a ghost, you want to protect other ghosts? Li Xian can become a ghost? Hearing this, Tanjiro and Nezuko on the side were both amazed, but holding on to their trust in Li Xian, they did not speak, and planned to ask again when they had the chance. Anyway, I'm here, you can't kill her. Li Xian did not respond specifically, but made his meaning clear. Really? Shinobu Koko stood still, raised her Nichiren sword slightly, and said, "It is against the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps for members to attack each other, but you were the first to protect and stop me from killing demons, which goes against the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps, so my attack will be a legitimate act. If you have the ability, then give it a try. After more than a month of getting along, I can still understand that I am not your opponent." Shinobu Koko said coldly, "So. I'm ready." As she finished her words, a girl with a ponytail wearing a white cape and a Demon Slayer Corps uniform walked out from behind her. The girl had a blank expression on her face and dull eyes, like a robot. This is Kaneo Kurihana, the disciple who accepted Shinobu Koko's teachings and the stepson who will inherit her title of pillar in the future, a 3-no girl. We may not be your opponent even if we work together, but I just need to hold you back and let Kaneo kill the demon. As Shinobu Koko spoke, Kaneo also drew the Nichiren sword from her waist. Then let's give it a try. Li Xian still had that indifferent attitude, as if he was absolutely sure that he could protect Tanjiro and Nezuko behind him. The two sides were immediately on the verge of a fight, and sparks seemed to burst out in their eyes. Kohiko Shinobu insisted on killing demons, and she was even more determined to never give in to Li Xian, who could turn into a demon and had the selfish intention of protecting demons. And Li Xian just followed his own ideas and stood on Tanjiro's side to prevent Nezuko from being killed. The wind in the forest rustled, blowing the branches and leaves swaying. A dark shadow suddenly flew from the sky, bringing a noisy sound. "Send an order! Send an order!" It was the crow raised by the Demon Slayer Corps, speaking human language in a harsh voice. A message came from the headquarters. "Capture Tanjiro and Nezuko, who is a demon. Bring them back to the headquarters." After the crow finished speaking, another one continued. "Tanjiro, wearing a checkered coat. There's a wound on your forehead. The demon girl biting bamboo. Nezuko. Bring it back. Bring it back." Hearing the crow's shout, Shinobu Koko frowned, but still slowly put the Nichiren sword back into the scabbard, and Li Xian standing opposite did the same. "Kaneo, put away the sword." Shinobu Koko called to Kaneo, who was still holding the sword. "Yes." After receiving the order, Kaneo nodded expressionlessly and put the sword back. Inashuk. Are you okay?" Tanjiro had time to worry about Hashibira Inashuk, who was unconscious beside him. He just fainted, but he was still seriously injured. Li Xian grabbed Inashuk and threw him to Koko Shinobu. "He is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, give him some treatment." Koko Shinobu frowned again, but still caught Inashuk and fed him some unknown medicine. Inashuk's pale face under the hood became a little rosy. Although he still didn't wake up, his condition was obviously much better. Then Inashuk was handed over to the hidden team of the Demon Slayer Corps, who came later to receive better treatment. Chapter 34. The sound of shuttles suddenly came from the dense forest, and a man wearing a checkered and red half-and-half coat suddenly appeared in front of everyone. That was someone they had seen before. One of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tomioka Jiyu. After his calm eyes swept over Koko Shinobu and Li Xian, who had already put away their swords, he quietly lowered his arm on the Nichiren sword. "Ah, it's Mr. Jiyu. You're late, and where is the Lord?" Koko Shinobu smiled at Jiyu. "The pillars have gradually gathered under the Lord's order." "Then why did the Lord send you here?" Koko Shinobu asked curiously. "To stop your conflict with him," Tomioka Jiyu said. "Ah. He violated the team rules." Shinobu Koko turned her head and looked at Li Xian with purple eyes. "If Mr. Tomioka had come earlier, he could have come with me." Jiyu Tomioka's eyes moved to Li Xian, and then moved to Tanjiro and Nezuko behind him. Then, he interrupted Shinobu Koko's words with a serious face. "If I had come earlier, I would have violated the team rules." Shinobu Koko responded with a confused look, and the word "well" appeared on her forehead again. "Let's go, Kaneo." Shinobu Koko could no longer maintain her gentle smile and called Kaneo to leave together. After Shinobu Koko left, Jiyu Tomioka walked in front of Li Xian. Li Xian looked at him steadily. "Violating the team rules will be very troublesome." Jiyu and Li Xian looked at each other for a long time before they could say this. "It's not a big problem," Li Xian responded calmly. Jiyu Tomioka nodded slightly and walked towards Tanjiro and Nezuko. "Mr. Jiyu." Tanjiro tried his best to stand up. "Well done, you survived." Jiyu praised Tanjiro. "Mr. Urokadaka told me everything about you in the past 2 years, keep going, Tanjiro." He encouraged Tanjiro. "Yes. Mr. Jiyu." Tanjiro is indeed a passionate young man, and a few words made him excited and energetic. Although the injury caused by this made him cough constantly, which seemed quite lame. "The injury is very serious, leave it to the people of Cage." Tomioka Jiyu called the members of Cage to take Tanjiro to treat him, and by the way, let them take Nezuko, who hid in the box because the sun was about to rise, and settle her. "Let's go, the Lord has ordered you to return to the headquarters." Then, Jiyu said to Li Xian. "Yes." Li Xian replied. According to seniority, Tomioka Jiyu is still Li Xian's senior brother, but the trainers basically don't care about these things, so there is no need to deliberately respect him. Moreover, Li Xian can't do this. The sun in the distance gradually rises, and the morning sun gradually shines on the earth. Li Xian and Jiyu set off at the same time and headed for the headquarters. It took longer to go back than to come, because the situation was urgent when rushing here, so I tried my best to run, and there was no rigid time requirement when going back, so it was a lot of delay. But it was only Li Xian who was like this. Jiyu and Koko Shinobu had already gone back before him. "Sign in." While rushing, Li Xian took out the head of the jade pot and did it. "Sign in successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the upper string 5 jade pot's blood demon art. It can be used after demonization, and you can move back and forth in the pot you made yourself, or store items or creatures in the pot, or use the pot to release the art. All the blood demon arts that originally belonged to the jade pot will be available to you. Why is my luck so good these 2 days?" Li Xian's mouth curled up slightly happy. "Should I keep this thing?" After Yu-Hu was squeezed dry, Li Xian held his head and thought while watching. "Or should I kill him?" Feeling the dangerous gaze, Yu-Hu suddenly opened his eyes. "I was sleeping well, why are you looking at me like this? Did I miss some plot?" Yu-Hu was puzzled. "Forget it, I'd better keep it," Li Xian thought. "Later, it can be used as a whetstone for those pillars to deal with the upper strings, and the price is to touch it and sign in for me." He felt that Yu-Hu could still squeeze a little more. The confused Yu-Hu had no idea that he had just walked through the gates of hell. The next moment, Li Xian suddenly turned into a ghost, took out a small pot, stuffed Yoo-hoo into it, and ended the ghost transformation in an instant. The time was ridiculously short. Yoo-hoo felt a sudden shock in his heart, and his whole head was squeezed. Thinking that he was going to heaven, he suddenly entered a dark space. He could feel the breath of his blood demon art in this space, but he could not control it at all. After recovering his whole body and trying to break through many times without success, he could only stay in it quietly. This way, the pillars will not smell the smell, and there is no need to worry about running out. Li Xian wrapped the pot he made before and tied it around his waist. The blood demon art of the jade pot is really useful. The pot has its own different space. The things thrown in cannot come out unless they are strong enough to a certain extent, and it can also conceal the breath. It is really a good ability to keep at home. It is not in vain that I let this thing live for so long. Li Xian continued on his way. Soon after, he returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Li Xian did not return to the butterfly house, nor did he go to the Yubayashiki immediately, but went to Rengoku Kyojuro's residence. As soon as he stepped into the door, Rengoku, who had not been seen for a long time, came to greet him. Li Xian. Kyojuro greeted him in high spirits. Well, Mr. Rengoku, it's been a long time since we last met. Li Xian responded with a smile. Haha, it's been a long time indeed. Rengoku Kyojuro always looked energetic. Did you encounter any troubles during this mission? Well, but it's been solved. Rengoku Kyojuro said in a loud voice, and then he seemed to remember something and said to Li Xian, I told you before that if we meet again, we will have a duel with all our strength. Ah, now. Li Xian felt that it would be better to fulfill his promise as soon as possible. Okay. Kyojuro responded loudly. However, just as he finished responding, a member of the hidden team ran over and said in a panic, Master Rengoku, the Lord invites all the pillars to meet at the mansion. Hearing the words of the team members, Rengoku Kyojuro nodded to show that he knew and said with a spirited face, it seems that it is not possible now. Let's wait for the next meeting. That's a bit regrettable, see you next time. Li Xian shook his head slightly and turned to leave. Master Li Xian, wait. The team member who delivered the message hurriedly stopped Li Xian, the Lord also invites you to meet at the mansion. Okay. Li Xian nodded. In fact, he originally planned to participate in the next meeting of the pillars, and being summoned by Yubayashiki was just right. After all, he still needed to support Tanjiro. Chapter 35. The two of them were very busy, and the two of them were very busy. Then let's go together. Li Xian. Kyojuro called Li Xian to go with him. Li Xian nodded slightly and followed Rengoku Kyojuro. By the way, is it okay for you not to wear the team uniform? Kyojuro suddenly asked halfway. It should be okay, after all, the Lord has never asked for it. Li Xian, who was used to not wearing a team uniform, shrugged and said. I think the team uniform should be worn properly. Kyojuro said seriously. Next time, it's troublesome to go back and change halfway. Li Xian replied casually. The other pillars may have opinions. Rengoku Kyojuro did not force Li Xian to change the team uniform, but reminded him. Well, no problem. Li Xian said. The two of them strolled leisurely to the Lord's mansion. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they found that there were already many people waiting in the courtyard. They seemed to be the last to arrive. They immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Everyone has arrived first. Rengoku Kyojuro said loudly with full energy. Hello, Mr. Rengoku. Shinobu Koko greeted with a gentle smile. Rengoku is still as energetic and gorgeous as always. A man with a sturdy figure, long white hair tied into a ponytail, a sparkling gem decoration on his forehead, a radial red makeup pattern around his left eye, and a modified Demon Slayer uniform with two big arms spoke with a proud face. This man is the Sound Pillar, one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, Duzui Tenjin. Li Xian's impression of him is that he was a guy who used to be a ninja and now changed his career to become a demon-killing swordsman and was full of gorgeous words. However, when it comes to Duzui Tenjin, the most unforgettable thing is that this guy has 3 wives. In the original plot, he survived to the end and lived happily with his 3 wives. Rengoku, you are late. On the branch of a tree in the courtyard, a man with green eyes on the left and gold eyes on the right, a bandage wrapped around his mouth, a white snake wrapped around his neck, a black and white striped coat on the outside, and a neat Demon Slayer Corps uniform on the inside, suddenly spoke, with a sense of blame in his words. This man is the Snake Pillar, one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, Iguro Obanai. Sorry. Rengoku Kyojuro responded loudly. Who is that? Iguro's sinister eyes moved to Li Xian, who was slightly behind Rengoku. Your stepson. No, he is a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Rengoku replied. Iguro Obanai's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a snake, and she pointed at Li Xian and said, this is something that only the pillars are qualified to participate in. Ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps cannot participate. Moreover, as a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, you don't wear the team uniform and don't abide by the discipline. You need to be punished. Mr. Iguro is so strict. So handsome. Not far from the tree, a girl with cherry-colored hair, green ends of bangs and braids, light green eyes, and a teardrop mole under both eyes looked at Iguro Obanai like a fangirl, thinking frivolously. She was wearing a snow-white haori, and under the haori was a somewhat revealing open-chested uniform and short skirt that had been modified by the tailor of the Demon Slayer Corps on his own initiative, and her legs were wrapped in a pair of green striped stockings. This girl is the love pillar, Mitsurai Kanroji, one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. As soon as Iguro finished speaking, Shinobu Koko smiled and covered her mouth slightly, saying, he is the member I just mentioned. Oh! Duzui Tenjin exclaimed, is he the member of the Demon Slayer Corps who shielded the demon, violated the team rules and confronted Koko? Then he needs to be judged like this little demon. Iguro kept shaking his finger at Li Xian, but his eyes turned to Tanjiro who was tied up in the courtyard and in a coma. Li Xian saw that Tanjiro's injuries had recovered a little, so he was relieved. Li Xian, did you shield the demon and violate the team rules? Rengoku Kyojuro, who was beside Li Xian, seemed to have discovered a new world and asked Li Xian with great energy. Li Xian nodded slightly, yes. Then you need to be judged. Beheaded together with the demon. Rengoku's expression did not change at all, and he was still so energetic. You really don't hide anything at all. Li Xian lowered his eyes and glanced at Rengoku Kyojuro. He was laughing so happily just now. It is unacceptable to protect a demon. Kyojuro added, seeming to feel a little embarrassed. That's right, let me chop him off in a splendid way. I will make their necks splattered with blood more gorgeously than anyone else, gorgeously. Duzui Tenjin said proudly with his head held high. Ah, what 2 shabby children, so pitiful, the fact that they were born is pitiful enough. A tall monk-like man said sadly with tears. He was blind, with only the whites of his eyes, a very long scar on his forehead, a round of red Buddhist beads on his neck, and a brown coat with the 6 words Namo Amitabha written on it. This is the rock pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, by Minjaihu Jimiai. Let me kill you. Jimiai put his hands together while speaking, with a long chain of Buddhist beads hanging on it. His expression was full of compassion, and his tears were flowing. What's the name of that cloud? An expressionless boy with long black hair, mint green hair tips and light blue eyes raised his head and murmured. This boy is Kazumi Pillar Tokaido Muchiro, one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, a genius who became a pillar after holding a sword for only 2 months. But he is very strong. Shinobu Koko said again. She seemed to be a little unhappy about the previous confrontation, so she has been expressing her feelings now. Shinobu Koko is such a woman with a bit of a black belly. So what if he is strong? It is unacceptable to shelter a demon. No matter how strong he is, he must be dealt with. Iguro Obana's bandage revealed cold words. To be honest, he didn't think Li Xian was that strong. He was not even a member of the Pillar, and he had never heard of any famous news about Li Xian before. We should wait for the Lord to make a decision. Tomioka Jiu, who was standing alone and far away from the crowd, spoke up for Li Xian and the others. There's no need to bother the Lord with this matter. We, the Pillars, can make the decision. Iguro Obanai immediately refuted Jiu's words. Execute them on the spot in a gorgeous way. Let the poor ones leave this world. But if this boy takes a ghost to perform a mission, the Lord should know it. If we make a decision on our own, will it? Kanroji Miri looked at Tanjiro and put forward a different opinion. Suddenly, everyone was speechless and fell silent. Then wait for the Lord's decision. Rengoku Kyojuro said. The Pillars also acquiesced to this decision. However, he should come here like this kid and wait for the trial. Iguro's sharp eyes like a snake shot at Li Xian. After all, as a member of the same criminal team, Tanjiro's situation at this time is obviously quite different from Li Xian's situation at this time. Chapter 36. The two of them were in a state of shock, and the two of them were in a state of shock. One was tied up and thrown in the courtyard in a coma for everyone to see, and the other was standing in clean clothes. Except for not wearing a uniform, he was no different from the Pillar. He even looked more like a pillar than the Pillar. The difference was ridiculous. Tie him up. Iguro instructed a member of the Hidden who followed Tanjiro to the courtyard to tie up Li Xian. I'm sorry. The member of the Hidden apologized and approached Li Xian with a rope. I don't like being tied up, so forget it. This was the first time Li Xian spoke after coming to the courtyard. He smiled politely and said to the member of the Hidden. The member of the Hidden hesitated and didn't know what to do. On one hand, it was the order of Lord Zhu, and on the other hand, it was the words of a person who was obviously not a small character. If I retreat, will Lord Zhu beat me to death? But if I go forward, will I be chopped to death by that person? He didn't know what to do for a moment. Tisk. Yaihei made a low sound, and the figure lying on his side suddenly disappeared. The member of the Hidden suddenly felt that the rope in his hand was empty and disappeared. It was Yaihei who took the rope. He suddenly appeared beside Li Xian, holding the rope in his left hand to tie him up, and punching Li Xian in the stomach with his right fist, intending to give him a good harvest. From entering the courtyard to now, Li Xian's attitude has always made Yaihei feel uncomfortable, as if he ignored others, looked down on everything, and didn't care about anything. But the next moment, Yaihei found that he couldn't take the next step with either his left hand or his right hand. Looking closely, it turned out that both hands were tightly clamped by the other party's arms. A huge force came from the other party's 5 fingers, making him unable to move. How could it be? Yaihei was puzzled. Among the 9 pillars, although his wrist strength ranked second to last, only above Koko Shinobu, it was not something that ordinary team members could suppress. And the key point was not strength, but speed. How could the opponent accurately grasp his speed just now? No need to tie it up, it will be uncomfortable. Li Xian looked directly at Yaihei's different colored pupils with indifferent eyes. This guy. Yaihei's pupils shrank, and his body jumped up. His 2 arms became as smooth as snakes. He instantly broke free from Li Xian's grip. His right hand made a fist again, and he turned his body in midair to hit Li Xian's face. But before he hit, Yaihei felt as if he had lost control of his body, and the next moment he realized that his feet were caught by the opponent. Li Xian grabbed Yaihei's calf and threw it out. Yaihei was thrown backwards and hit the tree where he was lying just now. Cough cough. The blow made Iguro dizzy and he kept coughing. But the next moment he adjusted his breathing and stood up with an angry face. Mr. Iguro. The love pillar Kanroji Mitsurai said with concern. It's okay. Iguro's face was gloomy and his anger was rising. He had a crush on the love pillar Kanroji Mitsurai, but now he lost face in front of her, which made him a little unacceptable. Yeah, I said he was strong. Koko Shinobu smiled gently on the side, and no one knew what she was happy about. Li Xian is indeed strong. Rengoku Kyojuro nodded as if it was true. At this time, Tanjiro woke up. Nezuko. Nezuko. Where are you? Li Xian. Zenitsu. Inashug. Mr. Murata. He shouted as soon as he woke up. Attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? Tanjiro looked around at the people who looked extremely powerful with a confused expression. Little guy, wake up. Shinobu Koko walked towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro remembered the woman who wanted to kill his sister, and asked anxiously, what's going on, and where is my sister? You violated the team rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, and carried a demon on a mission, so you need to accept the judgment of the pillars. Shinobu Koko patiently explained to Tanjiro. Putting aside other factors, she still had a good impression of this boy. Where is my sister? Tanjiro was more concerned about the safety of his sister. He was really afraid that his sister would be killed like this. If this was true, he would definitely collapse, and if even the only remaining family members disappeared. Your sister? Shinobu Koko was about to answer, and Li Xian's voice came over. I'm here, it's okay. Li Xian. Tanjiro said in surprise. It must be said that in Tanjiro's heart, Li Xian's words are obviously much more important than those of other people, and such a sentence made Tanjiro feel at ease. This is not only a trust in Li Xian, but also a recognition of his strength. Although Li Xian and himself were taught by teacher Urokodaki at the same time, Tanjiro knew that Li Xian's strength was now a world apart from his own. However, Tanjiro did not have the slightest jealousy. Li Xian's strong strength became the driving force for his efforts and constantly inspired himself. Your tone is quite gorgeous. Uzui Tenjin couldn't help but admire Li Xian's words. Oh, arrogant. Iguro Obana patted the dust on his clothes, staring at Li Xian, like a venomous snake ready to go. He did not rush up to save his face in the first place. Just now, Rengoku and Butterfly recognized his strength, and the back-and-forth confrontation had already made him judge that this guy definitely had the strength of a pillar, and in the courtyard, if the two pillars really fought, it would definitely damage this place and affect the Lord. So Iguro chose to be tolerant for the time being and no longer mentioned the kidnapping. After the Lord made a decision, he would gather the other pillars to take him down with thunder. Don't just believe what he said. He also violated the team rules and couldn't protect himself. Butterfly Shinobu was very dissatisfied with Li Xian for interrupting her and his arrogant words. Violating the team rules. Tanjiro was a little absent-minded for a while. He knew that Li Xian violated the team rules for him, and he felt very sorry for getting Li Xian involved. Shinobu Koko then asked Tanjiro, Tanjiro Kamadu, why do you bring demons with you when you are on a mission as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? I want to hear your own explanation about this matter. Of course, this matter is undoubtedly against the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, you should understand, right? No need to ask. Uzui Tenjin put his hands on the handles of the double swords, the Nichiren swords, behind his back and said disdainfully. Obviously, he felt that the fact that he brought demons with him on a mission was enough to be sentenced to death. It's okay to talk slowly, please talk. Shinobu Koko leaned down and looked at Tanjiro. She really wanted to understand why Tanjiro brought demons with him. Was it just because he was a family member that he was protecting him? Or was there another reason? Li Xian was fine, but even Mr. Yiyang would say, if I had come earlier, I would have violated the rules of the team. Fortunately, I didn't say it just now, otherwise I'm afraid that Mr. Yiyang would also be blamed. Chapter 37. That ghost is my sister, Tanjiro said. When I left home, My house was attacked. When I came back, everyone died. Although my sister has become a ghost, she has not eaten anyone. Now, and from now on, she will never hurt anyone." Tanjiro's expression and tone were very excited, narrating his truest thoughts. "Don't say boring nonsense," Iguro Obanai said sarcastically with a gloomy face. His bad impression of Li Xian had already made him have a bad impression of Tanjiro. After all, it is natural to protect your family. Everything you say is not trustworthy. At least I won't believe it. Bai Minjiu Xingmei clasped his hands together, his face was compassionate, 2 lines of tears flowed down, and he said sadly, "Ah! He is possessed by a ghost. Kill this poor child quickly and give him a relief. Please listen to me." Seeing their attitude, Tanjiro said again, "I became a swordsman to cure Nezuko. Nezuko became a ghost more than 2 years ago. During this period, Nezuko never ate anyone. Your words keep going around in circles, idiot." Uzui Tenjin said disdainfully, "I have never eaten anyone, and I will never eat anyone in the future. Don't just say these things, prove them gorgeously." Tanjiro's serious explanation was obviously not understood by others. My sister can fight with me. She can be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Fight to protect humanity. So. Hey, it seems like something interesting has happened." A teasing voice suddenly came from a distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the person coming was a man holding a wooden box. The man's hair was white, like a hedgehog, with 3 hideous long scars on his face. He was wearing a white haori with the word kill printed on the back. The uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps was open to reveal a scarred chest. This was one of the remaining 9 pillars, the Wind Pillar, Fuzugawa Shima. "Is that the stupid team member with the demon?" He looked at Tanjiro and shouted, "Nezuko!" Tanjiro knew that his sister was in the wooden box held by Shima, and his heart was full of worry. Fuzukawa Shima stared at Tanjiro and asked in a heavy tone, "What is the plan?" "This is very difficult for me, Master Fuzukawa, please put down the box." A female hidden member followed Fuzukawa and said hurriedly. Shinobu Koko, who was leaning over, slowly straightened up, her smile faded, and she said to Fuzukawa expressionlessly, "Mr. Fuzukawa, please don't act without authorization." But Fuzukawa ignored Shinobu Koko and continued to say to Tanjiro, "What the hell are you talking about? Little guy, can you serve as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, to fight to protect humans? That kind of thing, how is it possible? Idiot!" His tone gradually became higher, and in the end he even pulled out the Nichiren sword hanging on his waist with one hand and stabbed it fiercely at the wooden box in his hand. "Nezuko!" Tanjiro shouted excitedly. "Hat!" Fuzukawa Shima looked ferocious and excited, and his eyes were bloodshot. The next moment, Shimai thought he would see an angry expression on the face of that idiot, but he saw a relieved look on his face. And the strange expressions of the pillars. "Hey!" Shimai couldn't help but look towards the side where he was holding the box, but saw the blade of his sun-wheel sword that had missed and the wooden box that had disappeared. What's going on? Shimai noticed that the pillar's eyes were not on him, but behind him. Fuzugawa Shimai suddenly turned around. Then Shimai saw a man holding a wooden box looking at him indifferently. When? He was shocked. What a fast speed! In fact, it was not just him, the other pillars also had this idea in their minds at the same time. This person's speed was a bit too fast. Iguro Obana finally knew why he had failed just now. The other party was faster and stronger than him. What else could he do if he didn't fail? However, he didn't think he would lose in a real fight. After all, real fighting doesn't rely on strength and speed alone, unless the opponent is at a crushing level, and what Li Xian showed just now is obviously not at that level. What are you going to do? Fuzukawa Shia heard. Fang asked indifferently. Although the opponent's move just now amazed him, Busukawa still did not retreat at all. Are you the guy who protected the ghost and violated the team rules? I asked what you are going to do. Li Xian emphasized the question just now. Of course it's to kill the ghost. Idiot. Busukawa raised the sun wheel sword and shouted arrogantly. In an instant, Li Xian drew out the sun wheel sword. In an instant, a deep blue sword light flashed in the eyes of everyone present. Dang! Li Xian's sun wheel sword slashed on the blade of Busukawa's sun wheel sword. The violent sound of metal and iron intersecting seemed to deafen people's eardrums and crush people's consciousness. The power rolled up the invisible momentum and swept the entire courtyard, and even the pebbles on the ground flew up. The physical strength of Seikanji Urokadaki, the physical strength of Kyojuro Rengoku, the physical strength of the second stage of Jade Pot, the combined strength. This is the pure strength of the strongest human state that Li Xian has ever reached since he signed in. Mizukawa Miya flew backwards like a cannonball, blood gushing out of his mouth and nose in mid-air, as if he was hit in the chest by a sledgehammer, smashing the wooden corridor of the courtyard, smashing through the stone wall of the courtyard, and rolling for a distance before stopping under his control. Damn you! I'm going to kill you! Mizukawa's face was bleeding, and he inserted the Nikarin sword into the ground, supporting his body to stand up, but he still felt sore and weak, and couldn't keep his body steady. Such terrible power! Tanjiro's healed chin almost fell off again when he saw this scene. The pillars standing around were all solemn, staring at Li Xian's figure. It was okay that he was so fast just now, but the power now was obviously a bit outrageous. They couldn't help but think about what would happen if they were hit by the sword just now. The simulated results were basically the same as the fate of the Busugawa. Even the strongest of the 9 pillars, the rock pillar, Gyumei by Minjiu, who was also the strongest among the other pillars, couldn't help but marvel at the powerful strength displayed by the other party. Breathing of the wind, form 1 dust whirlwind slashing. After using the breathing method to adjust and recover, Busugawa tightly grasped the sun wheel sword, with veins on his hands bulging, and rushed towards Li Xian through the gap in the stone wall. Shimai, stop! Suddenly, a gentle voice came from the hall. Busugawa Shimai stopped immediately. Everyone looked towards the open hall. 2 white-haired and purple-eyed kimono girls walked out of the hall first, and then came the blind Yubayashiki Yoya, who was wearing a white robe. Chapter 38. The 2 girls walked out slowly, holding hands with Yubayashiki Yoya. Good morning, everyone. It's a nice day today. The sky is blue, isn't it? I'm very happy to welcome the semi-annual meeting of the pillars without any changes in the members. Yubayashiki walked into the sunshine, felt the warm sun, and said calmly. Greetings, Lord. All the courtyard staff except Li Xian and Tanjiro knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Tanjiro was meeting the Lord for the first time, so he didn't know the rules and naturally didn't kneel, but his half-raised appearance was not much different from kneeling on one knee. But Li Xian was different. He didn't intend to abide by this rule at all. He just bowed slightly to express his reluctant respect, without even bending his knees. In front of the people who lowered their bodies, he stood out from the crowd. Although the pillars were a little angry with him in their hearts, they didn't dare to speak out since the Lord didn't speak. Welcome, my children. Yubayashiki Yoya looked very peaceful and kind at this time. I am very happy to see that the Lord is in good health. I sincerely wish you good health. Although Fuzukawa-san was still bleeding from his mouth and nose, he immediately offered his concerned greetings to Yubayashiki. Thank you, Sane. Yubayashiki Yoya nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Lord, forgive me for being presumptuous. Before starting the meeting of the pillars, I hope to explain this soldier named Kamatu Tanjiro who brought the ghost, and punish the team member who sheltered the ghost. What do you think? Fuzukawa went straight to the point and led the matter to Tanjiro and Li Xian. That's right. I'm sorry to disturb you. I acknowledged Tanjiro and Nezuko, and I hope everyone can recognize them. As for Li Xian, he should wear his uniform properly. Yabayashiki Yoya said. Everyone present heard the meaning of the Lord's words. It was okay to admit that Tanjiro took Nezuko to carry out the mission. He believed that Nezuko was a good ghost who did not eat people, and eliminated Li Xian's crime of harboring ghosts, evading the main issue and blaming him for not wearing his uniform properly. Even if it is the Lord's request, I find it difficult to agree. Baiminjiu Xingmei was the first to express his opposition, clasping his hands together, and tears flowed from his eyes again. I also express my opposition magnificently. It is really difficult to agree that the members of the Demon Slayer Corps bring ghosts, and the members who harbor ghosts should receive corresponding punishments. Uzui Tenjin also expressed his opinion. I will obey the Lord's wishes in everything. The love pillar Kanroji Mitsurai was the first to agree. Her extreme respect for the Lord made her believe the Lord's words unconditionally. I don't care which side it is. I will forget it immediately anyway. Tomoakairo said indifferently when he was a teenager. I can't trust it after all. The snake pillar Iguro Obanai's eyes swung back and forth between Li Xian and Tanjiro. In the final analysis, I hate ghosts the most. Swordsmen with ghosts, swordsmen who protect ghosts, are unacceptable. Even Rengoku Kyojuro clearly expressed his opposition, saying in a sonorous tone, although I respect the Lord from the bottom of my heart, I really can't understand this idea. I oppose it with all my strength. The Demon Slayer Corps is the one that kills demons. I hope you can punish Kamatu and Li Xian. Fusewigawa-san said in a heavy tone and made a sincere request. The Demon Slayer Corps has only one mission from ancient times to the present, and that is to kill demons. Almost all of the 9 pillars present had a deep hatred for demons, and they had also seen many lives being taken away by demons before their eyes, and families being broken up because of it, so they could not simply accept such unreasonable things. Take out the letter. Yabayashiki Yoya said to his daughter beside him. Yes. The girl responded, took out a paper letter from the collar of her kimono, and then unfolded it, and continued, this letter is from Lord Urokodakase Kanji, who is the original pillar. I will read part of it. Please allow Tanjiro to be with his sister who is a demon. Nezuko relies on her strong mental strength and still maintains her rationality as a human being. As the letter was read, Tanjiro and Li Xian couldn't help but think of the old and heavy voice of Urokodakase Kanji. Find a chance to go back and take a look. Li Xian remembered that he hadn't been back since he came to participate in the final selection. So he thought of going back to see Urokodakase Kanji. She didn't eat anyone even when she was hungry, and she spent more than 2 years like that. Although it's hard to believe immediately, it's a proven fact. If Nezuko attacks others, Kamatu Tanjiro, and Urokodakase Kanji, Li Xian, and Tomioka Jiua will all commit seppuku to apologize. As soon as the voice fell, the courtyard seemed to fall into silence. Li Xian was a little confused. Why did you bring me along? I have to commit seppuku if something happens. But after seeing Tanjiro's tearful eyes, looking back and forth between Jiu and himself, Li Xian was a little embarrassed to say it out loud. It's better not to hurt the heart of a kind boy if you can. But Li Xian still knew that Nezuko would never eat people, so it didn't matter. What does seppuku prove? If you want to die, just go ahead and die. It's not a guarantee at all. Busui's tone was fierce, and the bloodshot in his eyes gradually reappeared. Hey, what are you talking about? I don't want to die. Li Xian thought to himself with a shrug. Rengoku Kyojuro also followed Busui's words and said, just as Busui said. When the ghost kills people to eat, it will be irreversible. The killed people will not come back. That's right. Yabayashiki Takaya nodded in agreement. Then, Busui looked forward to the Lord's response. My lord. Rengoku said the same. There is no guarantee that she won't attack people, and there is no proof. Yubayashiki said slowly. At this point, he paused and continued, but there is no proof that she would attack anyone. It is a fact that Nezuko has not eaten anyone for more than 2 years, and 4 people have gambled their lives for Nezuko. If you want to deny this, the party doing the denial must also come up with something of higher value. Do you have such a will? Yubayashiki's words were extremely heavy, as if they fell into the hearts and lungs of others and hit their souls directly. Fuzugawa and Rengoku were speechless. Also, I have one more thing to tell my swordsman, that is, Tanjiro and Li Xian have encountered Muzan. Hearing this, for a moment, the pillars who were kneeling on one knee all looked at Tanjiro and Li Xian in shock. Chapter 39. The two of them were so close that they had to face each other. How could it be? No one has even come into contact with the pillars. Uzui Tenjin said in surprise, his eyes kept moving back and forth between Tanjiro and Li Xian, these two guys actually. My lord is right, I have indeed seen Muzan Kibutsuji. Li Xian responded with a smile. What does Kibutsuji look like? What are his abilities? Fuzugawa Miya suddenly came to Tanjiro's side, grabbed his collar and shook him, asking. Tanjiro was so dizzy from the shaking that he couldn't say a word. Mr. Busui, he is still injured, please don't do this. Shinobu Koko reminded Busui. She had seen Li Xian and Muzan's short fight, and had seen Muzan's appearance and attack methods, so she was not in a hurry. Where did you see it? Hey! Answer me quickly. Busui was still shaking Tanjiro and asking. In Asakusa, Kyoto. Li Xian saw that Tanjiro might lose half his life if he was shaken again, so he spoke. Asakusa, Kyoto. Busui wiped the blood off his face and repeated Li Xian's words. Tokaido Muchiro on the side was obviously also very concerned about Muzan, and looked at Li Xian with indifferent eyes and asked, have you fought yet? Li Xian nodded. He didn't think there was anything wrong with answering these doubts. Li Xian knew in his heart that killing Muzan Kibutsuji would mean that the demons would disappear forever, and no one would suffer or die because of the demons. Only then could the fate and mission of the Demon Slayer Corps be ended, and every pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps would be so anxious. What was the result of the battle? How strong is Muzan Kibutsuji? What is he doing? Have you found his lair? Shut up! I asked first. Muzan Kibutsuji's ability first. You should shut up. Muzan Kibutsuji's purpose is important. It might be okay if he didn't answer, but once he answered, a series of questions came up, and he didn't stop until he got to the bottom of it, and even had a small quarrel because of it. Suddenly, the Lord put a finger in front of his mouth, signaling for silence. The next moment, the noisy scene instantly quieted down. Muzan Kibutsuji is sending people to hunt down Tanjiro. Although his reason may be to simply silence him, this is the first time I have caught Muzan Kibutsuji's tail, and I don't want to let go. I'm afraid something happened to Nezuko that Muzan Kibutsuji didn't expect. Do you understand? Yubayashiki said gently, wanting the pillars to understand and recognize the existence of Tanjiro and Nezuko. I don't understand. My lord. Fuzukawa's body trembled, as if he was holding back a fire in his heart. If it is to let go of Tanjiro and Li Xian who knows Muzan Kibutsuji's information, it's okay, but not ghosts. Absolutely not. So far, our Demon Slayer Corps has fought with such great faith. How many people have sacrificed for this? My lord, you also know. So I absolutely cannot agree. Fuzukawa can even let go of Li Xian who just injured him, but he can't tolerate Nezuko's existence at all. All the experiences from the past to the present have made Fuzukawa completely believe that ghosts are a kind of vicious creatures that eat people. Must kill. Suddenly, Busui drew out the dark green Nichiren sword from his waist and slashed it across his hand. A cut suddenly appeared on his scarred arm, and blood kept flowing down, staining the ground of the courtyard red. His physique was the rarest of rare blood, which was a great tonic for ghosts, and no ghost would endure the desire for his blood. My lord. I will prove it right now, the ugliness of ghosts. Buzuki said resolutely. Sanya. Yabayashiki knew what he was going to do based on the sound. After all, Yabayashiki knew his physique very well. Busui planned to use his own blood to test the degree of Nezuko's desire for people, whether it was really as Tanjiro and Urokodakase Kanji said, she doesn't eat people. Because the wooden box where Nezuko was taken away by Li Xian a long time ago and placed at Li Xian's feet, Busui walked towards Li Xian. But Li Xian took a step first and blocked the wooden box. Get out of the way. Bizikawa said to Li Xian with a ferocious look on his face. He held the Nichiren sword, and blood was still flowing from his other arm. He was already restraining himself, restraining his impulse to chop the other person with the Nichiren sword. He was shielding the devil and repeatedly obstructing his actions. No. Li Xian's refusal has always been so clear. Get out of the way. Busu raised his voice and emphasized his words. My lord. Li Xian looked at Yabayashiki. Yabayashiki was puzzled when he heard Li Xian's voice. Yabayashiki was a little worried when he heard their confrontation just now. He was about to speak to stop them, but he didn't expect Li Xian to call him suddenly. If he wants to prove it, I should be able to do it. Yabayashiki understood Li Xian's meaning instantly after hearing it. After a pause, he responded, yes. Shinobu Koko, who was about to witness Busu's proof, also realized what Li Xian was going to do, and her expression became extremely nervous. Since Busu's physique is the rarest of the rare blood, no ghost can resist the desire for it. If the ghost transformed by Li Xian does not accept the temptation, it means that there are indeed ghosts who cannot eat people. In addition, the fact that Nezuko has not eaten people for more than 2 years can also prove to a certain extent that Nezuko does not eat people. For Tanjiro, it can save his sister from suffering. For Nezuko, she doesn't have to be a guinea pig in public for the experiment. For Yabayashiki and Koko Shinobu, it can let them see whether what Li Xian said before, not interested in people, not eating people, is true or false. For the pillars, it can also make them believe that there are ghosts that don't eat people. It's a happy thing for everyone present. What about Li Xian? Of course, he has his purpose. After all, the matter of demonization will definitely be exposed in the future. Instead of hiding it, it's better to make it clear openly. And Yabayashiki and Koko Shinobu also know that he can be a demon, so these people are not needed. It will be much easier to make it clear at once while everyone is still here, so as to avoid more words in the future. Another part of the reason is that Li Xian coveted Tanjiro's fire god Kagura. Although he can take it directly without asking, Li Xian still wants to repay Tanjiro, who is the only friend in this world. Besides, it was also the reward for using Tanjiro in the past. Demonization. The words fell in Li Xian's heart. Prove? What do you want to prove? Don't block my way. Busui River shouted at Li Xian impatiently. But the next moment, his mind trembled, and he instinctively used breathing to stop the bleeding wound and adjusted himself to the best state for the battle. The veins on his arm holding the Nichiren sword bulged, and his breathing became heavier. The eyes looking at Li Xian seemed to see something incredible, bloodshot, and pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 40. The people present were watching the behavior of the dead river, and the next moment they suddenly felt a shock, their hair stood on end, and they felt a sense of danger of being stared at by a bloodthirsty beast. Each pillar unconsciously put his arm on the handle of the Nichiren sword. This was not a behavior caused by subjective consciousness, but an instinctive behavior. Because it seemed that only with weapons in hand, there was a sense of security in the heart. They all looked nervous, frowned, cold sweat kept oozing from their foreheads, and adjusted their breathing heavily, just like the dead river to adjust their bodies to the best state for fighting. Because they felt the breath of the ghost, and this breath was getting worse. Moreover, the auras of all the ghosts that had been seen before could not be compared to the aura that suddenly emanated from the eyes of the present moment, as if one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. The owner of that aura seemed to be a collection of all the ominous and strange things in the world, and the invasion of the aura made people feel disgusted and nauseous. Bai Minjiahu Xingming came to the front of the Yubayashiki as soon as possible, and used his body as a shield to protect the Yubayashiki. The other pillars stood up, keeping their swords ready to fight at any time, and looked at the place where the aura was emanating. What they saw was Li Xian, who was undergoing some kind of change. What? What happened? Zui Tenjin looked at the changing Li Xian uneasily, and said in surprise, "He is a ghost." Zui Tenjin was so surprised at this time that even the word gorgeous that he often said disappeared. "I didn't even feel a trace of aura before." Kanroji Mitsurai said loudly. "Ghost." Iguro Obanai stared at Li Xian, who was changing, and spit out a word hatefully. Compared to them, the most suspicious ones were Rengoku Kyojuro and Tomioka Jiyu. Rengoku had practiced with Li Xian for more than a month and had been together for more than a month, but he did not notice the other party's identity as a ghost, and the other party had not been exposed at all, but why did he suddenly expose his identity now? What does that Nezuko mean to him? Rengoku Kyojuro frowned, puzzled, and looked directly at Li Xian, saying in doubt, "Are you a ghost?" Why? Although he didn't understand, Rengoku's fighting spirit was still high. "If it's a ghost, just kill it." Jiyu was silent, looking at the changing Li Xian with sharp eyes, and the sun wheel sword was slightly unsheathed. Nezuko had maintained her humanity in front of him and spent 2 years under the watchful eyes of Mr. Urokodaki, but Li Xian, he didn't know, if it was a ghost, why did she hide it for so long? Jiyu didn't want to think deeply, but he thought that at least, if the other party really had bad intentions, he would definitely kill him personally as soon as possible. Li Xian. Shinobu Koko looked at Li Xian with a complicated look. She knew that the other party could transform into a ghost, but the figure and breath she saw through the screen were completely different from what she saw and felt in reality. How could people not think of him as an evil ghost with the gloomy and terrifying ghost breath on him? "Do it! Fuzukawa!" Iguro suddenly shouted loudly, while he is still changing. Wind breathing, 9 types Wiachuotiantai wind. Before Iguro finished the second half of his sentence, Fuzukawa was ready to swing the sun wheel sword in his hand, using the breathing method to the maximum extent, mobilizing the maximum strength of his limbs, and trying to swing the most powerful killing move. But the next moment, Fuzukawa found that his sword was slow to fall in the air, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. "Why, can't I swing it down?" he shouted angrily. Snake breath, form of the winding snake. Ihei's figure suddenly appeared behind Li Xian after his advance, and the purple snake-shaped double-edged Nichiren sword cut out a winding path and attacked Li Xian directly. But his Nichiren sword, like the Nichiren sword of the busy Kawa, suddenly stopped in mid-air, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't swing it down. What's going on? Ihei was even more puzzled than busy Kawa. He was clearly attacking from behind, but why was he still? But the next moment Ihei suddenly saw a gloomy and evil eye vaguely emerging from the flesh on Li Xian's neck, staring straight at him. Could it be this thing? He thought. Between the attacks of the two, Li Xian's transformation finally ended. Compared with the previous transformation into a ghost, it seems that there is a new change. The long black hair extends to the waist, and there is a faint fire burning in the abyss-like pupils under the bangs. There is also an unknown figure in the fire, howling in pain. If Li Xian could see his own eyes, he would definitely recognize that the figure is the appearance of Yu Hu. The narrow and long bright red stripes on the cheeks became more red, and more weird. The flesh and blood on the neck turned up and there were cold and evil eyes, 2 of which were looking directly at the dead river and Iguro. The other eyes kept wandering and moving in the flesh and blood on the neck, as if looking for something to spy on. "Don't be afraid." Li Xian's voice after the ghost transformation seemed no longer hoarse, but there was a weird sense of emptiness. The emptiness seemed to penetrate people's hearts. He wanted to comfort everyone. But his words obviously did not let others relax their vigilance. Busugawa. Iguro. Seeing that Busugawa and Iguro were standing still in front of Li Xian, Uzui Tenjin was worried about their danger and shouted anxiously. He drew out his double-bladed Nichiren swords from their scabbards, practiced his breathing method, and rushed towards Li Xian. Although sometimes they didn't say the right thing, the pillars still cared about each other very much. After all, they had been together for a long time and shared the same ideals. Rengoku, Jiu, and others followed immediately. Only Koko Shinobu hesitated in place without moving. She heard Li Xian's words and understood what he meant. Even though her body still felt uncomfortable because of the breath emitted by Li Xian, she had already restrained herself forcibly. "Stop!" Yabayashiki Yoya said loudly, his voice no longer gentle, cough cough. Such a loud shouting seemed to affect Yabayashiki's condition, causing him to cough violently. His two daughters hurriedly supported their father. But even though Yabayashiki shouted so loudly, his shouting was still drowned out by the sounds of various breathing methods and various slashes, and had no effect at all. "My lord." Baiminjiu Xingming said worriedly. Although he was also blind, he could clearly feel everything around him. He also knew what was happening. Baiminjiu Xingming also wanted to rush forward, but he was serving as the Lord's guard at this time, so he stopped thinking about it. "Quick, quick, Xingming, let them stop." Yabayashiki's body was shaking a little, and it was obvious that he was quite stimulated. Chapter 41. Although the two of them were in a mess, they were still in a mess. Yabayashiki couldn't see, but the sound of swords and swords clashing in the courtyard still made him understand the situation, and he was anxious to stop the conflict between Li Xian and the pillars. "Yes, my lord." Although Baiminjiu Xingming was puzzled, he still responded to Yabayashiki's words. He quickly took out his sun-wheel sword from his clothes. Although it is called a sun-wheel sword, it is actually not a sword, but a broad axe connected by a slender chain and a meteor hammer covered with spikes. The ore gorilla scarlet sand iron contained in this weapon to make the sun-wheel sword is extremely pure and heavy as a rock. Only Baiminjiu Xingming, who is extremely powerful, can wield such a sun-wheel sword. Baiminjiu Xingming's expression became extremely solemn. The operation of the rock breathing method made his breathing become long and heavy. The veins on his sturdy arms bulged. The huge force dragged the heavy long chain, brought up the meteor hammer covered with spikes, and smashed it towards the gap between Li Xian and Purgatory. Bang! In an instant, the meteor hammer with powerful force smashed violently on the ground of the courtyard like a falling meteor, making a deafening roar. The pebbles on the ground of the courtyard shattered into powder and quickly drifted away with the strong wind stirred up by the agitation. The heavy meteor hammer sank into the big pit it smashed. The ground of the courtyard, which was already riddled with holes, became even more unbearable. "Stop!" Following the sound of the meteor hammer hitting the ground, Baiminjiu Xingming roared out like a huge bell. The sound waves stirred up by the sound spread around like ripples, deeply entering everyone's heart. Uzui Tenjin, Rengoku Kyojuro, Tomioka Jiu, Kanroji Mitsurai all stopped. While on alert, they looked at Xingming in confusion. Baiminjiu Xingming made way for the tall body, revealing Yabayashiki's face, which looked a little bad. "Lord!" Uzui Tenjin and others said worriedly. Yabayashiki waved his hand, indicating that he was in good condition. Then, he turned his head and looked at Li Xian, who was on his side, and said, "Don't conflict with Li Xian, he is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. They are too impatient." At this time, the empty voice sounded leisurely. Li Xian walked over slowly. The two evil eyes staring at Fuzugawa and Iguro on the neck gradually closed, no longer opened, and did not linger under the skin of the neck like other eyes. It seemed that they had reached the limit of use and needed some time to continue using. Fuzugawa and Aguro also gradually regained their ability to move. Although they looked doubtful, they stopped attacking. When the eyes on Li Xian's neck were fixed on them, Li Xian did not take the opportunity to attack the two of them, and now he took the initiative to release control, so they vaguely realized that Li Xian had no ill intentions. However, even so, they still held the sun wheel sword tightly and remained vigilant. Seeing the strange figure in front of him slowly approaching the lord, Bai Minjiu instinctively raised the long chain, making a sound of the chain shaking. Xing Ming, it's okay. Yabayashiki said to Bai Minjiu with a smile. Li Xian knew that he had caused the other party's stress reaction, so he did not get closer. Your current changes seem to be a little different from before. Koko Shinobu suddenly said. What do you mean? Koko Shinobu knew that Li Xian was a ghost. The pillars turned to look at Koko Shinobu. No wonder Koko Shinobu didn't take action just now. Is there something hidden? Li Xian stood on the ground full of gullies, and with his dark pupils burning with ghost fire, he looked at his current appearance, and then said, it is indeed a little different, probably because my strength has improved. In fact, not only the appearance, but also the demon power he possesses has changed. The demon skill that Li Xian signed in before could not be used under the sun, and he needed to obtain the blue-red spider lily-like musin to eliminate this disadvantage, but with the improvement of strength, the use of demonization, and the superposition of similar abilities obtained by the signed-in ghosts, the description of demonization has been changed to can be used under the sun for a short time. This is also one of the reasons why Li Xian would openly turn into a ghost in broad daylight for everyone to see. In addition to this, there is another change that the demonization now finally has something similar to blood demon art that it carries with it compared to the previous demonization, such as the evil eyes on the neck that can freeze the undead river and Aguro. Li Xian's empty voice penetrated the soul like a gloomy wind, making people feel uncomfortable. In addition to Li Xian, the ominous aura that was constantly emanating at this moment, the impact caused by the superposition has already made several members of the hidden unconscious. Shinobu Koko frowned, quickly turned back into a human. It's really disgusting. That won't work, isn't he going to prove it? Li Xian shook his head and moved his eyes to Busu. He was frightened just now, so he closed the wound, so he can't prove that ghosts don't eat people. Buzukawa's face twitched. It would be strange if he wasn't frightened. A person suddenly turned into a ghost emitting a terrifying aura, and it was in the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Who knows what you want to do? Or, you cut another wound? Li Xian asked. Busu said nothing, picked up the Nichiren sword again and cut his arm, letting the tip of the sword be stained with blood, and swung it towards Li Xian. Normally, whether it is a strong ghost or a weak ghost, there will be a certain instinctive reaction when seeing blood. His eyes will shine, his expression will be ferocious, and his mouth will constantly drool with a desire to eat flesh and blood. This is the case for normal human blood, not to mention the rare blood among rare blood, which can make ghosts drunk and stimulate the instinctive reaction of ghosts to the greatest extent. But Li Xian's reaction completely overturned the impression of the pillars on ghosts. He actually avoided the blood thrown by Busu with disgust, and even curled his lips and said to Busu, "Can you not do such rude things? It will get dirty if it is thrown on your clothes." How could it be? Busu was a little surprised. The other party was undoubtedly emitting the breath of a ghost, and it was still very strong, but why didn't he even have a basic desire reaction? Are you so surprised? Ghosts don't eat people. Li Xian said calmly. The tone of his words seemed to be mocking the other party's inexperience. Whether it was Kyume of Satomishima or Tenjin of Ozui, they were all somewhat silent. It was indeed the first time they had seen a ghost that did not eat people. Even Gyutomyoka, who had seen Nezuko with human nature, was a little confused at this moment. Nezuko would at least drool at the sight of human blood and flesh, so why did Li Xian look so disgusted even if he did not desire it? Why is he not afraid of the Sunday? Iguro felt the warmth of the sun shining on him and said to his colleague in confusion. Chapter 42. The sun was shining brightly, and the sun was shining brightly. After hearing what Iguro said, the other pillars realized that as a ghost, why didn't he look uncomfortable under the sunlight? The sunlight didn't turn him into ashes, and he even looked very energetic. Doesn't that mean that even the sun blade can't kill him? You know, the sun blade can end the ghost's life after cutting off its neck because it has the characteristics of sunlight, and the lack of sunlight means that the sun blade will lose its effectiveness. If there are ghosts who are not afraid of sunlight like him, then wouldn't the ghosts be almost immortal? In their minds, there came up with a thought that even they themselves felt a little scary. In fact, Li Xian's current state is the most ideal state that Muzan Kibutsuji hopes for, not afraid of sunlight, and will not be killed by the sun blade. From a creature that is infinitely close to perfection to an absolutely perfect creature. However, Li Xian's demonization in broad daylight is only a few minutes of experience card. Then you can turn back to human now. Koko Shinobu urged. She was very disgusted with everything about Li Xian's demon form, although his attitude towards people when he was a human did not please her. But compared to that, the human state is definitely better. Okay. Li Xian responded. He also realized that his demonization had almost reached its limit under the sun, so he turned off the demonization according to Koko Shinobu's words. The long black hair gradually shortened, the abyss-like pupils gradually turned to normal, the narrow stripes on the face gradually became lighter until they dissipated, the upturned flesh on the neck slowly stuck back, and the evil eyes wandering in it gradually stopped moving, closed and disappeared, and the ominous breath belonging to the demon was retracted into the body, turning from a demon back to a human, showing a strange scene. Li Xian. As soon as he turned back into a human, Li Xian heard Tanjiro's trembling voice. As soon as Li Xian turned his head, he saw Tanjiro's confused eyes. In the years he had been with Li Xian, he had never heard Li Xian mention that he could become a ghost, nor had he seen him become a ghost, and he had never even smelled the smell of a ghost on him. Why did he become a ghost so suddenly? Tanjiro said he didn't understand. What's wrong? Tanjiro. Li Xian smiled at Tanjiro. Is it strange that I can become a ghost? And why are you not interested in human blood? Yet. Tanjiro nodded quietly. All the pillars present immediately pricked up their ears, even the birth house was no exception. They all looked forward to hearing Li Xian's answer. Because I'm special. Li Xian grinned and gave a nonsense answer. Hearing this answer, the pillars present couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, and the familiar well character of Koko Shinobu seemed to be stuck on their foreheads again. Is it because of your special constitution? Yubayashiki pondered, is this also the reason why you can master 2 basic breathing methods? 2 breathing methods? The pillar was surprised. Well, Li Xian mastered the breathing of water and the breathing of fire, and derived a new breathing method, mist breathing from it. Rengoku Kyojuro said. Mist breathing. Yes. Shinobu Koko continued, it is a very powerful breathing method. She always watched Li Xian practice the new sword form, so she naturally knew it in her heart. I'm awesome, right? Li Xian squatted down and boasted to Tanjiro. Awesome. Awesome. Tanjiro said stutteringly before he recovered from the information. This is also what I want to explain to everyone. Yubayashiki said, attracting everyone's attention. I plan to make Li Xian the 10th pillar, the mist pillar. Under the eyes of everyone, Yubayashiki slowly said this sentence. My lord, no. I object. My lord. How can a demon be the pillar of the demon slayer core, my lord? I object magnificently, my lord. Namo Amitabha, my lord, I don't think it should be like this. My lord, although he has proved that there are demons that don't eat people, the pillars of the demon slayer core should not be demons. My lord. As soon as Yubayashiki's words fell, he aroused strong opposition from the pillars, as if he had returned to the question of how to deal with Nezuko. Except for Tomioka Gyuu and Koko Shinobu, everyone else expressed their opposition, even the one who always supported the Lord's wishes. The Love Pillar, Kanroji Mitsurai, and the Kazumi Pillar, Tokaido Muchiro, who didn't care about anything, both stood on the opposite side. Tomioka. Butterfly. Do you support this kind of thing? The silence of Tomioka Gyuu and Butterfly Shinobu aroused the questioning of the other pillars. My swordsman. Yubayashiki Yoya suddenly said in a heavy tone. His voice was no longer the gentle and intimate feeling he usually had, but instead had an inexplicable sense of deterrence. In my opinion, Li Xian is mostly human, and a small part is a ghost. He can turn into a ghost and exude the breath of a ghost, but he doesn't have the instinct to eat people. Becoming a ghost is just a means for him to enhance his strength. Besides, the Demon Slayer Corps has always hated ghosts that harm humans, not all ghosts. If ghosts don't harm humans, then what is the difference between ghosts and ordinary humans? In the past, we didn't believe that there would be ghosts that don't eat people because they had never appeared, but now Li Xian has given a good proof. Should we be prejudiced against him? Yubayashiki advised earnestly. Moreover, Li Xian's ability is what Muzan Kibutsuji has always dreamed of. He will never let Li Xian go, but Li Xian is not a person with a clear belief in killing demons. Tying him to the position of the Demon Slayer Corps pillar is the most appropriate approach for our Demon Slayer Corps. Hey, I'm listening too, Lord, can you not say some things so obviously? Li Xian suddenly said. I believe you understand. Yubayashiki's pale face showed him a smile. Li Xian did not comment and shrugged. But, Lord. Bizikawa wanted to argue again. But the next moment, Yubayashiki's figure became a little shaky, and under the gaze of everyone, he slowly fell down, lost consciousness, and fainted. Lord! Lord! For a moment, worried screams were heard everywhere. Each pillar put away their own Nichiren swords and rushed to Yubayashiki, surrounding him to observe his condition. Butterfly, check on the Lord's condition. Gyuu Tomioka said anxiously to Shinobu Koko. Get out of the way. Shinobu Koko pushed away the crowd that was crowded around her and squatted down to observe Yubayashiki's condition. It's all your fault. Fuzugawa. Let him be the mist pillar, what are you talking about? Tenjin Uzui complained to Shinobu Fuzugawa. Didn't you also refute it just now? Fuzugawa retorted without showing any weakness. Go outside if you want to argue. Shinobu Koko said coldly to the two people who were arguing while applying medicine to Yubayashiki. Tenjin Uzui and Shinobu Fuzugawa suddenly calmed down. They were also very worried about the safety of the Lord at this time. If something really happened, they would never forgive themselves. Looking at the anxious crowd, Li Xian was very calm. He walked to Tanjiro, drew out the Nichiren sword and cut off the restraints on Tanjiro, then said to him, Why don't you go see your sister? Thank you, Li Xian. Tanjiro thanked. He stood up, looked at Li Xian with a complicated look, then leaned close to Li Xian's ear and whispered, The special physique you just mentioned is a lie, I smelled it. Why think so much? Li Xian hit Tanjiro's head with the handle of the Nichiren sword, I won't hurt you. It hurts. Tanjiro touched his head, smiled at Li Xian, and walked towards Nezuko. Mist pillar. Li Xian stood alone in the courtyard and murmured in a low voice. Chapter 43. The old man was sitting in front of a bed. In the hall, under the dim candlesticks, people were sitting in front of the cotton mat on the ground. Those people were the 9 pillars in the courtyard during the day. No, now there should be 10 pillars. The extra one was Li Xian, the mist pillar. After Yubayashiki passed out, most of the pillars reluctantly acknowledged Li Xian's status as the mist pillar. After all, Li Xian's powerful strength was obvious to all, and everyone's previous opposition was just that they couldn't accept a half-human, half-ghost guy as a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. But Fuzugawa Shima and Iguro Obaba still had some opinions in their hearts. Sitting on the cotton mat was Yubayashiki Yoya. The coma in the morning was just a moment of restlessness. Now that he has woken up, he is in good condition, at least he looks healthy. My lord, I can never agree that he can become a pillar. He didn't even make any contribution to the Demon Slayer Corps, said Fuzugawa. Fuzugawa. Uzui Tenjin wanted Fuzugawa not to mention this, so as not to anger my lord. Shimai. Before Yubayashiki could say anything, Li Xian interrupted him. Of course there is a contribution. Li Xian untied a small bag around his waist and took out a small pot. He held up the small pot and said to Fuzugawa, "This contains one of the upper strings of the 12 demon moons. Is this contribution enough? Who are you deceiving?" Iguro's bandage revealed doubtful words. A small pot, containing an upper string? Ha! Yubayashiki and Koko Shinobu also looked at Li Xian with some doubts. Although they knew that Li Xian captured Yahoo alive and left a head of Yahoo. But it is impossible to stuff the head into such a bottle. After all, when a demon is small enough, it will regenerate instinctively, and the head may be the smallest limit. It is not possible for humans to stuff such a big head into such a small pot. Wait, humans? Blood demon jutsu. Shinobu Koko suddenly said. You guessed it right. Li Xian smiled gently at Shinobu Koko, but what he got in return was a fake smile from Shinobu Koko. Blood demon jutsu is indeed possible. Tenjin Uzui pinched his chin and thought. It is true that Li Xian captured an upper-rank demon of the 12 demon moons alive. Yubayashiki Yoya's words also confirmed that Li Xian was not lying. Tisk. Seeing that the contribution problem was easily solved, Fushigawashima Shima and Iguro Obanai could only curl their lips and acquiesce to the fact that Li Xian became the mist pillar. Now, Li Xian has truly become one of the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps and has obtained the consent of all the pillars. Although, becoming a pillar does not necessarily require the consent of other pillars. Then the meeting of the pillars officially begins. Yubayashiki said. Next, Yubayashiki and the other pillars evaluated and analyzed the mission at Nada Spider Mountain. This time, the lower string 5 appeared at Spider Mountain, and the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps went to perform the killing mission, and a large number of swordsmen died, which made them realize that the quality of swordsmen was gradually declining and was no longer acceptable. They discussed how to improve the quality of swordsmen, and decided to find a time to improve the strength of the current swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, so that they would have a higher survival rate in the battle with demons. And Li Xian was like a marginal guest, he didn't say a word, and listened to their discussion the whole time. Li Xian, do you have any opinions? Suddenly, Yubayashiki threw the topic to Li Xian. No. Li Xian responded quickly like a student who was caught by the teacher for being distracted in class. Puff. Mitsurai Kanroji couldn't help laughing when she saw him like this. Shinobu Koko couldn't help but show an undisguised smile on her face. Next, I will show you the record of your battle with Muzan. Do you agree? Li Xian. Yubayashiki said to Li Xian with a smile. It doesn't matter. Li Xian changed his sitting posture and sat cross-legged. He was really not used to sitting upright, and it would be very uncomfortable to sit. Seeing Li Xian like this, Koko Shinobu said faintly, Mr. Li Xian. Although he felt the chill coming from behind, Li Xian still sat cross-legged on his own, supporting his chin with his hand, looking like a salted fish. The other pillars were also somewhat unhappy to see that his behavior was so impolite in front of the Lord. However, Yubayashiki couldn't see these, so he naturally didn't care. He took out the mobile phone he got from Luo Yaya, a senior reincarnation of the Zhongzhou 4th team, and handed it to Koko Shinobu. The eyes of the pillars also moved from Li Xian to the small box in Shinobu Koko's hand. What did the Lord give to Butterfly? Isn't it just a thin black brick? Then, Shinobu Koko followed the steps of Luo Yaya operating the phone that day, and pressed the screen of Li Xian and Musen's first meeting and tentative fight step by step. For a moment, everyone's attention was attracted. The scene suddenly became silent. The silence was gradually broken until the screen was played. Is that Musen Kibutsuji? Does he look like a young man? Is he so powerful? The pillars have directly felt the powerful aura of Li Xian after he turned into a demon. In the video, Li Xian's state after the demonization was obviously a little inferior, but he was not crushed. In a horizontal comparison, the pillars have already had a rough idea of Musen's strength. The strength of Musen Kibutsuji is much stronger than in the picture. At this time, Li Xian said, breaking everyone's calculation of Musen's strength. Everyone woke up from their meditation and looked at Li Xian. The recorded picture is not all. Li Xian said slowly. Didn't you run away directly next? Asked Shinobu Koko. You fought a few more moves. Li Xian said thoughtfully. He recalled the strength of Musen in the comics in his mind. What he showed was undoubtedly more than those who fought with him. The fight with him was just a taste. How strong is he? Yu Yang asked. This is also the question that everyone wants to know most. Each of them stared at Li Xian, looking forward to his answer. Yu Yang's question stumped Li Xian. Musen at the end of the comics seems to have become stronger after the final evolution. Would it be a bit bad to use him as a basis? Normally, Musen's strength should not be as strong as at the end. But Li Xian thought about it. It would be better to talk about Musen's upper limit between the normal state and the upper limit that can be reached, so that they can be alert. In my estimation, none of us present should be a match for Musen Kibutsuji even if we fight together. Li Xian said this slowly. Chapter 44. The two of them were very close. In my estimation, none of us present here should be a match for Musen Kibutsuji. Li Xian's words seemed to carry the magic of silence. The whole hall fell silent again. After a long time, someone spoke. Why do you think so? Shinobu Koko asked. Hey, stop talking nonsense. You. Fuzuka scolded. Mr. Li Xian, please don't underestimate us too much. Kanroji Mitsurai said. We are not weak. Li Xian. Rengoku Kyojuro's loud voice echoed. Iguro Obana looked directly at Li Xian with his eyes of different colors, and said slowly, if Musen is so strong, how did you survive? Everyone looked at Li Xian at the same time. Yes. If Musen is really that strong, how did you escape from him? It's easy to understand, because my strength after becoming a demon is enough to support my escape. Li Xian hung his head, supported his chin with his hand, and said casually. So what you said, even if we fight together, we should not be Musen refers to you in human state. Shinobu Koko asked. Yes. Li Xian nodded. What about you after you become a demon? She continued to ask. Well. Li Xian shook his head, thought for a while, and then said, although my physical fitness has greatly improved after becoming a demon, my recovery ability has become as strong as a demon, and my strength has become very strong, but I still can't beat you. You mean we are a burden? Don't be so arrogant, you guy. Busui raised his body and shouted. You are right, it is almost like a burden, but, except for him. Li Xian raised his other arm and pointed at Bai Minjiahu Xingming and said, he is of some help. You guy. Busui pretended to get up. Buzukawa. Yubayashiki gestured to Busui to be quiet and calm down first. Yes, my lord. Busui followed the order, but still looked at Li Xian with dissatisfaction. Then Yubayashiki said to Li Xian, the swordsmen here are all extremely talented and powerful. He wanted to explain to Li Xian that every pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps has strength that cannot be underestimated, so there is no need to be so pessimistic. But Li Xian, who has read the entire comic of Demon Slayer, actually knows better than him, and understands more that the pillars are not weak, but the opponents are too strong. Not enough. So Li Xian interrupted him and said seriously, they are not strong enough. In his opinion, the strength of the pillars of the Demon Slayer core is still not up to standard. The only pillar who can open the stripes is Gyume Kiyomizu, and there is not even one pillar who can comprehend the transparent world. Most of them are swordsmen who cannot open the stripes, and the pillars who have not opened the stripes have great difficulty in hitting the upper strings, let alone Musen Kibutsuji. Isn't it that everyone who goes up will be a food? Seeing that Li Xian's tone was so serious, Yubayashiki was silent for a while before saying, then in your opinion, what does it take to defeat Musen Kibutsuji? At least, everyone should have the same strength as him. Li Xian pointed to Gyume Kiyomizu again. Who? Yubayashiki couldn't see, so he didn't know who he was referring to. He's talking about me, my lord. Gyume responded from Baiminjiu. Gyume. Is that so? Yubayashiki pondered. He knew in his heart that among the 9 pillars, Gyume was the strongest, and the other pillars were inferior, but did they need to have the same strength as Gyume to defeat Musen Kibutsuji? And Li Xian said leisurely, there is more than just Musen Kibutsuji in the demon camp. Li Xian poured a bucket of cold water on everyone present. Are you referring to the 12 demon moons? Yubayashiki asked. Yes. Li Xian responded. I have killed the lower string of the 12 demon moons magnificently, and their strength is not strong. Uzui Tenjin said at this time. The upper string and the lower string cannot be generalized. Li Xian explained, the 6 demons of the upper string have not changed for 100 years, while the position of the lower string has been changing all the time. Everyone present can easily kill any demon of the lower string, but the upper string cannot. And the first 3 upper-rank demons are particularly powerful, and the gap between them and the last 3 upper-rank demons is like a chasm. However, only the rock pillar can control the last 3 upper-rank demons at this time. Defeat. Li Xian's words were as heavy as a rock, and they suddenly smashed a big hole in people's hearts. Why do you know so much? Tokaido Muchiro asked. Li Xian patted the small pot beside him and said, I judged it based on his strength and what he told me. In the final analysis, everything is just your own imagination and judgment. Iguro Obanai said with a gloomy face, and the white snake around his neck also followed the master to make a scary sizzling sound of sticking out its tongue. In fact, there are indeed many words in Li Xian's words that are based on his own judgment. Although Li Xian himself thinks there is no problem, there is a big information gap between the pillars and Li Xian, and Li Xian has only joined the Demon Slayer Corps for a few months, and today is the first time he has met most of the pillars. So it is naturally impossible to believe what he said all at once. Imagination and judgment. Li Xian pinched his chin and thought, you should have seen the power and speed of my human state. It is stronger than most of you, right? Iguro and the others were silent, almost in agreement. The speed and strength that Li Xian showed today, were stronger than most of the pillars, a fact they could not refute. However, Li Xian continued, I have this kind of strength in human form, but I am as powerless as a lone boat on the vast ocean in front of Musen Kibutsuji. This is indeed the case. That day in Asakusa, Kyoto, this was Li Xian's truest feeling under the contrast of momentum. If he didn't have the ability of demonization, he would never have been able to escape successfully. I transformed into a demon, and my strength increased significantly, so I escaped successfully. Li Xian looked at Fuzugawa and Iguro and said, you attacked me the first time after I transformed into a demon, but you couldn't even swing your knife down. If I attacked you at that time, would you have survived? Bashigawa Shima and Iguro Obanai were both at a loss for words. As the ones who experienced the freeze frame of the eyes on Li Xian's neck after he turned into a ghost, they deeply understood the horror of that feeling. The power in their bodies could not be mobilized at all, and the breathing method did not work at all even if it was fully used. They were not ghosts, and they did not have strong recovery abilities. As human bodies, after being frozen, even a child could kill them by slashing them with a knife in the fatal parts. Chapter 45. The difference between you and me after I became a demon is so huge, not to mention the difference between you and Muzan Kibutsuji. As for the upper-rank demons, as I said before, I judged based on the strength of the upper-rank demon I captured alive and his words. If you still don't believe it, then let him try it with you and you will understand. Li Xian raised the small pot and shook it a few times, and then said, "It is the jade pot of the upper fifth. If you want to know the strength of the upper-rank demon, you can come to me after the meeting, but there are conditions." The pillars didn't expect that he would suddenly promote the demons he caught. What are the conditions? Li Xian, Yabayashiki asked with a smile. Keep it a secret, my lord. Li Xian also smiled slightly. In order to avoid making others think that he would make an embarrassing request, Li Xian also added, "But don't worry, it's just a simple request." Li Xian showed his true colors. His so-called simple request was to contact the visitor and sign in the abilities attached to his body. This has always been his purpose and an important reason for participating in the meeting of the pillars. The last remaining function of the jade pot lies in this. The strength of the pillars can only be improved under the pressure of death, and even if the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps compete with each other, they will reserve their strength and restrain themselves. Therefore, the effect is quite small, but it is different in the fight with demons. The demons will not take into account the identity of the Demon Slayer Corps pillars, and the pillars will also use all their strength and without reservation because they are fighting with demons. Only in this way can there be progress. Li Xian continued. Finally, he sat up straight, looked around at the faces of the pillars, a smile appeared on his face, and he said leisurely, "There is a risk of death, please pay more attention." The risk of death in his words did not scare any of the pillars, but made them feel more excited. The risk of death? It sounds very gorgeous. Uzui Tenjin raised his head and said in a proud tone, "I will let you see how powerful I am. Li Xian, we will let you know that our strength is not bad." Rengoku Kyojuro said loudly with full spirit. Namo Amitabha. Baiminjiu Xingmei silently chanted the Buddha's name. "I will try my best." Kanroji Mitsurai clenched her fists to cheer herself up. Hee. Iguro Obanai laughed, "I will see the strength of the upper-rank demon you mentioned. Don't mind if I kill that evil demon." Fuzugawa Shima said with a grim smile. "Kill the demon." Tokaido Muchiro stared at the candlelight, as if his thoughts drifted to other places. "Mr. Li Xian." Shinobu Koko's gentle smile revealed a dangerous meaning, "I'm not a burden." Only Tomioka Jiyuhu didn't say a word, but stared at the small pot containing the jade pot. The meaning of each pillar is very clear. Risk of death? They don't worry about that. What each pillar carries on their shoulders is far more terrible than death. Pillars present. Yabayashiki spoke to attract everyone's attention. Next, Muzan Kibutsuji will definitely take action against Li Xian to seize what he wants. What we need to do is to stop him and kill him. End the curse of thousands of years, end the fate of the Demon Slayer Corps, and complete the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps. I believe that Muzan Kibutsuji will definitely be defeated by this generation of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yes. My lord. Yes. My lord. We will definitely kill Muzan Kibutsuji. End the fate of the Demon Slayer Corps. Everyone responded. The passionate voice echoed in the hall. After the meeting, all the other pillars left, leaving only Li Xian. Li Xian, is the risk of death high? Yabayashiki asked. He cared for every swordsman and even wrote down the names of every swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps, whether they died in the past or are alive now, without forgetting any of them. He cared even more about every pillar, because they were irreplaceable pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps and powerful people who killed demons, so he wanted to know what the risk in Li Xian's words was. If Yahoo really fought with them, except for the rock pillar, everyone else would have different degrees of risk of death, and it would not be small. Li Xian responded. Hearing this answer, the worry on Yubayashiki's face became more intense. But, my lord, I'll take care of it, don't worry. Li Xian comforted him. That being said, how could Li Xian let Zhu Jian die simply in the competition with Yu Hu? If he wanted to die, he had to let him die after he had finished stroking the wool. That's good. Yubayashiki felt a little relieved. He believed in Li Xian. Or rather, he had no other way except to believe in Li Xian. And after he passed out, when his consciousness was in that vague and short premonition, Yubayashiki saw the scene of Li Xian cutting off Muzan Kibutsuji's neck. It was because of this premonition that he had such an attitude towards Li Xian and was so relieved. After asking, Yubayashiki signaled Li Xian that he could go back and rest. Li Xian didn't want to disturb Yubayashiki Yoya anymore, so he walked out of the main room. Oh, right. Suddenly, when Li Xian walked out of the hall, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to say something. That is the frequency of sparring. His sign-in can only be once a day. What if those pillars come several times a day? Wouldn't that be a loss? However, in the next few days, the reality did not happen as Li Xian thought, with one pillar coming several times a day, or several pillars coming a day. The former is because after a fight with Yu, he has to rest for a few days to recover and adjust his own state, and the latter is because it is impossible for all the pillars to stay in the headquarters. Many other places still need pillars to perform the task of beheading demons, so most of the pillars are sent out to perform tasks. And Li Xian seemed to be deliberately left in the headquarters by Yubayashiki Yoya, and he became a garrison pillar at the headquarters and never went out to perform tasks. In addition to him, there are other pillars left behind, which can be regarded as in line with Li Xian's words fighting with Yu to improve strength. Speaking of which, Li Xian's experience in the Demon Slayer Corps seems to be a bit too leisurely and simple. After simply passing the final selection in advance and meeting the Lord, she only performed 2 missions in total, and then became the Mist Pillar, one of the 10 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, directly skipping the 10 levels stipulated for swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps. That's right, the Demon Slayer Corps has 10 levels, from top to bottom, namely A, B, C, D, E, F, G, Sin, Ren, and Gui. Above these levels, there are pillars. And Li Xian directly jumped 10 levels to become the Mist Pillar a few months after joining the team. This promotion speed is unparalleled. Morning. Li Xian, Mr. There was a knock on the door, and Shinobu Koko's gentle voice also came into the main hall. That's right, Shinobu Koko was the first to stay in the headquarters and look for Yu to spar. However, even though she knocked on the door for a long time and called many times, there was still no response from the main hall. Shinobu Koko's gentle smile froze, and the angry symbol of the word well appeared on her forehead again, and then she kicked the door of the main hall violently. Is Muzan Kibutsuji calling? Li Xian, who got out of bed after hearing the sound, rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked Shinobu Koko who came in. Li Xian. Mr. Shinobu Koko's tone was very long, her face was dark, and she stared at Li Xian with purple eyes. Didn't we say that today is the time for practice? Oh, right. Li Xian looked like he just remembered. After letting Shinobu Koko leave, Li Xian came out after washing and changing clothes. The two walked side by side and walked into a dense forest. This dense forest blocked the sunlight, allowing Yu to exist here without worrying about being exposed to the sun, and Li Xian could also maintain his demonic state here. A small request. Li Xian stretched out his palm to Shinobu Koko. Shinobu Koko's face froze, but she stretched out her hand and hit Li Xian's palm the next moment. She didn't know the meaning of Li Xian's small request, what it was for. Was it simply to satisfy some kind of perverted hobby of hers? No matter how hard she tried, she could not figure out that the purpose of Li Xian's action was to check in her ability. Check in. Successful check-in. Obtained Breath of Insects Mastery, one of the 5 basic breaths derived from the initial breath Sun breath, one of the branches of Water breath, and one of the branches of Flower breath. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps can gain powerful combat power by practicing breathing methods, which is an important method to fight against demons. Chapter 46. The story is about the origin of the sword, but the origin of the sword is still unknown. It is a slightly nested introduction. But it is also very simple to understand. The breathing of insects is derived from the breathing of flowers, and the breathing of flowers is derived from the breathing of water. This breathing of insects was created by Shinobu Koko and is the most suitable breathing method for her. The most unique thing is that she does not name the sword moves with the sword type, but uses dance to describe it. Yes, Li Xian thinks that this is the only unique thing. After signing in for the breathing of flames, there will be a reminder whether to merge, but there is no such reminder for the breathing of insects. Will it require basic breathing? Li Xian guessed in his mind. Or the existing branches of breathing cannot be merged. After all, the original basic breathing of water of the breathing of insects is already there. By the way, Tanjiro hasn't signed in for the fire god Kagura yet. Li Xian suddenly remembered. Ms. Shinobu Koko, where is Tanjiro? Li Xian said to Shinobu Koko, who was adjusting her state. Shinobu Koko stopped adjusting her state and responded to Li Xian. Tanjiro Kamado is receiving treatment and rehabilitation training with his 2 friends in the butterfly house. In the butterfly house? Li Xian muttered. Why? Shinobu Koko asked curiously. No, I just wanted to find a time to see him. Li Xian said, and then he took down the hanging pot. Are you ready? Miss Shinobu Koko. Ready. Shinobu Koko responded. In an instant, Li Xian turned into a ghost. The gloomy, dense, disgusting and ominous aura came over the sky, and Li Xian gradually turned into a ghost. Even though Shinobu Koko was not the first time to feel the aura of Li Xian after his ghost transformation and see his appearance after his ghost transformation, she still felt a physical discomfort. Sure enough, I can't get used to it no matter how many times I watch it. Butterfly Shinobu sighed. Then just don't get used to it. Li Xian said casually in a hollow voice. Blood demon art otherworld in the pot. As the voice fell, a black hole-like vortex emerged from the mouth of the pot in his hand. Although it was not big, it was not small either. Then, a strange figure slowly came out from the vortex. That was Yahoo. He was curled up and shivering, like a weak and helpless little animal. Li Xian looked at Yahoo carefully and found that there were some burn marks on his body, which were slowly recovering. Suddenly, he was a little confused. The last time he let him out, there were also some burn marks on his body. What happened to you in there? Li Xian asked Yahoo. Although it was Li Xian who locked him in, he only knew that it was pitch black inside and he couldn't see anything, so he was not interested in going in. He didn't know what was going on with Yahoo. Hearing Li Xian's question, Yahoo looked even more terrified. His eyes expanded and contracted wildly, and the teeth in his 2 mouths in his eye sockets kept trembling. He didn't say a word. After you turned into a ghost, there was fire in your eyes, and it seemed that it was him that was burning. Koko Shinobu said. Is it so strange? Li Xian was also a little surprised. He looked at Yahoo with a bit of pity in his eyes. It's really miserable. But he still has to burn it, anyway he won't die. Besides, it's not an innocent thing. Drink it and restore some strength. Li Xian took out a few bags of human blood and threw them to Yahoo. Although human blood can't restore Yahoo to his peak state, it can still maintain a certain combat power. Fighting Koko Shinobu, it is absolutely no problem to give him the pressure of death. After Yahoo wolfed down the blood and restored his combat power, Li Xian pointed at Koko Shinobu and said to him, Go, as long as you kill her, I will let you go. Yahoo is already familiar with this set of procedures. This damn ghost hunter also told me the same thing a few days ago. Although I have doubts about whether this damn ghost hunter will let me go, I still have a glimmer of hope in my heart." Yu Hu stood still, and his eyes with the words Shangui reflected in them stared at the human woman holding a knife in front of him. "As long as he kills her." A few days ago, it was almost, just a little bit. This time it must be done. Yu Hu no longer wants to return to that dark and lonely space again and endure the constant burning of flames. And a few days ago, Yu Hu almost grabbed the head of Koko Shinobu. Time limit of 30 minutes, start. Li Xian was like a referee at this time, reading the starting signal, and then his figure hid in the tree of a certain class tree. On the branch, it disappeared. Breath of insects, dance of flowers and butterflies, withering. Shinobu Koko started with a new sword move created by learning from the experience of the last fight. Yu Hu rushed forward fearlessly, intending to resist the opponent's sword move. In the last duel, Yu Hu knew that the sword of this ghost hunter could not break his perfect posture fish scale defense that was harder than diamond, which finally gave him some confidence. That's why he was so reckless. Shinobu Koko's mouth curled up slightly, and the sun wheel sword swung. Suddenly, in Yu Hu's sight, psychedelic butterfly shadows flew, beautiful flowers bloomed, and a colorful and magnificent picture appeared. But in the next moment, the flying butterfly shadows suddenly fell in pieces, the beautiful flowers turned from flourishing to withering, and the colorful and magnificent picture suddenly became gray and full of withering. Yu Hu felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and found that a large piece of fish scales on his chest had been cut off. Defense was. As soon as Yu Hu thought of this, black blood oozes out of his mouth and nose. That is a sign of poisoning. Oh, Yu Hu's defense is broken. Li Xian sat on the branch of a tree, watching the battle between Koko Shinobu and Yu Hu with extreme vision. You know, when Koko Shinobu fought Yu Hu for the first time a few days ago, she tried her best and used all her sword moves to attack at the same point, but she could only break a little fish scales, but could not really break the defense. She could only spend all her time in constant escape. I didn't expect that after just a few days, she could research new sword moves and cause such a huge defense-breaking effect. Sure enough, the pillars of this Demon Slayer Corps are all gifted people. Li Xian shook his legs and admired in his heart. Koko Shinobu's poison is an important factor in her combat power. Before, she couldn't break Yu Hu's defense, and the poison couldn't enter the opponent's body, so it naturally had no effect. That's why Li Xian thought that the two were extremely incompatible combat objects. But now that the defense can be broken and the poison can enter the opponent's body, the battle has become easier. The toxin of the wisteria flower, which is deadly to ordinary ghosts, is not so effective for Yu Hu, but it will also have an impact, and the movements become slow and the reaction gradually slows down. After 30 minutes, Li Xian stopped their fight. The result was no victory or defeat. Koko Shinobu didn't win, and Yu Hu didn't win either. After all, Koko Shinobu could only break the opponent's defense with that one move, and it would be difficult for the opponent to have a big effect after being alerted. So as time went on, the toxin in Yu Hu's body gradually dissipated, and Yu Hu, who was originally suppressed, gradually began to gain the upper hand, and then the time was up. Li Xian put Yu Hu back into the small pot and lifted the ghost state. How is it? Li Xian asked Koko Shinobu. Shinobu Koko's hair was disheveled at this time, and some parts of the Demon Slayer Corps uniform had been torn, revealing her fair skin, which looked very embarrassed. But she still maintained a gentle smile and said to Li Xian, "It will be fine next time." "No, it won't work next time either," Li Xian said. "Hey!" Shinobu Koko was a little confused, not understanding why the other party was so sure. Yu Hu's current strength is about 1/3 of the peak state. After hearing Li Xian's words, Shinobu Koko understood what the other party meant. She came here to feel the power of the upper string, to improve herself and have the ability to defeat the upper string. What's the point of defeating an upper string with 1/3 of the peak state? It seems that her strength is really a little weak. Shinobu Koko remembered what she said to Li Xian at the meeting of the pillars, and a slight blush appeared on her face, but it was covered by the dust from the battle. This won't work. She looked at her hands and pondered in her heart. How can I avenge my sister in this way? I will become stronger. Koko Shinobu's purple eyes firmly stared at Li Xian. Her eyes were burning, shining with an inexplicable brilliance. What's the point of looking at me like this? I'm just a small businessman who signed in. Li Xian slightly looked away. Chapter 47. The old man was very happy. What's the point of telling me? I'm not a wishing lantern. Li Xian wrapped up the pot, put it in his waist again, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go." "Yet." Koko Shinobu responded, put the Nichiren sword back into the scabbard, and followed Li Xian. "Are you going to visit Komatsu Tanjiro now?" "No." Li Xian refused. "I'll go tomorrow. Today's sign-in times have been used up. What's the point of going there?" The correct answer is to wait until tomorrow to refresh the sign-in times and then go to see him. Don't you stay in the house all day? Why don't you go? Koko Shinobu asked. Why are you asking so many questions? Li Xian asked back. Hearing this question, Koko Shinobu paused. Her messy hair made it difficult to see her face, and a cold voice came from her cherry lips. You are indeed a guy who is not pleasing to others. That can't be helped. Li Xian continued to walk on his own. Mr. Li Xian. A faint voice came from behind Li Xian. Don't you know that waiting for a girl is the right thing to do? Li Xian didn't even turn his head. You have already caught up with me. I think Mr. Li Xian must not please girls. Koko Shinobu walked side by side with Li Xian, and her words contained a hint of irony. Girl? Li Xian glanced at Koko Shinobu's beautiful face. Ah! I have always been confused by her mature performance. I didn't expect it for a while. This person has just become an adult, only 18 years old. Isn't she still a little girl? Unconsciously, his eyes moved down. Well, it seems that she is not small anymore. Mr. Li Xian, what impolite thing are you thinking about? The gentle smile that Shinobu Koko always maintained on her face suddenly revealed a dangerous meaning. No. Li Xian retracted his gaze and said firmly. Mr. Li Xian, I can make more than just poisons that poison ghosts. Shinobu Koko said slowly, as if hinting at something. I think it's better for you to only make poisons that poison ghosts. Li Xian responded quickly. He. Shinobu Koko smiled gently, and then instructed, I'll go back to the butterfly house first. If you want to visit Tanjiro Komatsu, just come directly and tell Aoi. Yet. Li Xian replied. I will visit you again in 3 days. Goodbye, Mr. Li Xian. Shinobu Koko left this sentence and turned to leave. Don't continue to add some inexplicable things to your body. Suddenly, Li Xian's plain words reached Shinobu Koko's ears, and Shinobu stopped leaving. She turned around, her beautiful and calm face without any emotion. Mr. Li Xian. How did you know? Li Xian shook the air in front of his nose with his palm and said, the smell is too strong. It is a very perverted thing to smell the smell of others and say it in front of them, Mr. Li Xian. Koko Shinobu said. My sense of smell is too sensitive, and I don't want to. Li Xian shrugged, looking helpless. Koko Shinobu stared at Li Xian's face quietly for a long time before slowly speaking, I need to do this, Mr. Li Xian. Your lifespan will be rapidly reduced as a result. Li Xian reminded. Koko Shinobu smiled, I have made up my mind, Mr. Li Xian. Slowing down lifespan? Koko Shinobu didn't care about these. She had already prepared to die. Because she knew that the powerful ghost who killed her sister liked to eat women's bodies. And the continuous intake of wisteria poison was also to be able to explode all the wisteria poison in the ghost's body after being killed and eaten by the ghost. Kill that ghost completely. Die together. Li Xian knew that Coco Shinobu's plan was indeed successful in the end, and her life was used as the price to exchange for the death of upper rank 2 Doma. Yes. Coco Shinobu nodded. I don't want to persuade you. It's a good thing to have a clear goal. Li Xian said calmly, I just hope you can think more about the people who care about you and the people you care about. Coco Shinobu showed a surprised expression on her face, as if she didn't expect Li Xian to say such a thing. Immediately, her surprised expression turned into a teasing expression, and she smiled and said, Mr. Li Xian, are you comforting and caring about me? Yes. Li Xian nodded bluntly. Coco Shinobu didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. In her impression, the other party should. He is a guy who doesn't care about many things, doesn't care about others obviously, and has no rich emotions and is very cold. But now, she felt a little surprised. Nothing is surprising. Li Xian said, as long as you have contact with people, you will have feelings, whether it is Tanjiro, Urokadakase Kanji, Rengoku, or you, there will be certain emotions. So at least, I don't hate you. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, blowing Li Xian and Coco Shinobu's hair, flying like butterflies in the wind. Li Xian is an indifferent person, who will look at everything calmly and do what he wants to do. He knows that this world is just a plot mission world in the main god space, but he will not deliberately avoid contacting some people because of this, nor will he give up saying what he wants to say because of the possible final outcome of others. Even if he knows that this world may be reset by the main god at the end of the mission, everything will return to the starting point, and everything said and done will disappear. It will be meaningless. But Li Xian will not give up doing what he wants to do because of this. I'm really flattered, Mr. Li Xian. Shinobu Coco smiled. Instead of putting all your energy into your failure, you should do your best to put all your energy into your failure, and just make sure you don't fail. Li Xian took away the leaves that were blown onto his hair by the wind. What did your dead sister want? My sister wanted to get along well with the ghosts. I'm trying. Shinobu Coco gave the answer. Do you mean you're always holding your anger and communicating with me friendly? Li Xian made a double quotation mark when he mentioned the word friendly. You. Shinobu Coco didn't know how to respond. This is not friendly communication with ghosts, it's just a self-deception. Li Xian's words directly removed the fig leaf in Shinobu Coco's heart. You actually know in your heart what your dead sister really wants, what your parents who were killed by ghosts want, what the people you care about and who care about you want. They want me to live well. Shinobu Coco naturally knew that this would be the answer, but I'll think about it carefully. Shinobu Coco's smile is always so refreshing, gentle and tender. And before Shinobu Coco turned around and left, Li Xian seemed to remember something and continued. Anything else, Mr. Li Xian? Shinobu Coco still smiled. Li Xian pulled the corners of his mouth with his hands, pretending to smile, and his words were a little unclear, but Shinobu Coco knew what he was saying. Your smile is too fake, remember to change it. Shinobu Coco's face froze. Chapter 48. The two of them were very happy. At noon the next day, Li Xian came to the butterfly house. Master Li Xian, welcome. Facing the coming Li Xian, Kanzaki Aoi's attitude was very different from before, and she seemed a little respectful. She already knew that the person who had stayed in the butterfly house some time ago had become the respected Master Zhu. Behind her, there were three little girls hiding in the corner and secretly watching the visiting Li Xian. Although they had not met when they lived here some time ago, Li Xian knew that these three little girls were the caregivers of the butterfly house, taking care of the injured Tanjiro and others. Li Xian waved to the three little girls in a friendly manner. After the three little girls left shyly, he said to the twin-tailed girl Kanzaki Aoi, can you take me to Tanjiro? Okay, Master Li Xian. Kanzaki Aoi responded and walked in front to lead the way. Where is Miss Coco Shinobu? Li Xian found that there was no trace of Coco Shinobu in the butterfly house, so he asked Kanzaki Aoi in front of him. Master Shinobu left for something and is not in the butterfly house. Kanzaki Aoi replied. That's it. Li Xian didn't care where she went, as long as she remembered to check in for him the day after tomorrow. It's right here, Master Li Xian. Kanzaki Aoi took Li Xian to the door of a room. The noise coming from inside could be heard through the door. I don't want to take medicine. The medicine is so bitter. The sharp and high-pitched cry seemed to shake the door open. Li Xian recognized that it was the voice of Zenitsuo Agatsuma, one of the 3 demon slayers, the noisy guy who loved girls. Kanzaki Aoi seemed a little angry when she heard his voice, and she opened the door and started to scold him. Don't yell here. It's so noisy. If you want to get better, take the medicine quickly. Why are you crying? It's none of my business if your hands and feet can't recover if you don't take the medicine properly. Why is that? Zenitsu was a little dejected after being scolded. Li Xian. Tanjiro, who was sitting on the bed next to Zenitsu, was a little surprised to see Li Xian behind Kanzaki Aoi. See you again, Tanjiro. Li Xian walked in with a smile, and put some fruits he had been carrying on the bedside cabinet. After all, it's always embarrassing to visit an injured person without bringing something. How is your physical condition? Li Xian looked at Tanjiro and asked, sitting down beside his bed. In good condition. Tanjiro looked energetic, and it was obvious that he had recovered well and was almost ready to start rehabilitation training. That's good. Li Xian patted Tanjiro's shoulder inadvertently. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Get innocent heart, it is easier to be trusted when communicating with others, and it is easier to gain the trust and friendship of others when getting along with others. The sign-in skill information flashed in his mind. Didn't sign in to Fire God Kagura. Li Xian was a little disappointed. But this innocent heart skill seems to be pretty good. In the 2 years before the final selection, Uroka Dakase Kanji and Tanjiro were frequent sign-ins for Li Xian. Li Xian thought that Tanjiro had been played by him, but he didn't expect that there was still stock. I haven't played Tanjiro for so long and haven't gotten this skill. Today is also a pleasant surprise. Then let's do it again tomorrow. Li Xian thought. If it doesn't work tomorrow, I'll keep coming, except when the pillar and Yahu fight. In Li Xian's eyes, Fire God Kagura is already in his pocket. It's impossible to give up. You are the strong guy. Suddenly, a very hoarse voice came from the bed next to Tanjiro. It was a boy wearing a wild boar mask, who was rescued and knocked unconscious by Li Xian at Nada Spider Mountain, in Ashok Hashabira. You are not energetic at all, pig-headed boy. Li Xian said to Hashabira in Ashok with a smile. The energetic appearance at Nada Spider Mountain and the current appearance really formed a sharp contrast. I'm sorry, I'm too weak. The pig-headed boy looked very depressed and made a hoarse and low voice. You have done well, Inashuk. Tanjiro on the side hurried to comfort the pig-headed boy. Li Xian walked up to Inashuk, patted his wild boar mask, and said, Be energetic, get better soon, don't you still want to defeat me to become the strongest? Who is he, Tanjiro? Agatsuma Zenitsu looked at Li Xian and asked Tanjiro quietly. He is my friend, Li Xian, he is very strong. Tanjiro introduced loudly. Stupid, it's too loud, everyone heard it. Shan Yi shouted in a low voice. Hello, my name is Li Xian. Li Xian and. He looked at Agatsuma Zenitsu kindly and smiled. Among the characters he was familiar with, Agatsuma Zenitsu was the only one who used thunder breathing, so he naturally had to get to know him well. Although Li Xian knew that his master was the last sound pillar, he was too lazy to go to the old man to check in every day. Oh, yes, Didn't Inashuk also create a beast breathing? He could check in when he had time. Li Xian moved his eyes to the depressed Inashuk. But he probably doesn't know how to use it. So it doesn't matter whether he has it or not. Just like the insect breathing, the beast breathing is also the breathing method that is most suitable for the creator. It is not so effective for other people. Where is Nezuko? Li Xian asked. At this time in the original plot, Nezuko should have consumed too much strength and physical strength, so she entered a dormant period. But in this world, Nezuko neither spent too much energy on Nada Spider Mountain nor was tempted by blood at the pillar meeting, so she should be in a very normal state. Nezuko. Tanjiro hesitated when he thought of Nezuko. She was taken away by Shinobu Koko. Took away by Shinobu Koko? No wonder neither the man nor the ghost were there, and they were not seen in the butterfly house. What was she doing? Nezuko couldn't come out in broad daylight. Could it be that her hatred for the ghost made her want to kill her? Probably not. Li Xian felt that Shinobu Koko was not such a person. You just let her take your sister away? Li Xian asked again. She promised me that she would never hurt Nezuko. Tanjiro said, and then added, I didn't smell a lie. Yet. Li Xian's sense of smell was first inherited from Tanjiro, so he naturally knew that he could smell a lie. Li Xian. Do you know what Shinobu Koko took Nezuko to do? Although the other party promised that she would not hurt Nezuko, Tanjiro was still a little worried. I don't know. Li Xian shook his head. How could he know what Shinobu Koko was going to do? Tanjiro had no choice but to put aside his worries and change the subject. Li Xian, when did you become a ghost? What's going on? He was very curious about how Li Xian could suddenly become a ghost, and he could switch between humans and ghosts at will. He was not afraid of the sun, and he didn't want to eat people. If his sister could be like Li Xian. Don't think about it, it's impossible, I can't do it. From Tanjiro's eyes that meant I want to know, Li Xian could not fail to see what he meant, and directly responded with 3 consecutive rejections. It's impossible to let Nezuko also have a sign-in system, right? Okay. Tanjiro could only say regretfully. Take care of the treatment, Tanjiro, I'm leaving first. After a while of chatting, Li Xian said goodbye and left. Chapter 49. On the 3rd day, Li Xian came to the butterfly house again and signed in with Tanjiro again. But the result was not as he wished, and he missed the god of fire Kagura again. On this day, Koko Shinobu still did not come back. For a while, Li Xian was a little confused about where she took Nezuko. Tanjiro and Inashuk's basic physical condition has almost recovered, and they began to participate in rehabilitation training to restore their peak physical condition. During the rehabilitation training, the two felt the pain in their bodies with the help of the 3 young girls, and they failed in the tea-stealing hide-and-seek game with Koko Shinobu's stepson Kaneo Kurihana, and suffered a lot of blows. When the two dragged their tired bodies back to the ward and lay down as if their lives had lost their meaning, Zenitsu was really scared. After all, he had to participate in rehabilitation training in a few days. Seeing the two like this, it would be strange if he was not scared. Li Xian stayed in the butterfly house for a long time today, mainly because he was quite happy to watch Tanjiro and Inashuk suffer, and he never left. By the way, Li Xian also talked to Kaneo for a few words. But this 3no girl just smiled at Li Xian for a long time without saying anything or responding. It's a new day again. Today is the time agreed by Koko Shinobu. Normally, Koko Shinobu should kick the door when Li Xian was still asleep, but until Li Xian woke up naturally at noon, no one came to shout. He was stood up. This thought came to Li Xian. So he went to the butterfly house and asked Koko Shinobu again whether she was back, but the answer he got was still no. Before leaving the butterfly house, Li Xian went to visit Tanjiro and others again. After all, if he was stood up, today's sign-in opportunity would be vacant. So, he chose to sign in the 3 little strong men. Unlike the previous 2 days, Li Xian did not sign in Tanjiro today, but signed in Agatsuma Zenitsu. And he also successfully signed in Thunder Breathing. Successful sign-in. Obtained Thunder Breathing Mastery, one of the 5 basic breathings derived from the initial breathing Sun Breathing. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps can gain powerful combat power by practicing breathing methods, which is an important method to fight against demons. Originally, Li Xian was a little worried that Agatsuma Zenitsu only knew the first form of thunder breathing, and would he only sign in with one sword form, but it was obvious that he was overthinking and underestimated the sign-in system. All the sword forms that thunder breathing should have were reflected in Li Xian's mind without any difference. However, what puzzled Li Xian was that after signing in thunder breathing, there was still no prompt for integration. Thunder breathing is obviously one of the 5 basic breathings. Why can the breath of water and the breath of fire merge? Li Xian was a little confused. Because it is special? Can water and fire produce fog when they are mixed? After thinking so much, he still couldn't figure it out, so Li Xian simply stopped thinking about it. After leaving the butterfly house, Li Xian walked to the main hall where the lord of the headquarters was. He asked the lord where Koko Shinobu was. Shinobu took Nezuko to perform a mission. Yabayashiki said to Li Xian gently. Is it okay to perform a mission with Nezuko? Could it be that the words get along well with ghosts that day stimulated Koko Shinobu? Li Xian suddenly realized that this situation might be caused by himself. Did anything happen between you and Shinobu? Yabayashiki saw that Li Xian did not respond, vaguely aware of something, and asked. No. Li Xian answered directly. Ah. Is that so? Yabayashiki nodded, and did not continue to ask, but talked about other things. Shimai will be back in a few days. He should go to the ghost you caught alive to spar. I hope you can take good care of him and try not to have conflicts. Shimai is not a bad kid by nature. Okay, my lord. Li Xian has always been perfunctory in his flattery. This is what he promised. If there is a conflict, Li Xian will not let Shimai, who is not a bad kid, go easily. A few days later, Shimai, with an arrogant face, came to Li Xian. Where is the ghost? He asked directly. Li Xian patted the pot on his waist. Here. Then he stretched out a palm and said to Shimai, the little request I made that day was to give me a high five. Is that okay? What's the point of doing this, you guy? Shimai looked unhappy. He didn't understand what the other party meant. Was he playing tricks on him? Just tell me whether you agree or not. Li Xian didn't bother asking directly. Humph. Although he was very unhappy. But Mizukawa Shia's palm still honestly touched Li Xian's palm. There was a loud snap sound. He used a lot of force. Li Xian was speechless looking at his red palm. Are you so angry with me? But it doesn't matter. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Obtained Wind Breathing Mastery, one of the 5 basic breathings derived from the initial breathing Sun Breathing. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps can gain powerful combat power by practicing breathing methods, which is an important method to fight against demons. The wind breathing was also obtained, but there was still no prompt for fusion. Li Xian no longer cared and led Mizukawa to the dense forest. In the dense forest, Li Xian transformed into a demon and released the jade pot. A familiar step. After all, it was not the first or second time, but the third time. Then he threw a large basin of human blood that had been stored in another pot to Yahoo, allowing him to recover to a better state than when he fought Koko Shinobu. After all, in Li Xian's opinion, Fushigawara Shia is stronger than Koko Shinobu, so it is reasonable to let Yahoo be stronger. Then, he pointed at Fushigawara Shia and said to Yahoo, kill him, and I will let you go. Although Yahoo was confused about why he suddenly changed to a different person, he still rushed over at the first time. As long as he killed this person, he could get out of the control of this demon. This person must be killed. Kill him. Blood demon art pot hell. Yahu's state at this time was close to madness. He was almost losing his mind under Li Xian's torture, and even wanted to end himself. He had decided that if he couldn't kill the ghost hunter in front of him, he would risk his life and escape, even if he died. But suddenly, a voice sounded in his heart. That was a voice he was extremely familiar with, and it was also the voice he dreamed of hearing day and night, the voice of Lord Musen. Yahu, stay alive and wait for my orders. You cannot die without my orders. Chapter 50. The Japanese-style buildings are scattered and inverted, twisting, and unordered space. All directional cognition seems to have lost any meaning here. The corridors and stairs of the building are extremely empty, without any popularity. The light emitted from the lanterns is slightly dim and dark, reflecting everything around. This place is called Infinite City, the base camp of Musen Kibutsuji. It is a hidden place that Musen Kibutsuji has specially created for thousands of years. At this time, on a building in the center of Infinite City, a woman with long black hair covering her face and holding a pipa is sitting. The woman holding the pipa is called Ming-Nu, who manipulates and distorts the space of Infinite City. In front of Ming-Nu, there stood a black-haired woman with sharp red eyes and wearing a kimono with her back to her. You can't die, Yahu. You need to continue working for me, and you can't die without my permission. There was no one in front of the black-haired woman, and she was talking to the air. What came out of her mouth was Musen's low voice. That's right, this black-haired woman was Musen Kibutsuji. Musen Kibutsuji can mimic humans with high precision, so he often appears in different forms. At this moment, he was talking to Yahu. The words were full of arrogance, absolutely unquestionable. Yahu was not even allowed to die by himself. Yes. Lord Musen. Yahu's extremely excited voice came through his blood. In the demon camp, Yahu's loyalty to Musen is also one of the best. Extremely trusting and extremely worshipful. After the connection was cut off, Musen stopped talking to Yahu and asked Ming-Nu, how many upper-rank demons have come? Where are the lower-rank demons? Doma-sama and Akaza-sama have not arrived yet, but the lower-rank demons have all arrived. Ming-Nu, holding a pipa, responded. Bring all the lower-rank demons to me first. A cold voice came out of Musen's mouth. Dang! As Ming-Nu played the pipa, the space suddenly twisted and shook. When he came to his senses, there were already 5 demons standing in front of Musen. The identities and costumes of the 5 demons were different, and different numbers were engraved in their eyes. A handsome man in a suit with short black hair, Xia Yi Nightmare. A man in a robe with long purple hair and a beard, Xia Yi Are Windless. A flat-headed man with 3 cross scars on his face, Xia San Sick Leaf. The woman with short white hair and 2 horns on her forehead, Xia Si Ling Yuzai. The man with his hair tied up in a gong-like pattern on his face, Xia Lu Kamanu. They looked at the figure they had never seen before, and their hearts were full of doubts. Who is this woman? I have never seen her aura before. Bow your head and kneel down. Under the gaze of many lower-rank ghosts, Musen issued an order. The extremely cold command words seemed to contain the power of the word spirit, which made the lower-rank ghosts lose control of their bodies in an instant and kneel down. Woo! Woo! Musen-sama. Some ghosts were panicked and terrified, and some ghosts respected and worshipped. I'm very sorry, because your appearance and aura have changed. Ling Yuzai, the only female ghost in the lower rank, apologized in fear. Who allowed you to speak? Musen interrupted her and asked arrogantly, don't speak just because you have a boring will. You are only allowed to answer what I ask you. Musen's self-centered will is fully reflected. The nervous cold sweat on Ling Yuzai's face when he spoke. Rui was killed. He is the 5th of the lower moon. Musen looked at the demons who bowed their heads calmly, and his words revealed a dangerous meaning. I only want to ask one thing, why are the demons of the lower moon so weak? Becoming one of the 12 demon moons does not mean the end, but the beginning. Start eating more people, start getting stronger, start to help me. For hundreds of years, the upper moons of the 12 demon moons have never been replaced. The pillars that buried those demon hunters are always the upper moon demons, but what about the lower moon? How many times has it been replaced? Listening to Musen's admonition, the demons did not dare to speak at all. But Xiaolu Kami was complaining in his heart. Even if you tell us those things. Even if you tell us those things? So what? Tell me. Musen seemed to see through what Kamaway was thinking, staring at him with cat-like pupils. Can he see through my thoughts? Kamaway's. I panicked. Not good. What's wrong? Tell me. Musen was obviously irritated by him, and the blood vessels on his face bulged. No, Lord Musen. Kamanu was about to continue to defend himself, but the next moment a large mass of flesh and blood tumor quickly emerged from the sleeves of Musen's kimono, covered with sharp mouths and dull eyes, and attacked Kamnu directly. In an instant, Kamnu's body was bitten hard by the mouth on the tumor and lifted into the air. Please forgive me. Lord Musen. Please. Please. Please let me go. He begged, crying, his heart filled with fear and panic. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so. But his pleading did not bring a trace of forgiveness. Sizzle. The tumor directly crushed his body, and blood fell like rain. Musen cut off his regenerative ability as a demon, and Kami died miserably. Ah! Musen sighed, I'm tired of it. The lower moons of the 12 demon moons are simply a bunch of useless trash. From today on, the lower moons will be disbanded, and the upper moons are enough for the 12 demon moons. Lord Musen. We are still useful. We can give for you. We will eat people, kill demon hunters, and give all our body and mind for you. Lord Musen. Lower 2 Rokuroku, lower 3 Binjai, lower 4 Lingyuzai were all explaining frantically, saying that they still had the remaining light and could give for Musen. They knew very well in their hearts that there was only one result of the disbanding of the lower moon demons, and that was death. What can you do with your strength? Musen arrogantly questioned this group of lower moon trash. We can go hunt ghost hunters and give you everything. Hee hee. Musen sneered, and then said, since you want to prove yourself so much, now is a chance. Ding. As soon as the voice fell, a pipa sounded. Can I kill it? Behind the many lower string ghosts, a strange female voice suddenly sounded. Behind them? The panicked lower string ghosts immediately turned around and looked behind them. They saw a woman. She was tall, with black hair, a little messy makeup on her face, and bright red eyes with crazy colors under her bangs. The skin on her hands and feet was peeled off, and the bright red flesh and blood tissue was exposed. There were several peaceful human heads hanging around her waist. She just stared at the many lower string ghosts kneeling on the ground, as if she wanted to eat them alive. If Li Xian was here, he would definitely recognize the identity of this woman. That was An Miao Ai, a senior from the Zhongzhou 4th team. The heads hanging around her waist were the new members of the Zhongzhou Team 4 who were traveling with her. Lin Danwei, Huang Ming, Hu Yan, and the fat man whose name was not introduced. Not one was missing.